Welcome and good morning to the Arizona Rural Housing Symposium. My name is Carrie Kelly. I am Executive Director of the Arizona Association for Economic Development, or AAED. Our mission is to serve as Arizona's unified voice, advocating for responsible economic development through professional education, public policy, and collaboration. Housing is a topic affecting the entire state of Arizona, but rural housing issues are different than urban housing issues. And the Arizona Association for Economic Development's Rural Committee wanted to make sure we were putting together case studies and resources so that rural communities across the state could collaborate with each other, and together we could move the needle on these issues. This symposium would not be possible without the ASU Morrison Institute for Public Policy and their sponsorship. We'd also like to thank the Arizona Planning Association, Local First Arizona, Arizona Small Business Development Centers, the League of Cities and Towns, and countless others who helped promote this symposium. Also, a big thank you to our task force who helped plan this event, led by Tim Swan, who you'll hear from just shortly. We want to encourage everybody to use the Whova platform for collaboration. I wanted to just share my screen really quickly and point out a few things about the Whova platform. This is the first page that you'll see when you log on. We have staff available and standing by to help you. So Melissa Johnson and Juliana Jervis are on standby. If you need any assistance, please feel free to contact them on Zoom, text, email, whatever, however you want to contact them. The Whova site's great for collaboration. Just to point out a few things, here is where the agenda is located. We are currently in the current state of housing. Each topic has a Zoom link at the bottom here, and that will take you directly to Zoom, which you guys have found. Congratulations. We are going to stay in this Zoom room for the entire day, and we're going to leave it open. It's meeting style, so we wanted to be able, everybody to be able to see each other, communicate on private message or chat, just to be able to collaborate in that way. So this will be open the entire day for Wednesday. Thursday, we do have a different Zoom link. So if you go back to the agenda and go to Thursday, the first topic will take you to that different Zoom link. It was also on an email that Juliana sent out. So if you have any trouble, please contact us and we'll help you out. Under the agenda, we also have the speakers. You'll notice Evelyn pops up right here. She's one of our first speakers, and there's bio information, contact information, and you can say hi to Evelyn as well. So please feel free to utilize that. Our speakers are very accessible, so reach out to them if you have any questions or anything like that. Something else I wanted to point out is the community room. This is where you can add topics up here. You can add topics about anything. One of the ones that Tim added earlier was what are some tools or resources you might need as a follow-up to the symposium. So feel free to utilize this, type a message and say, I need help, or whatever you might need. And hopefully all of the participants here, the speakers, can help get you what you need. So that is the Whova platform. And again, we're available on standby to help you figure any of that out as well. And I also too wanted to tell you to please share your successes as well. You know, some of the times we're so focused on things that are difficult or are hard for our communities. I want to call everybody economic developers. As economic developers or community leaders, it's really important that we share the positives of our community as well. So please use that platform or talk to your fellow attendees about what's going well in your communities. And that's always helpful too. All of this would not have been possible without the help of one of our AAD Board of Directors, Tim Swan. Tim is the Deputy Town Manager and Economic Development Director with the town of Wickenburg. Like I mentioned, he's on our board and he's a terrific housing resource. He also worked in the city of Page, so he has vast statewide experience on this topic. And he'll also be moderating the event, our symposium, for the next 2 days. So right now I wanted to turn it on over to Tim, who will introduce our speaker and lead us through the day.
Good. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is doing well and getting their dose of vitamin C or coffee by this time of day already. I'll be moderating the event for the next 2 days here. Feel free to reach out, use that platform that Carrie had spoke about earlier, and let's get collaborating. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to someone who doesn't need any introduction, one of the leaders of our great state of Arizona, Evelyn Kasuga. Evelyn is the current director of Community and Economic Prosperity with the Center of the Future of Arizona. And Evelyn, if you want to go ahead and take the reins.
All right, Tim, thank you. Carrie, thank you, and all of the AAED team. As many of you know, I've been involved with AAED for a very long time, probably longer than some of you have been around the earth. So, so it's been a long time and always a pleasure. And thank you for including me as part of this solution-based conversation about housing in rural Arizona. And looking at the participant list, the communities represented, I've had the good fortune of working for pretty much every single community that I saw represented by those of you participating, and a lot of partners over the years with all of the organizations, nonprofit and profit, that we've partnered together to support Arizona in any number of ways, particularly in economic and community development areas. So let me go ahead and share screen, and we're hoping that this works for me. Yay, I hope you are all seeing this. Somebody give me a thumbs up. Okay, Carrie, yes. Okay, thank you so much. So to set the stage for the many very wise and knowledgeable speakers that you're going to be hearing from over the next 2 mornings, I'll be touching on a very high level perspective of what Arizonans have expressed, what they want for themselves, their families, the state of Arizona. As I know most of you listening are in economic and community development, as Carrie pointed out, or community leaders in general, it's always good to have the other aspects of community life in mind as we're going to be delving into the rural housing issue. So those of you who don't know, Center for the Future of Arizona, we've been around for about 20 years, and many of you know our founding chair, Dr. Laddie Kaur, who's the president emeritus of ASU, and our current president and CEO, Dr. Sybil Francis. And we do this work through our pillars of education, workforce development, and civic health. So it's about bringing Arizonans together to build that stronger and brighter future for our state. I know we've worked with a number of you already over the years. So those of you around may recall CFA actually did the first Gallup Arizona poll back in 2009. So we've done this work prior. And the best way, as we discovered, to find out what Arizonans view about their state and their communities as well, is to ask them. So that's why we commissioned and partnered with Gallup, again, the gold standard in terms of polling throughout the world globally, to conduct the 2020 Gallup Arizona survey to help us understand, because things have changed from 10 years ago, the priorities of Arizonans, and to provide a basis for regional and statewide action to drive Arizona forward. Those of you who like a little more detail before I dive into some of the points of the survey, we conducted this between August and October of 2020. Okay, just remember what we all were doing. We were in the midst of this crazy pandemic. We had a huge national election looming before us. So that was kind of the context of when this survey was taken. The survey does identify what matters most. And if you'll note in the third bullet there, we mailed this random sample to adults, of course, but we did oversample rural and communities of color to make sure that those voices were heard. And there were 80 questions, so it was not an easy. Some of you may have taken this survey at this time. I know I've run into people like, oh, I was one of those and I responded, which is a good thing. And we appreciate, because like I said, 80 questions covering a broad range of topics, and it was conducted in English and Spanish. So we do have boatloads of data. So what I'm giving you today is just a sample. It's a teaser deck. We do have hard copy summaries available, as it's also online. But today, this is just the context for the rural housing discussion. So here's the headline. Start with that at the beginning. Arizonans do overwhelmingly agree on 7 shared public values. And I'll get into those a little bit later. But these are issues where 70%, so that's a substantial number, 70% or more of Arizonans agree. And this is across your geography, right? You're all from all over the state of Arizona, not just for geography, income, education level, political affiliation, and race or ethnicity. So sounds good at this point. This is where we agree, healthcare, education, good paying jobs and education, right? What's more important to economic development folks? Sustainable practices, but also, if you notice, keep building a democracy that works for all and having leaders who listen and lead, equity for all people. So let us move forward. So here are some major findings about where we do agree. Look at those numbers. 92% ensured that all public schools have highly qualified teachers and principals. Because it is important to know where we agree. That's the foundation for action, and hopefully to build also public will around making changes in Arizona where we need. And I'm not going to go through all of these points, as I said, because we have this information available to you. So although we do agree, there are certainly opportunities to ensure that Arizonans have a place in that success and spotlight challenges where we have disparities. And so you'll note some of those. And what I'll point out is, if you look at that third bullet for our economic development practitioners, only 46% of Arizonans who earn less than $60,000 a year are satisfied with opportunities to advance their education or training in our state. And then won't belabor the broadband issue, but the next one, 27% of Arizonans with children say the cost of childcare is preventing them from going back to school or to work. So what does that tell us about our talent pool and are saying about our future? So for the most part, we have a lot of people who love it here, right? I'm proud to live in Arizona. We've got about 70%. So for our economic development audience here, 30% of Arizonans say the next generation standard of living will be better than now, while 36% say it will be worse. So that kind of gives us a room for pause here. And this is kind of a little bit disheartening to me as a economic development perspective as well. We find that young college-educated Arizonans are especially unlikely to be optimistic about life in Arizona. Only 34% of them agree that Arizona is headed in the right direction, versus 45% of the rest of Arizonans. And then the other figure that I would point out, only 45% of that young college-educated Arizona agree that Arizona is the perfect place for people like them, versus 64%. That's a potential to lose talent once again. So just something to think about. In terms of education, I know a lot of you know and have a sense for some of this, where 84% of Arizonans, we believe that highly educated and skilled population is good for the state's economy. All right, we can get our arms around that. However, on the other side of that is that only 26% agree that K-12 public education is in the state is of high quality. But on the other side, part of the 42 action steps here are where Arizonans agree what we can do to improve our state's education. And not to go through all of them, you can read them. We have them available, as I said. And it's good that we have specific actions that Arizonans have said are important for them. I would just point out the last one there: Arizona should spend more money on K-12 public education. So this is the voices of Arizonans who have spoken to this particular point. And in terms of health and well-being, while 60% of Arizonans say they're satisfied with the quality of health care they receive, that does leave about 2 million Arizonans dissatisfied with health care. And more specifically, less than half of rural Arizonans, 48%, are satisfied with the quality of health care they receive. And this, of course, was emphasized over our, well, during and currently in our state of affairs. So jobs and economic opportunity, some highlights to point out here for our audience. So this was, once again, in the midst of the pandemic. So a lot of job loss, permanent job loss specifically. So if you look at this, this tells us that 2 times as many of Arizonans with no post-secondary degree or certificate lost their jobs as those who did have that post-secondary degree or certificate. Another data point to keep in mind is we are all working in our communities in terms of those good paying jobs that everyone desires. So this is my only housing slide because I think you're going to see a lot of other data points with regard to housing over the next couple of mornings. All this is saying, and this was work that the CFA had done, working specifically with young talent and making sure and seeing what is young talent, what is going to drive young talent to want to stay here and not leave the state of Arizona for potentially greener pastures. So the trends, as you see in housing affordability, the trend is going in the wrong direction. And sorry, Yuma, for that interesting blip. We probably just didn't have any data for that period of time in 2020, that first quarter. But you can see that the declining affordability is what's going on and why we're all here for the next couple of days. But actions to drive the jobs and economic opportunity forward. So, and all of you are rolling up your sleeves doing this already, creating more opportunities to build careers, and especially for young people. I know there's some of us who are in a different age range on participating and participating as presenters, but there's a lot of young folks and new folks and new faces that I'm seeing that are participating in this as well. So this is all about you guys. And hopefully we've left some good opportunity to work on. Improving economic stability for those lower wage workers through improved, and this is for our economic development folks, and as you're working with your companies, either in your communities or about to come into your community, or hopefully will come into your education and training, and opportunities advance are important to all Arizonans currently and moving ahead into the future. And of course, here's the high quality options for childcare pops up again in here in this action step. And of course, ensuring equitable and inclusive economic recovery. It's the rising tide lifts all boats. We all know this. So environment and sustainable future, we got to touch on this. It is Arizona. So as you see in this slide, Arizonans treasure the state's natural beauty and rate its outdoor parks, public spaces, and arts and culture very highly. And I know this is critical and a high point in terms of rural Arizona. So we need to make sure that we're taking care of this because Arizonans do love our geography, love the place. In the area of civic engagement and leadership, that's what we're doing here together. And I know there are other organizations across the state that are working to make sure that we do have this, and this is civic engagement and leadership. And these are the action steps where Arizonans have said, hey, we can do something about this, creating those ways to come together, just like we're doing together today to better understand and work through those differences. Ensuring responsive, transparent, data-driven culture in elected leadership. So I know there are probably a few elected leaders, and including my mayor from Casa Grande is on this call as well. So these are what Arizonans are saying. They're willing to step up and and they would like to see more action in these areas. And the other areas talk about making voting more accessible. And this was another aspect of the survey, making sure fair, just, and equitable systems was addressed. And here's what Arizonans said: addressing systemic racism is a key issue for the future success of the state. And there's a number of other items right there that you all are probably taking into consideration as you're working through your community leaders, as well as working with your companies, because it just provides that system of greater success and opportunities for all. And this was a point that was raised in this survey and not addressed in the 2009 survey. The whole notion of the immigration system here in Arizona. So Arizonans, if you look at the numbers here, 86% want to see a path to citizenship for DACA, for the Dreamers, and that comprehensive immigration reform includes that pathway to citizenship, 86% on both counts. So as I'm coming to a close, oh, I'm going faster than we thought, Tim. You're going to have a little bit more time. So our shared public values, not going through any of this. So we touched on those shared public values earlier in the presentation, but here are those 42 actions to drive Arizona forward. And hopefully you'll have time to look at this a little more closely, because you can take them home take them home and incorporate them into some of the work. Much in common in Arizona. We certainly agree more than we disagree with these shared core values, public values, and actions. And the survey itself is, once again, Arizonans have said what matters most to them, and this hopefully provides that basis for regional and statewide action to drive Arizona forward. I know we'll be taking this presentation to a number of your regions across the state to continue delivering this message. So to almost close here, so we all do this together, right? This is not one person or organization. The job rests on all of us coming together. And as we listen, as we're gathered here and listen to our presenters today and tomorrow, let's keep in mind that these shared public values, and where Arizonans agree, is where indeed we can move to action. So as I said, we'll be sharing the findings of this report. And if any of you want specific other information, like I said, we have more boatloads of information with regard to demographics, geography, all kinds of, race, income. So we can slice and dice the data to get more specific if you're looking for more information. So please give me a call or any of my colleagues at Center for the Future of Arizona. And hopefully with this information, it helps you all as practitioners in the field, in community and economic development, with your own goals and your actions to inform policy practice and as in investments, as we're coming to some budget conversations. And hopefully we will continue to collaborate with all of you on these shared public values and action. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close, because I think I did it in the 20 minutes I was allowed. So with that, I am going to kick this back over to Tim. And thank you so much. And I think you'll have the information. My contact information is in the WUVA app, as well as I know most of you know how to get a hold of me. So please feel free to reach out. If you go to arizonafuture.org, you will find a number of pieces of information, reports, and data that you might have interest in that goes a little bit deeper, but we can also customize some of the information that I've shared with you today as well. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I think we're going to have a lot of meat on the bone to address our rural housing dilemma. Thank you so much.
Evelyn, thank you so much for setting the stage for Arizona as it pertains to housing. So we have a little bit of time on this subject here. And if we can go ahead and use the function of raise hands, we can entertain a few questions before we move on to the bulk of the sessions here. So if there are any current questions for Evelyn, as she had set the stage for housing, please go ahead and hit raise hand. And for those who are new to Zoom, you go ahead and hit the reaction section and hit raise hand to raise that function there.
Okay, I see Mayor Craig Casagrande. You have a question.
Hi, Evelyn. Good morning. And good
Hi.
morning to everyone. Hey, I just wanted to ask you, Evelyn, that policy statement that you had, almost the last slide, is that something that we could get a copy of? It'd be interesting to try and maybe compare that to our strategic plan as we move forward.
Absolutely. Craig, you know where to go to hold of me, so I'll definitely provide the information that you're looking at. Yes.
All right, thank you.
We will also be sending out, excuse me, a follow-up with all the recorded videos and all the handouts as well. So you'll have that information after our last session.
All right, this is the wake up session, right? Everybody, the coffee hasn't kicked in perhaps. Sheila.
Unmute.
See your hand
There we
up.
go.
There.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering how we develop a closer bond between community economic development and the need for housing for everyone in our communities. That seems to be something I see a lot of community economic development reports and very little about housing. We concentrate on jobs, we concentrate on infrastructure, we concentrate on all the things you talked about, which are incredibly important. Don't get me wrong. But how do we make that connection between having housing for everyone in our communities with all the other things that are needed in economic development?
Yes, I think that's why Tim wanted to have this session specifically to your point, Sheila, because I think not that I can answer, I'm only representing Evelyn in the response, but I know that was what drove this particular rural housing symposium, is to raise this issue and this topic. And as we can see that there's a lot of folks who have signed up to attend this. So I think the connection is being made as we speak. And I think that it will be, as you present and a number of other speakers over the next couple of mornings are going to make that point. So yeah, thank you for being here and participating. That's why you're here. You're one of the gurus. I know this. We've got a lot of years working in this space in Arizona.
Well, I certainly have a lot of years, that's for sure.
I'm included in there. Any other questions? Do I see any other hands? I don't see anything. If somebody just wants to put something in the chat, ask any questions, we can do that as well. Carrie.
Hey, thanks. I didn't want to jump in. Sheila, I love that question. I think what we're seeing across the state of Arizona is like an understanding of how important some of these topics are to economic development. And we're seeing, like Cottonwood and Sedona teaming up on having a housing manager to help them out. And I would say just in the last 2 years, we're seeing a lot of topics that we've never really talked about before in economic development coming to the forefront, and an understanding that quality of life issues are all economic development issues, and sort of an expanding of what we consider economic development into sort of a holistic quality community development type atmosphere. So we're definitely seeing that across the nation, but also in Arizona. And I do think that we're going to see a lot more people adding cities and towns adding somebody to deal with housing. And we've already seen sort of the arts and some of these other topics how they play into economic development and specific managers to help cities and towns out along the way. So a great question and great point. And I think we're just going to keep seeing even more of that.
Thanks, Carrie. To expound on that, so sort of anecdotally, 10 years ago in the world of economic development, the biggest questions regarding the housing was where the C-level executives going to live. But nowadays it's where's anybody going to live? So that has become a significant barrier. And if anybody disagrees with the statement, a significant barrier to economic development, thus being housing, go ahead and raise your hand, and love to hear from you. But that statement alone leads into housing being paramount to everything that we're doing in terms of growth of communities, planning of communities, strategizing, leadership, and everything like that. So it's really taking the evolution of the trends that we're facing nowadays and incorporating them into real and actionable steps, because as time progresses, things change, just like the comment on broadband today. Broadband is definitely something that is considered something that is inherent to success and inherent to moving forward, where again, 10 years ago, it was, to some considered more of a luxury. So appreciate all the feedback, all the questions here. Please use the Whova app to entertain those questions, not just during the session, but beyond as well. If there's any additional questions, go ahead and raise your hands here. But again, I want to thank Evelyn for your time here, setting the stage for Arizona here. So this is going to tee us up for the meat and potatoes section of the rest of the symposium. All right, everybody, welcome back. And welcome to the meat and potatoes section of the Rural Housing Symposium. The foundation of this symposium is to bring forward real and actionable steps that you, as community leaders, can bring back home to your communities and actually begin implementing. So as we know, there are no silver bullet solutions or one-size-fits-all strategies for any community, large, small, rural, or in any metro area. So I want to prompt you here. So leaders here today, take hold of the strategies that you learn throughout the symposium, take those that are most applicable to you, and really keep moving forward. If you learn of new strategies, obviously there's evolving best practice. Use that as a catalyst, reach out, collaborate, and again, keep moving forward. As a quick reminder, these sessions are being recorded and will be available to you at the close of the symposium. And again, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the first session, Where to Start, that is going to be facilitated by one of the foremost authorities on housing in the state of Arizona, Sheila Harris of Sheila Harris Consulting. Sheila.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate the warm welcome, and thank you, Evelyn, for setting the stage today as we begin our discussions. I know several of you on the call, but not all of you. I am the founding director of the Arizona Department of Housing. Arizona was only the 49th state to create a housing department. Kansas followed us shortly thereafter, and that didn't happen until 2002. So in some respects, I think we're in the place where we are with regards to the lack of housing options in our state, because we haven't focused on this as a state until, quite frankly, rather recently. Prior to becoming the state housing director, I worked in community economic development at Phoenix Revitalization Corporation. I also worked for the Corporation for Supportive Housing, helping them create an office here in Phoenix to develop housing and options of services for people who are experiencing homelessness. So I have a long history. I also got a PhD from Arizona State University, and the topic of my dissertation was the roles of nonprofits in creating affordable housing. And I looked at the cities of Boston, Chicago, and San Francisco because they were leaders in that arena. And that was prior to us even having a housing department. So a little water under the bridge, but I've looked at this topic from a lot of different ways, and I'm here to kind of set the stage. And I'm going to then turn it over to Rick Merritt and Danny Cord of Elliott Pollock and Company to talk about some housing projects that the two of us have worked on the last few years. So I believe Rick is going to run slides for us. We've merged our presentation into one slide deck. So go ahead, Rick, and we'll get started.
If I could just give an introduction, Sheila has been a great assistant in putting these programs together with her huge background. I just wanted to start out with, you know, this is what we're going to be working on is how do you analyze a housing market? How do you deal with the situations you're working in? And unfortunately, the housing market has really been turned upside down over the past few years even. And in some ways, it's reminiscent of what happened after the Great Recession, when we saw housing prices bump up hugely, 2004, 2005, 2006, and then drop precipitously. We're not in that situation today. It's a different type of market we're heading into, or we've been in. But we'll try to get through that and let you know a little bit about where we think things are going. So what we'll discuss today, we'll start off with Sheila. She'll talk about defining affordable housing. And then Danny and I will launch into trying to find out how you know about your community, the limitations on affordable housing production, particularly in the rural communities. And then we'll talk about the toolkit of affordable housing programs. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sheila.
Thanks, Rick. Well, one of the things that I noticed the most when I was traveling around the state as housing director back in the early 2000s was there were a lot of four-letter words thrown around about affordable housing. But when it came to the rural communities, the four-letter word I heard most was when. When can we have housing that's affordable in our community? So this is not a problem that is new to rural Arizona. This is a problem that's continued for quite a period of time. And I think part of the challenge is that there is a definite stigma when people say affordable housing. And if you would go to the next slide, Rick, we can see that. Okay, there we go. Why we may have some of this confusion. This comes from the Economic Times. Affordable housing refers to housing units that are affordable by that section of society whose income is below the median household income. Well, there's so many things wrong with this definition, one of which is you never use the word that you're trying to define in the definition, because you never then define what quote unquote affordable is. It also has some pejorative language and by that section of society. Quite frankly, if we go on to the next slide, I think this is how we should define affordable housing. Housing that's affordable, meaning you're not paying more than about 30% of your income for housing. Because as we all know, there are many other costs associated with raising a family, with just even if you're a single person, there's costs for food, for insurance, for medical care, which none of us can predict what that's going to be, food, clothing, insurance. So if you're going to be able to meet all of your obligations and have a life where you maybe get to travel or take up hobbies or do something other than work, you really kind of should try and see what we can do to not spend more than 30% of your income for housing. And that's a rule that if we'd have followed in 2007 and 6, I don't think we would have had 2008 and 9. Because people got into loans for homes that they could not afford. They were spending much more than 30% of their income. And in some cases, their income was phantom income. So we ended up with a huge recession challenge as a result of not being honest about what our incomes were, as well as developing housing in a variety of ways that could help us produce housing so people didn't have to spend more than 30% of their income on housing. So if we move on to the next slide, there's a term that's out there now that a lot of people are using called attainable housing. And honestly, I don't really know what that means. So if you go to the next slide, I think people are using that term because they feel it is somewhat less pejorative than talking about affordable housing. But quite frankly, attainable housing to me implies attainable as a goal, as a possibility. And I think everybody on this call doesn't want housing to be a possibility. They want it to be a reality. So I think some of our challenges have to do with the language that we've used and how we have set the stage in talking about having housing for everybody in our communities. Which leads me to the next slide, where we talk a little bit about different housing types. We're very familiar with single family homes and multifamily homes. Some of us have not standing room only, but single resident occupancy hotels or living places within our communities. These are, generally speaking, smaller units with common areas that are shared by residents. And this can reach very, very low and formerly homeless individuals to provide them with safe, decent quality housing. Another kind of trend we're seeing is multi-generational housing, where you have, the grandma and the kids and their kids all in the same place. It could also be a family that is maybe not related genetically, but an auntie or roommates or those kinds of things. We just also need to think about how we can use some of the stock that we have and make sure that it can be adapted or modified so we can house more people perhaps at a single location. And then co-housing, which definitely gets into more of the shared housing experience. And I realize some of these are not necessarily options in certain communities right now. You may not have the zoning restriction, there may be zoning restrictions against them. So some of the things that we can do could be in that form rather than building high rises, because that is one of the challenges that many people think. When you say you want to build affordable housing, you're going to plop in a 300 some unit development that's multi-stories and just doesn't fit with the fabric of the community. There are ways we can be creative and create housing opportunities. So as we move on, as I mentioned, there is zoning opportunities in which we can provide more of a platform for different types of housing. NIMBY, not in my backyard, changing that into YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. And there is actually a group in Flagstaff of concerned citizens that has formed a YIMBY group, and they go to city council meetings every time that there's anything on the agenda regarding housing, advocating for affordable housing in their community. So there are ways that people can get involved in this, whether you're working for the city or just living in the city and wanting to make it be a place where all can live. Density is always an issue that everybody kind of gets concerned about and worried about, and how does that affect my property value? And that's one of the challenges we have in America, is where so much of our personal wealth is tied up in the ownership of our property. And so anything that happens that might affect that makes people worried and nervous and causes them to go before city councils and other places saying, you're affecting my life, you're affecting my quality of life. But I think there are ways in which, through gentle density, we can add units to our communities without the multi-storied high rise. Some communities are using accessory dwelling units, meaning a separate structure on a single family lot that perhaps a grandma or auntie or even a college student might be living in. And that way you're increasing the density of your community, you're increasing affordable housing opportunities in your community without having to construct huge amounts of structures that maybe are not welcomed by the community. I'm also seeing a trend in where some people are purchasing single family homes, 3, 4, 5 bedroom homes, and then they're renting out the rooms, the bedrooms. So you have not changed anything in the community, but you have allowed more people in the community to live in existing structures. We also have some challenges with governmental regulations, and this somewhat goes back to zoning, but it also gets into other areas in which it restricts or suggests or demands that certain square footages be set aside for units that are habitable for housing. And so some of this is a regulatory challenge to face and an opportunity for communities to perhaps alleviate some of those restrictions, thereby easily including and creating more units. Now, because of all of the restrictions of COVID, we've got the additional challenge of supply chain disruption. And in fact, this is causing a lot of people not to, maybe they could build a house, but they can't get the washer dryer or the disposal or the dishwasher or other things that they need in order for their home to be complete. I've just seen where there's been approval to extend the period of time that low-income housing tax credits can be used in which to build affordable developments because of supply chain disruption. Generally speaking, from the time you get your award, you have 2 years in which to build your units under the low-income housing tax credit. That's had to be extended because people were just not able to get the supplies that they needed in order to complete the home. We'll go on, Rick, to the next slide, please. And this is where I'm going to turn it back over to Rick, and he's going to talk really about some of the specific information that we gathered for a couple of reports we've done, which are going to be shared later in this symposium. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Rick, now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, Danny Court and I are with Elliott D. Pollock and Company. We've worked here in the Valley for a real long time, and I've done a number of studies. And one of the things I really wanted to focus on was how the housing sector is really critical. It's a really critical economic issue. When Tim Swan originally came to me and offered an opportunity to speak at this, I thought it was a little unusual that AAED was sponsoring it, but it really makes a lot of sense because if you don't have a good housing market, you aren't going to have a real healthy economy. And so the one thing that I put up here is the states that are losing population, and you can look at California, New York, Illinois, places that really today aren't particularly functioning very well. I'm not sure how Massachusetts got on there, but they have a pretty healthy economy from what I know. But the top 3 are really the ones that are having a difficulty. And just to give you an example, I sold a house about 1.5 years ago. It was purchased by a New Yorker who lived on Long Island. And the reason they were moving is that their property taxes were $35,000 a year. That's obviously a pretty hefty payment on a monthly basis. And that's one of the things that really had them move out of New York. Same thing's happening in California. I have a lot of neighbors who are from Chicago area where they talked about the same type of thing. So those are the types of things that really indicate something's not working in the economy very well. And you can see where the population gains are occurring in Texas, Florida, Arizona. North Carolina has really started to pop now. But everybody, or a lot of people, are obviously heading to the west and to the south to get to better environments. It's really important that we provide housing, affordable housing for essential personnel. A lot of times we think of essential personnel as police, firemen, nurses, people like that. But there are really a lot of jobs and industries that are very essential to the continuing function of the economy. And I remember back in March and April of 2020, when everybody was worried about what was going to happen to the economy, that we had the pandemic starting to really hit. And I was really grateful to be able to go to the grocery store and buy groceries. And there were people there that literally were almost sacrificing their health to work. And it really made an impression on me. You talk about truck drivers as well, getting the goods to the stores and to the retail establishments, things like that. So we really need these people to have affordable housing for a working economy. But just to show you what's happened in the last couple of years, this is the increase in apartment rents over the last 11 years or so. And you can see where things are going, particularly since 2018. We've had an average of 9.5% increases in rent since that time. A little bit of a downward trend in 2020. I think we expected that, but a huge bounce back in 2021. Some of this is because more of the apartment market is being driven by the higher end of the market. There's a lot of those units that are being built right now. but huge increases in apartment rents, and I'm sure we're seeing that across the whole state at this point. And this is just a little bit different example of where things are going, but you can see, things were pretty flat through 2013, then started to go up, and we end up at 1366 as the average monthly rent. This is in Greater Phoenix once again, and we're starting to see vacancy rates really start to decline. We're at 5.8%, but if you take out the units that were built between 2019 and 2021, which are once again the higher end apartments and newer apartments that are in lease up, you get to a vacancy rate of about 4.3%. So very, very tight market, something we haven't seen really in decades in the apartment market. So one of the things we wanted to focus on was getting to know your community. And this will really set the stage for the types of tools and programs that you use to work on housing affordability. So in terms of just housing affordability, you want to compare incomes with rents and home values and look at rent burden, employment characteristics and economic characteristics of the community, the types of jobs that are there. Is it a tourism-based economy? Is it something out in the rural areas where it's maybe a mining community, something like that, where it's dominated in different ways? You want to look at where people live versus where they work. We found in working in the Prescott area that Prescott isn't imports employees into their community, but just across the border, Prescott Valley exports their workers every day. So you want to look at those types of patterns. You want to look at lifestyle. Once again, if it's a tourism community, a vacation home community, a retirement community, those types of things, which will really dictate what you look for in programs. And lastly, changes in population and demographics. To give you an example, in Sedona, we heard anecdotally that there was a loss of families. And when we started to look at the information that was really available, there was falling school enrollment. There was an elementary school that was closed. People were telling us that there were a lack of kids and they couldn't start Little League baseball programs, things like that. So we looked at it, and it was verified by the census data that Sedona, the demographics of Sedona were really changing. So we need to take a look at those aspects as well. So I don't want to talk a whole lot about some of these studies we worked on, because I know you're going to get a lot of that later in these presentations. But we looked at Sedona. It's obviously a tourism dominated economy. It has a very high housing cost, and that has been going up rapidly. There's a limited apartment inventory, which it makes difficult for workers to find housing in the city. Short-term rentals have become a huge problem for them. Out of 5,000 housing units in the city, about 700 are now short-term rentals, or about 14%. And we heard very often from people that teachers and other types of renters were being forced out of their units because they're being converted to short-term rentals. So that can really be an issue when you have a very small community and a limited housing inventory. There's obviously demand for retail, restaurant, and hotel employees, which are very moderate income employees. And if Sedona doesn't have them, the economy is not going to work. And we found that most employees live outside the city. I think it was 60–70% of city employees live outside the city, can't afford to live in the city. So it's a big issue that has really hit the Sedona area. In terms of where people do live in the Sedona area, it's in the Verde Valley, in Cottonwood, Clarkdale, Camp Verde, Jerome to some extent, and there's a large population in the unincorporated county. We found, for instance, at the Enchantment Resort, which I think has about 400 employees or so, the big resort up in the Sedona area, they actually rent somewhere around 90 rooms for their employees down in the Cottonwood area. and they transport them back and forth. And most of them are on visas. They're from foreign countries, but that's the lengths they have to go to get people to work in their hotels. So Verde Valley does have some tourism. They have the Verde Valley Railroad. It's a big retirement community. The average age of people is well up into the mid-50s. It does have a moderate housing cost. There's lots of available land. They do have available apartments, and it is only a 20-minute commute to Sedona. So they do have some opportunities to provide housing for people, but still they are having their issues just as well as Sedona, but at a different type of level. When we looked at Page, once again, it's a tourism dominated economy, but there really is no outlet for housing. It's in an isolated area of the state, and they don't have a Verde Valley to provide housing for them. So there's a lot of employment demand from new hotels. They had 6 or 8 new hotels that were built over the last few years. They do have a moderate cost of housing. A lot of it is mobile homes, but they have a limited apartment inventory. And they do have a short-term rental issue. From what we could see, about 8% of their housing units were in short-term rentals. So once again, reducing the amount of housing that is available for their employees. Another example, a very different example that we worked on was in Greenlee County, and this is copper mining dominated economy. We found that there was plans for expansion of employment at the Morenci mine, and the question was, where are those people going to live? About half the housing units in Greenlee County are owned by Freeport-McMoRan, right on the mining site. They also purchased subdivisions down in Graham County as well. But they wanted to get out of the housing business. So the question is, okay, if you're expanding the mine, where are these people going to live? They have high household incomes for the most part. Sometimes there's 2 people that are mine employees that have really good incomes and can afford housing. There just isn't any good housing to speak of. There's a lot of mobile homes. And there's very low home ownership rates because you can rent a Freeport-McMoRan house, a 3-bedroom house, for about $500 a month. So it's a benefit to live near the mine, but a lot of people get tired of the small units. They want to have acreage, things like that. So we really had to take a look at a very different situation in Greenlee County, which does not have the typical tourism-based economy. It's really just all mining. So that'll give you some example of the types of things we really took a look at. And Arizona's non-urban communities are really faced with obstacles for housing production that we don't find in different areas. They don't have often diversified economies. Once again, they're tourism-based, vacation homes, retirement, mining, things like that. So it's not diversified, and it really makes it difficult in the area of housing production. We often find that there's limited apartment units, which are obviously very helpful for affordable housing, but in often cases, we don't find that in the rural areas. It's, for the most part, affordable housing is provided in the form of mobile homes. In some cases, those mobile homes are very, very old, back before the HUD standards were established in the mid-1970s. So you have a lot of safety issues with those types of units. Short-term rentals, once again, are an issue, particularly in the tourism-based economies. And they often had limited resources and face intense competition for affordable housing. It's very difficult to compete for a low-income tax credit project against the urban areas. If you do get a project like that, or you get a 4% tax credit project, a lot of times there's gap financing that's required, and often the communities do not have those resources to provide that gap financing. But that'll just give you some idea of what we found in the urban areas, or excuse me, the rural areas of the state, and the type of things that are needed to overcome to get into affordable housing. Some of the obstacles to affordable housing are that inclusionary zoning and housing linkage requirements are not permitted under state law, but there are alternatives. And we'll talk a little bit about this more, but some of the communities, Flagstaff in particular, Sedona, have a very strong housing regulatory programs. And if a person comes in to rezone the piece of property to a residential use or a commercial use for that matter, or there's an annexation that occurs, you can start to implement inclusionary zoning type of programs and requirements. So there are ways around it. And Sedona and Flagstaff in particular are using that alternative quite readily throughout their communities. Short-term rentals have become a significant issue because of the small supply of housing. If you have 700 short-term rentals in Sedona, that's a little bit different than having 700 short-term rentals in Scottsdale, Goodyear, anywhere in the urban area here. It's just because there's such a small inventory of housing in those rural communities that short-term rentals become a major problem. And we found that the census data is not current and not particularly accurate, particularly for small communities, and it's not always readily available. We ended up using county assessor records whenever we can. We can get good information on housing values and where they're going. You can also determine how much of a housing market is owned by out-of-state or out-of-county residents. You can do that by looking at tax records, where the tax bills go, things of that nature. So there's very different obstacles that you face in the rural areas versus the urban parts of Arizona. So we took a look at, when we did our study, particularly for Sedona and the Verde Valley, we conducted case studies, and we looked at 4 different communities that were a little bit different. One is Martha's Vineyard off the coast of Massachusetts. It's a very seasonal type of tourism community, about 3 to 4 months in length, the summer months. And they're an island, so they have to ship people. Some people come over every day on the ferry to work. Others try to find housing that is available. And a lot of the hotels, like we found in Sedona, are actually renting communities or renting complexes and houses for their employees to live in. So it's a difficult environment. We looked at Telluride, once more, another ski resort, kind of in an isolated part of the state of Colorado. And they have some very significant programs they have underway. Breckenridge is about an hour-and-a-half drive from Denver. It's more of an urbanized area. There's probably half dozen ski resorts around there, so there's a good employee base, but still they've had to enact some pretty significant housing restrictions and housing programs. And then Flagstaff, I know someone from Flagstaff will be speaking later today or tomorrow. I don't want to step on their parade, but they've done a great job in affordable housing and enacting some very progressive programs that have really helped to stem the tide of affordable housing in the community. I had one more example that I ran across just a few days ago on the lengths that some communities have to go to in dealing with affordable housing. And in Aspen, they've seen the same thing happen there that's happened here in Arizona, where there's been a big run up in the cost or the price of vacation homes. And so they put a moratorium on housing development just in December. They have mitigation fees that when you come in and you build a new home or you demolish a home, there's a fee that they place on those units. And in terms of converting a 2,000 square foot house with a 3,000 square foot house, you will pay the city $180,000. If you replace that 3,000 square foot house with 6,000 square foot house, your mitigation fee is pushing up to about $500,000. So You can say in a lot of ways that this is pushing up the cost of housing. I'm sure it is, but it's the only way they can figure out to replace those units with affordable units for the employees that they have. They've also capped the number of short-term rentals. Those short-term rentals represent about a third of all accommodation units or hotels in the city now. And that's about 15% of all housing units. So once again, another impact from short-term rentals on affordable housing. So they are considering a special tax on short-term rentals. It would be beyond even what some would be taxed on for a hotel unit. So from the case studies we looked at, we came up with a toolkit. And these are some of the ideas that we think may work throughout the state. The one that we really ran into was the Community Land Trust, and there's several hundred of them around the country now. Flagstaff, I think, has two. One is a nonprofit, and the other is run by the city of Flagstaff. And basically what it does is allow a community take ownership of land and either build units on that property, or in a lot of cases, they sell off the land with restrictions on the increase in housing prices that may occur. But that reduces, when you charge basically $1 for a land lease, you're cutting about 15 to 20% out of the cost of the development of the house, and you're reducing the rent that somebody must pay, or the cost of housing that someone must pay. So it's a significant tool to use. It's becoming more and more popular, and I think it's something that most cities should look towards. You need a housing policy, guidelines, and requirements. Sedona has that type of program and policy. Flagstaff does, and that provides for the manner in which you can provide for the needs for the affordable housing market. Deed restricted units. These can be very costly. If you purchase a deed restriction on a single family unit or a condo unit, it gets relatively costly to then restrict the unit to affordable incomes. For instance, in Vail, City of Vail has money available for that. They spend about $2 million a year, but they pay about $80,000 per unit to deed restrict units. We've also found out that if you live in a deed restricted unit and you want to sell it, or if you own a deed restricted unit, it's very difficult for appraisers to determine what the value of that unit is when you don't own the land in particular. So a lot of cities have gone away from deed restricted units, and for apartments, they probably work pretty well. But if you're talking about ownership units, it's a little bit more complicated. You need development incentives, incentives for higher density, less parking requirements, things of that nature, waiver of city fees, things of that nature. Nonprofit housing organizations are very important to make all this work and to provide assistance in the cities doing these particular programs. The Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona works with the city of Flagstaff. Is a great organization. It's just one example of a nonprofit organization and how they can help in these situations. Accessory dwelling units people have looked at. The only problem is they can be turned into short-term rentals unless you're allowed to regulate that in some way. Here in Arizona, we cannot regulate short-term rentals, so that could be an issue. Housing authority can give you some additional benefit. There is no housing authority, for instance, in Yavapai County, so they operate through the state housing authority. And I think in a community or a county with 100,000 housing units, there's only 89 Section 8 certificates at this point. So if you have a housing authority, you probably have a little bit better chance of securing those kind of certificates. You do have GIPLETs, which is a very important tool to be used, particularly in redevelopment areas and downtown central business districts, where you can get 8-year abatements for housing, for property taxes on housing, things of that nature. So it's a really important tool. It's become less impactful if you're not located in a redevelopment area or in a central business district. But if you establish those areas, this can really be a good abatement to tax abatement to get projects underway. There's always a low-income housing tax credit project, but once again, that's highly competitive in the rural areas. Very few are approved in the rural areas over each year, so it's very difficult, very competitive. There's private activity bonds, which are for your 4% tax credit programs. A lot of times they provide or need gap financing, which is often, once again, difficult to generate in rural areas. But those are some of the primary tools that we see as may work in your community and something that you should really take advantage of because they are available today. So just in summary, we really are in uncertain times. There's labor and material shortages that will be with us through probably this year at least. So we're going to have to deal with that. Because of those labor and material shortages, there's going to be an above average rate of inflation that will likely persist through 2022. The cost of housing will continue to increase and rents will continue to increase as well. Because of all these activities going on, we're probably going to see mortgage rates increase. The forecasts I've seen suggest it's going to be somewhere in the mid 3%, maybe upwards of 4% mortgage rates by the end of the year. But it's difficult to tell at this point, and it really is dependent on how the Fed is going to enact any kind of rate increases and how many. I think we're looking at least 3 this year. Some people are saying 4, which would really mean a bump in mortgage rates. But the demand for housing will keep growing in Arizona, even though we have a shortage of units. And we believe there's a shortage of units because there are very few on the market. At one time, we were, I believe, down to about a 1-week supply of housing just a couple months ago. We're now bumping up to about a month of inventory in for sale housing. So it's really been difficult unless we can build more housing. But will there be a downturn in housing in 2022 and 23? We don't think so. The demand is still too high. The inventory is too low. We're hopeful that mortgage rates stay low through most of 2022 and hopefully into 2023. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is the exact opposite of what we saw in 2004, 5, 6, where in a couple of years we built 60,000 single family homes each year, where demand was really about 30,000. We built about 30,000 single family units this year. I think we're going to end up with 10 to 12 multifamily new housing units this year as well. But the inventory is still too low, and the opportunities or the things that can be done to end the housing shortage, we just need to build more housing units because people are coming, and the shortage is not going to go away at this point. So how do we build more housing units? We need more density. Sheila talked a little bit about this. We're seeing that obviously in various types of multifamily units. We're also seeing the build for rent model, the single family rental model that's being built in the suburban areas primarily. We probably need to see smaller units. We need to shorten the development process at all levels of government. We need for the cities to allow technologies that shorten or otherwise reduce building costs. And we need YIMBYs because we're going to be seeing this type of construction and development activity going on in many, many neighborhoods. So unless there is a very poor political decisions that affect the economy, a black swan event, which is something like the pandemic, or unexpected move in interest rates, we think the Arizona economy will continue to be strong through 2023. we just don't see things slowing down with the economic development activity that's going on, the types of things we're seeing in the semiconductor industry and biosciences, things of that nature. So very positive outlook for Arizona over the next couple of years. But just to let you know, things can change, and everything I've said in this presentation is really not written in stone, and we'll have to wait and see how the next year pans out in terms of inflation, mortgage rates, things of that nature. And so if you need to get a hold of us, you can get us at a variety of different ways. We also put together the Monday morning quarterback. You can subscribe to that each week on our website. And Danny Court didn't get to interact too much in this presentation, but he's available for any kind of questions they may have. You can also get a hold of Sheila Harris at sheila@harrisconsult.co, and her phone number as well. I think those addresses are available on the websites.
Yeah, Rick, if you could go back to the previous slide with my contact info on there. There are a couple of resources there. On a couple of, one is a book, The Poor Side of Town and Why We Need It. This is, I don't normally recommend things from the American Enterprise Institute, but it's a very interesting read. It's a short read by Howard Hussock. And his argument is that part of the reason we don't have affordable housing in our communities is that there were certain places in our towns previously that had low income housing, and we have not preserved that. He brings in racial discrimination, et cetera, into his argument. And his premise is we need to maintain those places where we have had affordable ownership, because ownership is a way that people do build wealth. The second document that I have on there is the Missing Middle Pattern Book. And this is something that I think is very useful to all communities. It's provided free by the city of Norfolk, Virginia. And they went in and showed how you can create those gentle density opportunities in your community by converting perhaps a place that was a single family home and also could now be a triplex or a duplex, or maybe you combine a couple lots and you have a sixplex. And that way you're bringing density to your community. You're bringing it in places perhaps that are closer to the downtown and services or bus lines, et cetera, et cetera. And you have the opportunity to integrate different housing types, different housing incomes in a community in a gentle way. So I suggest a lot of people take a look at that. It's free. All you have to do is click on the link, and it's a download of about close to, I think, 100 pages. They have spent a lot of time putting this document together, and it's well worth it. One thing before we go on, I noticed a lot of discussion about giblets in the chat box, and I was wondering, Rick or Danny, if you wanted to talk a little bit more about what that is and how it could be used.
Danny, you want to?
Yeah, a giblet, and people pronounce it in 5 or 6 different ways, but it stands for Government Property Lease Excise Tax. And if you're from anywhere out from around the country, you may have heard of TIF, which is tax increment financing. It's basically Arizona's version of it. And the premise is, I have got a vacant piece of land that I would love to get developed, but for whatever reason, the private sector is not interested. They can't make a profit off of it, or whatever. Somehow the economics don't work for it. So I could come in and incentivize the developer by reducing their property tax liability on that land by quote unquote owning it as a government, so that the land is not subject to property tax because it's owned by government, and then the private developer develops on the land, pays a lease instead of a property tax, and the premise is that the lease would be less than the property tax. So now I've lowered my, development and operating costs, and I can potentially, if it's for affordable housing, potentially I could lower rents on there, or it just makes it so it can pencil for whatever type of development. I think it's more rare on a residential project because you do have to prove out that the development is going to bring in more than the lessee is receiving in benefit. And there's been several restrictions placed on what can be counted as a benefit. So I think that's a tougher hill to climb for a residential project, probably easier on a commercial or employment type of project, but never say never. It's there. I think it's some of it's got its legs cut out from it. It's sort of now just an abatement of property taxes for a number of years, but you will see it from time to time. It is a tool that can be used. There are agencies like Goldwater Institute that are watching those that are, may object to them. But it is there as a potential to sort of look into.
Yeah, and it, as Danny said, it has gone under attack from the legislature, mainly because school districts have complained that they don't end up getting the property tax that they normally would. As I said, I think if you are in a redevelopment area and a central business district, you can abate the tax on that property for 8 years, which is a very helpful way of getting the property underway and started and developed. If you're outside of those areas, that the combination of those two, the excise tax that you have to pay on through the GIPLET probably may not make a whole lot of sense. But it has worked. I think there's 30 projects in downtown Phoenix that are GIPLET projects. There are 60 projects in Tempe that are GIPLET projects. So it's used extensively. It has been used for residential. It's a little bit tougher go there, but it has been used for residential.
Thanks for the clarification. I see Rena has raised her hand. Rena, you have a question or comment?
Yes, I was not sure who to direct this question to, but I wanted to go back to the conversation of the community land trust. I visited the Tempe micro estates a couple months back with the Urban Land Institute group. And I thought that was a solution that it requires a lot of partners. I think they had a dozen partners on that program. But my question is a community land trust something that can be set up by a municipality? And just a real world example, in Pinal County, there's been several RFPs that have gone out from municipalities and the county for developers to bring affordable housing to the county that have gone unanswered. And so I'm wondering if the community land trust can be a solution for the municipalities to deliver on affordable housing and workforce housing if there are no developers that are necessarily ready to step up. Would that be an incentive?
Well, yeah, community land trust can be set up by a city. Flagstaff has their own community land trust. And then I mentioned there's a nonprofit that I think is trying to preserve historic housing. So it can be set up either way. And it really gives the city, in one case, the opportunity to accept land from developers. That's how Flagstaff uses it in a lot of cases. In their housing policy. And for instance, if the city has leftover land, unused land somewhere in the community, part of a park that may not be used for recreational purposes, maybe they could put that into a trust, hold the land, and have a developer come in and build the units. So it's a very good tool. It has a lot of opportunities. And yeah, I don't know why any community in the state probably wouldn't take a look at it. You can form it, it can sit there on the books, and when you need it, it's there and available.
Rena, that's a really good question. And just so you know, tomorrow Devonna McLaughlin from the city of, well, she lives in Flagstaff, but she's with a nonprofit, is going to be talking about community land trusts. So more to come, and more real world experience to share. I don't see any other hands up. There is one other thing I would really like to say, and that is there's been some discussion about how the low-income housing tax credit program can bring housing to rural Arizona, but it's underutilized in rural communities. All of you on this call today have the opportunity to lobby Tom Simplot, again, a speaker tomorrow morning, to say we need more resources devoted to rural Arizona for affordable housing. And every year there's a qualified allocation plan that is put together about how the state is going to use those resources. So the more they hear from people like you, organizations like you, the more the groundswell, the more that document can be altered in which to see that more resources go to providing housing in our rural communities. Having been the director of the department, I know what that's like. It's not necessarily a lot of fun for the director, but you know, when you sign up for the job, you get what you get. So that's one way to influence how those resources are used. Tim, I think we need to turn this back to you.
Thank you so much, Sheila here, and thank you, Rick, Daniel, Sheila, everybody for your insight and sharing of the best practices on sort of where to begin the conversation when it comes to housing, especially in the, I'm going to go ahead and coin the term, the post-2020 housing market. So like attainable housing, we'll figure out where that term came from, and it would be here. So I did have a question to prompt for the group, kind of as a summary here. So my question is what is step one for a community? What can they do to uncover the housing demand in this post-2020 housing market?
That's a great question. I think it starts with data. I think you noticed in Rick's presentation, he's showing you multifamily housing trends in Maricopa County. And the reason is because there are data vendors that are tracking it on a quarterly basis and reporting it. And what do you do in a rural, we take on rural market studies. What do we have to do? We have to call and recall and call again and go up to the sites and ask property managers. There's just, you have to do that work. And the only way you can show a trend is if you do it on a regular basis. So we just did this in Prescott, just completed an apartment market study. I can tell you that the rents there are just the same as in Greater Phoenix. We're seeing 20-30% growth in rents in the whole Quad City area. And the only reason we know that is because someone hired us to do a market study last month, and someone happened to have hired us last year. So we have that comparison. Otherwise, you don't have that data. But I have seen publications, and I'll point to Flagstaff again, where they've gone out proactively and done that survey work on a regular basis and published the results of it. So how do I know that Cottonwood's now at, I think, only 2 or 3% vacancy in apartments? Well, I think an apartment developer would be pretty interested in knowing that information, that there's no vacant units in a community. Maybe there's an opportunity there, but without a publication or a regular source to view, they're stuck with going and doing a market study on their own. But a community could proactively create that data source for them and publish it. But it's boots on the ground, especially in the rural places. It's calling those places. It's getting the assessor data and making it available to the development community.
Sheila, Rick, did you have anything else to add to that? Thank you, Danny.
I think that really sums it up. I mean, you can get a lot of anecdotal information from speaking with people. We did in Sedona and Verde Valley. We did a lot of that. We did a survey in Sedona of where people work, what kind of incomes they have. So you can do surveys like that. They get sometimes time consuming. The Verde Valley did their own survey through the community college. So that's the problem. If you don't have data, you have to go somewhere else. And in this case, surveys seem to work pretty well. But data is the start of it. And just recognizing a little bit about the economy of the community. What really is driving it. And in some cases, I mentioned it, mining in some cases, in other cases, it's tourism. So there's lots of ways to attack it, but as Danny said, it's tough where you don't have the databases available.
Absolutely.
think-
That's a great point. Sorry to jump in. Go ahead.
That's okay. Once you get that data, it doesn't have to be exhaustive. It can be 3 or 4 points that you repeatedly share. And that's through government officials, elected officials, people in the community leaders, and creating that voice. And that, I think, will do a lot to move things forward.
Sheila, thank you for being very concise with that answer. So developing that narrative that can be shared, I think it is extremely important, and shared with the leadership, shared with, developers. We heard from the presentation prior that, step 1, attain more housing. Step 2, attain more housing. Step 3, get more housing. Step 4, get more housing. So we know that getting data can be difficult and challenging, especially in rural communities. This challenge is further compounded by the lack of access to resources and a little something called adequate funding. So to the group again, what direction do you give to any of the community leaders that we have here today on getting that data? Because it looks like that is where the dollar starts. That's where the conversation begins. And to preface this, is our next conversation is, once we have that data, this is what it will lead to. So Rick, Danny, Sheila, if you would be able to talk on that.
Well, certainly collecting data is very important, and the ability to do that. What I found in the Verde Valley and Sedona is the commitment on the part of the community leaders to really tackle housing. And in a lot of cases, in most cases, they're probably facing down against people that don't want to see this type of development happen. But they've made a huge commitment. Sedona in particular, fortunately, they're a community that has a lot of income, a lot of retail sales tax. They've done very well through the pandemic. I was up there and the traffic was horrendous. There's so many people driving into Sedona, just trying to get out of the city. But they have really put their mouths where it really needs to be, and that is to attack affordable housing. They are putting money into the program, hundreds of thousands of dollars, even into the millions. And so it really takes a commitment. And as I said, in a lot of cases, you're facing off against people that don't want to see change. So my hat's off to them for doing what they've done.
A few comments on that. One, a shout out to the communities of the Verde Valley who pooled resources together to do a scope of work where, Jerome, may not be able to take on a housing needs assessment by themselves, but they can perhaps come up with $5,000 to put in, and we can just choose a geography in which to do that analysis. So that was one where it was unique to us to see that, and to see that that collaboration, county, VV Rio, organizations, community college, and the municipalities, putting in some sweat equity too. The community college, taking on a survey that in Sedona we had taken on privately to do. So things like that. There are also, Greenlee County, it was commissioned by the Council of Governments, by CEGO, but I believe through funded through a grant from a major employer, which can have some drawbacks, but it can provide a resource that way as well. So, we've seen that. And then I'll say the third thing is, there's no defined way of figuring out what your housing market is. Sedona did a very official and very in-depth housing needs assessment study, but as housing economists, we can scope to a budget as well. So Again, it doesn't have to be a bar that you need to reach in terms of funding. It can be, this is what we have available. What possibly could we get done? Maybe prioritize what you'd like to see, what research would be, what can be accomplished within a certain budget.
I would just say this is kind of what Mary's going to get into in her next presentation. But again, going back to Danny's comment, it doesn't have to be an exhaustive study. It needs to be fact-based. It needs to be those maybe 5 bullet points that then becomes your narrative, whether it's you, the city, the developers, the community is consistent. Because once you have a consistent voice, you're going to be able to be much more effective in raising the resources you need to make that a reality.
And I'm just one more thing. I'm sorry I left out the Verde Valley when I talked about Sedona, but they too, the Verde Valley, the cities in the Verde Valley are putting up the money for this person who is jointly funded by Cottonwood and Sedona to tackle the housing issues. So, you know, it's in this case, it's taken a bunch of cities to tackle the problem, and they're all putting up their share of the funding for it. So it's you know, it's good to see. It's good, really good to see. Mary's done a great job. Ron has done a good job, Ron Corbin. So I didn't want to leave them out as well.
Awesome. Again, thank you so much, presenters here. So a little bit of the golden nuggets. Again, develop that narrative. It doesn't need to be you know, fully comprehensive. Leverage partnerships both locally as well as regionally. You've just heard of 2 examples here. Another golden nugget here is to help foster a yes in my backyard you know, effort to be proactive towards housing, you know, maybe even in zoning cases, because a lot of times, as we learned here, that can be a non-starter. Instill a unified community vision that we want more housing, general, more housing, more housing, more housing. So those little nuggets that we're getting out of these presentations here are what this housing symposium is based on. So those steps are something that you can take home with you right now and begin implementing right now. All of those steps, like we know, are not a single silver bullet, and each of those steps may not be a one-size-fits-all scenario for you all. But again, we need to be proactive. We need to move forward. And with that, I want to thank our speakers. Once again, we'll be seeing Sheila again tomorrow, as well as throughout the day today. All right, everybody, welcome back. We'll now be going through how to turn that data into action through community and regional solutions. The next session is very unique and talks about a region's successes and gives not only the region's perspective, but the perspective of individuals and communities as well. So I would like to introduce you to Mary Chiquina, the Executive Director for the Verde Valley Regional Economic Organization. Mary has been a key player in some of the major housing successes in and throughout the Verde Valley. So, Mary.
Thanks, Tim. And I think you're giving me too much credit. It's the people who will be speaking a little later in my presentation that really deserve the credit for what we're doing. Before we start talking about the solutions, if you will, and what the actions are, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the Verde Valley process. It's already been sort of alluded to during the 2 presentations this morning, and I really appreciate that. But here's what the Verde Valley regional approach was. Back in 2018, the Verde Valley did a regional economic development strategic plan. And we were really fortunate that as we looked at the plan and looked at the top priorities of what we needed to implement first to really begin to look at a thriving economy, there were 3 issues we had to address: broadband, workforce development, and housing. So since that time, and even before, housing has been a real priority in the Verde Valley. What happened then is actually the city of Sedona brought together a whole group of regional constituents, and out of the conversations came the real need to have research within the Verde Valley. The city of Sedona, as spoken of this morning, took the lead on that and did a significant investment in doing housing study and doing needs assessment. And obviously, because the Verde Valley is so small, if you will, a lot of the work that came out of the Sedona study related to the region as a whole. that gave us an opportunity to say, let's piggyback on to the City of Sedona study and let's the region come together and also look at other issues that are more focused even on some of the other communities outside of Sedona, because very honestly, there are no boundaries in the Verde Valley. We're crossing over all the time. And as Rick Merritt said this morning, we were very fortunate to be able to partner with the Yavapai College Regional Economic Development Center. There were a team of us who developed the survey that we used, but they helped to analyze all of that through the center, through their institutional research area. We used our entire regional resources to push out the survey, even having cards made and having them on buses so that we were bilingual and we were getting as many responses as we could. And fortunately, we got about 2,000 responses to all of that work we did that really helped to shape the responses in the surveys. So partly one of the purpose of the survey that's been said this morning, or the study that we did, is that we need data, we need research to really make solid decisions and to move forward. And like all of your communities, there is a whole lot of anecdotal information and there are personal opinions and perceptions. And we all know that perceptions are a person's personal reality, but may not totally be accurate when we're looking at the region as a whole. So the research that we have has given us a really solid foundation to move from. As we talked about, every entity within the Verde Valley was a part of this, including the college, the county, VV Rio, and our municipalities. And what the research has done has given all of these entities a solid foundation for planning and implementation strategies at both the regional level and at the community level. And as you'll hear shortly, you're going to see how each of our communities is addressing some of the solutions, because there are things we can do regionally, and then there are things that we can do at a community level. For today's presentation, I will say I'm going to address about maybe 15 of the charts that Elliott Pollock developed for us. There are, probably 50 or 60 different data points that they researched and provided. And I invite anyone that's interested in the reports that the region did, or that the City of Sedona did, or the presentations by Elliott Pollock. They are on the VV Rio website at vvrio.com. And we have an entire page committed to the housing study. So one of the first things, and again, Rick mentioned this morning, is we looked at the average household size and the median age in the Verde Valley. And what we have seen is that across the board in most all of our communities, it's about 2 people. So what does that tell us about the Verde Valley? Well, we have, 2 individuals living in a household. What does that say about families, right? Or the dynamic of our communities? And as we see here, the big impact is the median age of 52.5, which means it's an older population. What makes that even more dramatic, very honestly, is that 10 years ago, that average population was 46.8. So we are an aging community, if you will, in the Verde Valley. Next thing here is median and average household incomes. And let me say, currently we're using some 2018 data here. We're waiting for the final census information to come out in the next couple of months. And we are actually going to update the entire state study. The Regional Economic Development Center has agreed to do that, so we have even more accurate data. These, incomes are really important, because as we talked earlier, we don't want our households spending any more than 30% of their income on housing. And you're going to see shortly how housing burdened some of the communities of the Verde Valley are. And I think as we looked at this study, it's not just housing that we have to address. There's some other systemic issues. And the reality is, if we want our workforce in housing, we need to provide affordable housing, but we also need to look at increasing our salaries, because we've also identified that there are key areas where the salaries really are not adequate to meet the needs of our workforce. This slide, I think, was painfully obvious. We all had sort of this recollection or this understanding that we had an aging population here in the Verde Valley. This slide dramatically shows that impact. We have had a dramatic decline of the ages of 15 to 59 years of age in the Verde Valley. What's that impact? We've had schools close. We don't have the young workforce that is, that we need. We have businesses that are closing as a part of this. Some of the things that the Verde Valley are doing, which is sort of outside of necessarily housing, but we're looking at programs as to how we can nurture, if you will, our young professionals, our future leaders. So what are the programs that we can even do to keep them in the Verde Valley, let alone housing? We need to have them here. So there are a whole lot of issues that are related just to the age of our workforce and the population. So in summary of a couple of things, the Verde Valley is forecasted to grow by about 13 persons over the next 30 years. We will see how that plays out, particularly as we look at housing. If we don't have the housing and some of those kinds of things, it can't grow, very honestly. There is a projection of 4,200 job increase in 10 years. A really interesting factor, and again, a huge impact on the communities of Verde Valley, 77% of residents in Cottonwood leave the city to work elsewhere every day. I think we can assume that many of those are from Sedona. Again, some of that dynamic. And then, as we said, the Verde Valley is losing a population in the age groups of 15 to 59, and our median age has increased dramatically. This slide here shows the type of housing units that we have. And again, we look at the housing in the Verde Valley, and a majority of our housing units, almost 65%, are single unit attached. And as you start to look down at the higher density type facilities of 20 more units or even 10 to 19, they don't exist in the Verde Valley. They don't exist at all. And so those are often people who can't afford to buy a home, are needing just a place to live and pay rent. We don't have that availability. And as I've mentioned earlier, many of those individuals were living in homes or smaller units, and the short-term rental changes have had a huge impact on that availability. Another thing that was very interesting as a part of the study was talking about mobile homes. We have a significant number of mobile homes in the Verde Valley. The interesting thing about them is that a lot of them were built before 1979. So the reality is that once the people who are living in those mobile homes move out, there are going to be code issues and all those different kinds of things that relate to them. And in many cases, they're going to have to be torn down because they're not viable housing to move forward in the market. So we've got that issue along with not having houses in the Verde Valley. Housing sale prices, again, this is totally skewed. Sedona is probably over $1 million, and Karen Osborne can speak to that. But again, we're seeing the huge trend in the cost of housing, but salaries not being able to keep up to make it affordable. Rent, I think across the board, again, these are sort of 2019 studies. Probably in all these communities, you can double that price. And since there is no rental in many of our communities, you go on Facebook right now and the rent can be $3,000 or even more because it's what the marketplace will bear. I mean, there's a competition, and it's a competition of even cash or down payment. I mean, we have people paying cash for houses as we look at, the Verde Valley. Apartment inventory, this is an interesting dynamic. Across the entire Verde Valley, we only have 1,425 apartment units. That does not nearly cover the workforce that needs that kind of facility. Something else that we looked at as far as research and that we're using as comparatives when we look at rental units or even deed restricted units is the whole HUD fair market rents, so that we have a comparison and what we can look at for low income and workforce housing. This slide shows the housing cost burden by community in the Verde Valley. And if we look at being cost burden, it basically is an average of anything over 30%. And as you look at all of our communities, most all of them are cost burdened over that 30%. Clarkdale is much higher at 46%. And most of our other communities, if they're not at the 30%, they're very close. So most of our owners are looking towards a cost burden type situation within their housing units. So a couple of other key summary points, and we've already talked about this. What does affordable housing mean? To us, it looks at a continuum of housing demand for both low income and workforce households. We're going to see another slide in a minute where we could talk about affordable housing actually in a higher capacity level. To me, affordable is you have an income or available resources, and sort of what is 30% of that. So it may be that you can afford a higher house or more house than what you're currently paying for. And we're going to see what that dynamic is. Clarkdale, Cottonwood, and Sedona are more than 40% cost burden and paying more than 30% of their housing. Again, single family detached units and mobile homes account for 83% of the housing units, where of 33,000 housing units, only 1,400 are apartments. Here is sort of the summary of the cost burden. I think it's nice to point out, or good to point out, across the US, the number is 30.6%. In Arizona, it's 29%. And we basically are averaging around 36% here in the Verde Valley. So we have a huge population, very honestly, that is cost burdened. And I think what's even more dramatic is if you look at those paying 30 to 50% of their income, or paying more than 50% of their income. And all of the ramifications of that, if you're paying that much of your salary, for example, towards a place to live, what aren't you paying for? Food, healthcare, you name it. There are other things that are suffering because you can't afford to do all of that. Here's an interesting slide that talks sort of about that affordability issue that I just mentioned. This, for example, is Cottonwood. What we found when the study was done is that Cottonwood sort of had housing units that were sort of in one lane, if you will. And so there were people, the workforce, for example, that was needing to buy homes or wanting to buy homes, and they were going through this, sort of middle level area to buy homes, and they became cost burden. We had others who could afford to buy more of a house, but the houses were not available. So when we're looking at a continuum of housing, we may need to build some more expensive houses that are available for those that can afford them. So not everyone is competing for the same market, because the reality is those with the greater income are going to get the houses where the workforce then does not. This slide shows where we are in the Verde Valley based on the housing gap by income range. And it shows then the numbers of each in each community and where our deficit is at basically each of the different salary or income levels. And again, this is a great tool as we look at planning and looking at, do we have low income housing, workforce housing? How are we planning and strategizing with our communities the kind of housing we have or need, and what do those rents need to be? This shows what our affordable housing demand is and what is the gap over, currently and over the next 5 years. So as you're going to hear from our solutions in the other communities, very clearly some plans that they're putting in place to address these needs, because the situation is not going to get better. It's going to continue to get worse. And we've already heard today about rising prices. We're hearing about lack of supplies and things like that. So this becomes a very real need as we even look to the future, because if it's bad now, it's going to continue to get worse as we move forward. Rick Merritt already looked at some of these solutions. Very honestly, we're looking at these solutions on a regional level. We're also looking at them on a county level. And taking into account all of these different perspectives, we haven't necessarily implemented all of them yet, but they're all on the table as we look forward to the future. Now I would like to turn it over to our communities and members of the region to talk about what some of the solutions are being implemented. We are going to start with Karen Osborne, who is the city manager of Sedona. Karen?
Thanks, Mary. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for including us in the conversation. As previous speakers have pointed out, much has changed in the last few years, and not in a good way when it comes to housing affordability or availability, and for that matter, especially in my community. Those conditions really have resulted in what we are now referring to as a crisis. And I don't think we're, that's hyperbole. I think it's really the situation here locally. I don't even recognize the figures that Mary just shared with us. And that was from a study only about 2 years old. So the figure she shared for median sales price for a home in Sedona in 2019 was just under $650,000. And we thought at the time that was so exorbitantly expensive. That figure now is $950,000. That was the figure from December. And every month we see that go up. So she was also not exaggerating when she said that those rental figures that you saw have doubled since the study. They have literally doubled. We just found out this weekend that one of our police officers has just received notice that the condo, she lives in a 1-bedroom condo, and she's been there for a very long time, that her landlord is selling that property. And we've seen that just story after story after story of people now cashing in or converting to short-term rentals. So we have kind of gone on a mission to try to help her find something. And yesterday we got word about a 340 square foot studio, 340 square feet, and that's $1,650 a month. And that's about $1,000 less than anything else that is currently at least listed for rent. So it's just crazy numbers. So it's just become a really dire situation for a lot of our community, particularly workforce. And as a result, this has become a very high priority for us as a community and for the city council. So you heard others this morning reference the resources that Sedona has committed. And it really is kudos to our city council because they are putting their money where their mouth is. So those resources have provided us opportunities to do a few pretty cool things that I'm excited to share with you this morning. So in order to advance any programs or projects in this area, one of our first orders of business was to hire someone to kind of own this program and be dedicated to advancing this kind of as a mission and implementing that 5-year action plan that you heard Rick talk about that was developed for us as a community. Given that this is a regional problem and we already collaborate very closely with the other Verde Valley communities, Cottonwood City Manager Ron Corbin and I felt like the best approach was to partner to fund a housing manager position. So we have developed an IGA and we have hired Shannon Boone, who I think is in this meeting on this call. Some of you may have had the opportunity to meet her. She started last fall. But she just shares duties between our two communities. And for us, the choice to partner was not financial. We were fully funded for our own full-time position, but rather we saw it as strategic and symbolic because we recognize that our housing situation, our housing solutions are not going to be found exclusively in our community, and that the rest of the Verde Valley needs to be part of how we solve this. Sedona is also fortunate that we do have a dedicated housing fund, and that fund has existed for many years with very few dollars in it. We would have the occasional rezone, and that might result in some small dollar contributions as part of a developer's community benefit package. But in the last few years, that is almost exclusively where the council wants to see developers provide community benefit if they are coming into the city and they need entitlements and they're going through our public process. So the last rezoning that we had resulted in about $860,000 as one contribution into that fund. So that was the major contribution we had in the last few years from the development side. And the city council has also contributed several $1 million of its own general fund resources into that fund. And I'll be talking about a couple of the ways that we're spending that. We have developed a down payment closing cost assistance program, and that is in collaboration with Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, who will be presenting a little bit later. They are a Flagstaff-based nonprofit, and they administer a variety of housing programs, and they will be administering this program for us. So to be eligible for assistance, you must be employed within the city of Sedona. So I don't mean you have to be employed for the city of Sedona municipality. If you are employed with any employer within the city of Sedona, you are eligible for this program. And so all you have to do is work full-time, which we have defined as a minimum of 30 hours a week. So helping people get into homes is not necessarily unique in providing financial assistance, but I think the unique part of our program is that it's not limited to housing purchases in our community. So most communities that have programs like this, it is to help people be able to afford within their own community. I just mentioned that our median housing price is near $1 million now. So we realize that even if we contribute $25,000 of assistance to someone, that is not going to make Sedona housing attainable for the vast majority of our workforce. So we have opened the program up to purchases anywhere within the Verde Valley. So we want our local employees to want to stay in the Verde Valley and to want to stay in Sedona. And we think planting roots and becoming part of the broader community does that and is still valuable. So we don't have Sedona employees accepting the funding, buying in Camp Verde, and then finding a job there. So we do require a 7-year commitment to work in Sedona. So that's kind of their obligation as part of this, is they do have to make that commitment. If they leave employment earlier than that 7-year commitment, then that would trigger a payback of those funds. Some of the other triggers are no longer owner occupying the home, selling the home, or refinancing for cash out. And this program is not a gift. It is a no interest and no payment loan. So when one of those triggers happen, the funds will need to be repaid in full, plus a share of appreciation. And that's also something that we wanted to add into the program, because we wanted the new homeowner to be able to enjoy the benefits of home ownership in terms of appreciation, and they will keep the lion's share of any equity that's built in the home. But we also wanted to be able to pay it forward to others. So there will be a small equity share, and then those funds, when they come back to us, will go back into the pot, and it will be used to help other people. We are offering up to $25,000, and that will be at a 2.5 to 1 match from the employee. So if we contribute 25, they would be expected to bring 10 to the table. That can be a gift. We're not putting any restrictions on how they can come up with those funds, but that's the ratio at this point. And the place where we're investing the majority of the housing fund that I talked about is in a project called Sunset Lofts. It is a $4.2 million buy-in to what last summer was estimated to be a $13.3 million project. It is to build a 46-unit, 100% dedicated to workforce, 100% rent-controlled apartment building in Sedona. We are partnering with a private sector developer who has done other work in Sedona. It is a multifamily developer, and we have it targeted to address people who are making 80, 90, or 100% of the area median income. So that's that's the target audience, and the rents will be controlled so that those rents are no more than 30% of those folks' income, as we talked about earlier, in terms of what's considered affordable. And it will be required to be, it will be deed restricted that way for 50 years. And we will also have an equity share in any of the, if there is any net revenue over time that gets built in that unit. So even at 100% of area median income, that is still very significant. Those rents are still very significantly subsidized. They're way, way below what market would be in Sedona. So we're super excited about this project. It is in the design phase now, and we expect to break ground on that by summertime, and probably a year from then, being able to actually see people get into those units. One of the other things that we did over the course of the last few years, a few years ago, is we changed our land development code to allow for multifamily housing to be built in commercial and industrial zones. So otherwise, that would require a down zone, and even a down zone in Sedona is a really, really challenging thing to get accomplished. We are a community, if you're familiar with our community, we are largely built out. There are not a lot of, there's almost no multi-zoned property, zoned multifamily. And we just don't have a lot of locations that are suitable or tolerable to the community. We are almost exclusively made up of large lot single family homes. And so where do you put higher density apartment type product? So we did decide that we would change the land development code and allow multifamily to be built by right in the commercial and industrial zones. And that Sunset Lofts is a benefit, that project benefits from that change, because this is a property that has commercial zoning that now we're able to go ahead and build multifamily there. The other property that we hope will benefit from that is we own, it's a small parcel, but 1.5 acres next to our City Hall complex. And that site was slated to have a standalone new municipal court building built on it. And we kind of looked at the site and said, you know what, there may be other locations where we can put the courthouse, but there are few locations that are suitable to workforce housing, and we think this is one of them. So we started to kind of pursue that idea and talking with private sector and looking to do a project similar to the Sunset Lofts there. It would accommodate probably about 30 units, but every little bit helps. And as we got a little bit further in our due diligence, we found that the parcel had 50-year-old CC&Rs on it that restricted the property through the covenants and restrictions of this association from being built as multifamily. It takes 2/3 of the property owners. There were about 40 some property owners within that subdivision that doesn't even exist on paper anymore anywhere else. It's not an active association. The vast majority of people we spoke with had no idea they were in an association or there were any deed restrictions associated with their property at all. But we were successful in getting 2/3 of those property owners to change the CC&R so that it would open the door for us to be able to pursue a multifamily project in that location in the future. The nice thing about that site is that it is surrounded by commercial and office space. So it's not impacted by having single family residential proximate to it, which was why we were successful.
Thank you, Karen. Next, we have Ron Corbin, the city manager of Cottonwood, to talk about some of the Cottonwood solutions. Ron?
Thank you, Mary, and kudos to Karen Osborne, the city manager there over in Sedona. She's doing a fantastic job, and I really appreciate her vision and her partnership with the city of Cottonwood and the region in solving these problems. They have a few more resources than some of others, So a lot of this couldn't happen without their leadership. So Karen and your team, thank you. I just want to add a couple things off of Karen's presentation, just so everybody knows. The city of Cottonwood also decided to do the down payment assistance program, so we've kicked that off. The rules are very similar. And for those of you wondering how to pay for it, we do not have a fund, a housing fund. What we were able to do was take some of the original CARES money that of course paid for public safety, and we set that aside. So we have a significant chunk of resources set aside that we will go through. And then at some point, my guess is we'll have to fund that through the general fund or some other mechanism. But we did, council set that money aside for this down payment assistance program. And then of course, that's also how we help pay for the partnership with Sedona for the housing manager. And I've seen Shannon answering a few questions in the chat. She is wonderful. We're excited to have her, and she should be presenting, not us. But one of the things about getting an expert on board, and I want to talk, it's a little off my slides here, but the key to this housing manager is having someone who can talk with developers and get answers. We've had a couple developers ask about partnerships to create workforce housing. Of course, they want the moon, and we don't have the moon to give. And so Shannon's able to make sure that our city gets something in return for what they're giving up in lost revenue or in other types of revenue. So she's able to talk the lingo and make sure that City of Cottonwood actually does receive workforce housing that otherwise maybe we would be taken advantage of or wouldn't quite get the best deal. So love having Shannon on board. She's doing a great job. The other thing about having an expert on board is they can help convince your council and leaders in the community about what they should really expect, what they can really get, what they can't get, what they can afford, what it's going to cost. So we're very excited. So if you have an opportunity to bring in a housing expert, that would be, I think, a key. And then unique to Cottonwood, I'll just go through real quickly is you have to change the philosophy of your community and your council. So when I've been on board about 3 years and council first said we're open for business, and we've begun to realize what that really means. The first thing is as city manager or as leaders in your community, you have to be available. The developers want to talk to the top people, even though I don't know anything. You know, my community development director, my housing manager, those are the people that have the answers. But something about having access to the city manager and being available is important. You need to hold your departments accountable to turnaround times. I can tell you that if you work with the Arizona League of Cities and Towns, several state legislatures have been trying to force turnaround times on communities. And I don't want the state legislature in our business. And I want the reputation on the street that Cottonwood is easy to work with. Doesn't mean we're a pushover. Doesn't mean you get to go around the fire code. It doesn't mean you get to just build anywhere you want and build substandard housing. But we're going to work with you. And so it's very important that my community development team return phone calls, that they process permits. You know, early on, we had to really get really strict with turnaround time. So I had departments that weren't returning reviews in a quick manner. You know, they're saying, well, everything can't be quick. And well, if you know anything about wrong, the answer is yes, it can. And so one of the jobs of leadership is really setting the expectations, and it gets noticed. It really, really does get noticed. So that's, I can encourage that. The other thing is push the envelope and find solutions. We had an infill project that was dead. And when we dug into why it wasn't going to be able to get through our planning and zoning commission, it's because it didn't have enough parking spots. So we looked at the parking code, and sure enough, there's a little section there that says the community development director can designate compact parking. So we turned as many of those spots into compact parking, and we got the project. We got this fourplex that's going in an infill project, meets our density requirements, meets all the requirements. The only thing keeping it from coming to fruition was parking. So I encourage you to really look at all of those kinds of things and find the solutions. The other thing is look at rezones where it's appropriate. We have a couple spots over the last couple of years that we've worked with the property owners to rezone to one zone. We had a beautiful 10-acre lot that had 4 zones on it. And how do you sell a land for any kind of development with 4 different zoning requirements on it? And we didn't charge them a fee to rezone because we felt like it was an economic development thing. We had another one that was a 3-acre parcel that had 3 different zonings on it, and we worked with them. Again, we felt like it was a city initiation to really get it going, to make it affordable and developable for multifamily units. So we're very, very excited about that. And then moving on onto the next one, infill. So we created recently took over a year, I believe it was, planning and zoning. We hired a consultant, went to council several times, and we created a special planning district. And what this did is allows homeowners in our Old Town area to opt in to this district. And it does some very unique things that allows second dwelling units. It changed the backyard fence, the backyard setbacks. It changed the front yard setbacks. It changed some of the parking requirements. It changed a simple thing like not requiring a second unit to actually be attached to the first unit. So you could build a second unit, but you had to have a roof attachment. Well, that really didn't always make sense depending on what they were building back there. And so we created this district that allows for what I call full development rights. Didn't change the density, didn't increase the density already permitted. What it did was actually allow our landowners to build to density, because in our Old Town it was plotted or sold or developed years ago, and it's just crazy if you look at the lot sizes, the lot shapes, and the way it's developed. So we found a way to make it work. And so now we have duplexes being built, we have second units being built, and a lot of great stuff going on. And then I'll just add partnering with others. So Shannon's been working with a couple developers looking for opportunities like Karen did in Sedona. We've got some city property, and we're looking at possibly maybe either putting tiny homes in, or we're looking at putting in 3D printed homes in that area for workforce housing. Wherever we can partner with others, developers or otherwise. We've got 195 new apartments going in. Ground broke last month. I'm very excited about that, but Shannon's working with them on trying to carve out some workforce housing in there, maybe through some waiving of some permit fees. Of course, we can't waive utility fees, but we can do some other things. And so Shannon's working on that. And then this is just a shout out to cities. I think we do high density better than counties, at least here in Yavapai County. We have been in the city of Cottonwood very successful in changing to the yes in my backyard philosophy. And my council did a very controversial annexation last year, very controversial. We had lots of opposition from people outside the community that did not want us to annex this land. And the reason city council did it was because we think we can do higher density better. We actually think we can protect the environment through making sure that we don't allow septic tanks. We do what we can to fight septic tanks. We have regionalized wastewater, regionalized water systems. So we think we can do growth better and allow for more. We can get past those NIMBYs better than some other areas that have been rejected. So shout out to the cities who are living on the edge, who are willing to say yes. Sedona, allowing multifamily and commercial by right. Those kinds of things are harder to happen in counties. And so if council really has workforce as a priority, then they, like Karen said, they need to put their money where their mouth is. And I'm very proud of Cottonwood City Council for doing that. And I'll just end with, sometimes you have to do the hard things. The mayor and I have individually met with some commission members at Planning and Zoning and HPZ when we felt like they were being anti-growth or anti-workforce. And so you can't just passively assume people are going to get the messaging. Sometimes you've got to use your influence and your power and your authority and the mayors to get the other commissions on board. So very proud of my council and their leadership. So great job. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Mary, Vivi Rio, for taking the lead on this project on the housing study and otherwise. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Ron. Up next, we have John Knight, who is the Community Development Director from the town of Camp Verde. John?
Thank you, Mary. I don't know if you guys can see me. I can only see you on your end. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. That's okay.
We've had some problems.
Some of us can see you.
Oh, really? Had some problems with our connections the last couple of days. We're working on it. Anyway,
Okay.
John Knight, I'm just going to get into this. I know we only have 10 minutes. John Knight, I'm the Community Development Director for the town of Camp Verde, a recent addition to Camp Verde. I've been here since October. Most recently, last place I worked was in Jerome, and I live in Sedona, so I have a unique experience in the Verde Valley in three different locations. I've been a planner for about 35 years, plus or minus, and a consultant and a developer. And I started out my career in California, and I've seen a lot of discussions happen in California early on, and everybody was excited about it. And then here we are 30 plus years later, and the average house in California is probably over $1 million. I feel like Verde Valley has the opportunity now to learn from, I think, some of the mistakes California made. There's a lot of people in California that probably really made an effort and tried, and some jurisdictions that did. But there's a lot of people who just said, well, it's too hard, we just give up. And if you try to buy a home in the Bay Area where I first started out, it's almost impossible. So with that, I wanted to note that I believe, as I said, Verde Valley is in really great position right now to actually do something about affordable housing. I think Camp Verde has some tremendous amount of resources, and we're well positioned to be an important part of that development of affordable housing. We're seeing a lot of new jobs here with the grow facilities, but there's a lot of other jobs coming into the area, and we need to provide housing for the people that are going to be working here and living here and want to live here. One of the best things I think Camp Verde does is we provide a very efficient and quick review process for development projects. And you'll often hear jurisdictions refer to this as one-stop shopping. You come into the community development department, we're going to take care of everything for you. We have an economic development department that does a great job on the early end, trying to attract people and show them some of the assets of Camp Verde. And once you get in the door, we submit those applications and process them pretty quickly. Development is allowed by right, and by right, I mean you don't have to go before the Planning and Zoning Commission or the council or a design review board, historic review board. You look at some jurisdictions and they have 12 different boards that you might have to go through depending on what type of project you have. In Camp Verde, if you can meet the standards of setbacks and the parking and other requirements, you get approved administratively, and we do allow people to even submit concurrently for building permit at their own risk. Those kinds of things really help kind of cut down on some of the cost and uncertainty of the process. It really squashes the whole NIMBY issue if they don't have to go before a planning and zoning commission or council with a bunch of angry folks with pitchforks who don't want the development in their backyard. Interesting thing that I found out about when I started in Camp Verde is there's no density limit for our multifamily zone. And we also do allow multifamily in our commercial zones. And because we don't have a density limit, I'm always getting calls from multifamily developers saying, what is the density limit? And I said, there is none. So you meet our standards and requirements. Most people seem to be zeroing in on, let's say, the 10 to 15 unit per acre, depending on the type of project. We do have flexible development standards process, the PAD, very similar to what most people refer to as a PUD. It's essentially an overlay zone, and our zoning ordinance requires you to create any new standards and requirements and mix of land uses that you think is appropriate in literally any, I believe, literally any zoning district. So if you find a good project, a good piece of land, you have the ability to create and develop that project in the town. The PAD process does take a little bit longer. It does have to go before Planning and Zoning Commission and Council. But if it is already zoned, you don't have to go through that. As I mentioned, you don't have to go through those boards, and that is the real benefit. There is significant cost savings, but also the uncertainty. As I was a developer for several years, and that was one of the most frustrating processes or parts of the job, is that you had a great project and you weren't sure you could get through the process because you got beat down by the staff, by P&Z, by council, by neighbors. You're not going to run into that on most projects here in Camp Verde. A couple of unique things in Camp Verde. We do allow guest houses up to 1,000 square feet. I live in Sedona, so I feel like I can also pick on Sedona. Sedona has some very restrictive policies regarding guest houses or accessory dwelling units, and prohibits, I'm trying to get a permit for one right now, prohibits you from actually having kitchen. So what they're doing is they're incentivizing people to turn guest houses into Airbnbs. In Camp Verde, we do allow you to have a full kitchen. You can have 1,000 square feet home. So if you have some family members, or you just want to rent out a piece of your property, a house, small house on your property, you have the ability to do that. We do allow RVs as well, which is kind of interesting. There's a need for some types of housing for certain folks. Let's say they're snowbirds, they have parents that come into town, they can stay on their property in RV up to 6 months. That does provide a unique type of housing. One gap that we've also filled is for people who are under construction for a single family home. They're allowed to stay in RV on the property while it's under construction once they pull a building permit for 1 year. Want to note that we are considering a similar program to Sedona and Cottonwood for the employee assistance, housing assistance, and I think that's going to go forward. We're in the early stages of that. Next slide, please. One of Camp Verde's greatest resources is we have a very significant amount of vacant land. So I asked our county GIS department, Yavapai GIS, to put together some statistics for us, and it's literally thousands of acres of vacant, potentially developable land. Not every piece of it, of course, is going to be ideal for affordable or entry-level housing or workforce housing, but we do have a significant amount of land. We're working with one low-income housing tax credit developer, or LIHTC, and they're going to do a mixed-use project mix in terms of mix of housing types, with some low-income housing tax credit housing as one component, but also some entry-level and more affordable so-called workforce housing. So that's coming in the door now, and they are going before the Planning and Zoning Commission next month. So it's right around the corner. And we have 2 or 3 other multifamily home builders that are very interested in coming to town. All told, we could have somewhere between 1,200 and 1,600 new units in the next couple of years that would really help plug that gap in affordable housing need. Our general plan was adopted in 2016. There are strong policies in that general plan supporting housing of all types, including affordable housing. The council has recently adopted a goal that states that continued growth of affordable housing is one of their primary goals, and they stand behind that. As I noted, we have a strong track record of providing affordable housing, or housing of all types rather. On both ends of the spectrum, you're seeing the $1 million plus homes, but you're also seeing some smaller individual manufactured homes. In 2020, I think we had 87 single family home and other manufactured home permits. 2021, that was 111. And I suspect we're going to see that continue to increase and move forward. Just in the last 2 days, we had 13 permits for 13 permits for new manufactured homes. So I expect that's going to continue into the near future. As I mentioned, we do allow accessory dwelling units or guest houses. That is a nice addition, and we are seeing people actually constructing those. I don't have those numbers here, how many have been built, but people are interested in doing that. So that does take care of a certain type of market. Some other miscellaneous things I just want to wrap up with is been trying to set up a meeting with the community development directors in the Verde Valley. I think the collaboration is very important. We're trying to do monthly meetings. We've got one scheduled at the end of this month. And our focus actually is, it's very informal, but our focus is for this month is going to be on housing. I'm going to schedule a joint work session with council and P&Z to talk about what we can do, what more we can do about affordable housing. So that's coming up in hopefully March or April. And let's see what else. I just want to note also that, as I mentioned, Camp Verde has some of the best resource, which is our vacant land. And we have very supportive council, supportive staff, and supportive zoning ordinance, general plan, and policy. So I think overall, we're well positioned to provide and meet and probably exceed our share of affordable housing in the Verde Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And next we have Ruth Mayday, who is the Community Development Director from the town of Clarkdale. Ruth?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this topic. It's critical for Clarkdale. As many of you may know, Clarkdale was originally founded as a company town with the purpose of providing housing and related amenities for the employees of the Verde, United Verde mining company. So here we are 100 years later, looking at how we get back to our roots of providing housing for workers. One of the biggest thing that's happened for us was last week. We increased our multifamily housing population or units available when we approved a 52 unit multifamily project in downtown Clarkdale. That is the first multifamily project that has been approved since 1985. And it's the first infill development project in downtown Clarkdale since 1985. So this was a huge lift. We got it through design review, which was the last step. The property was entitled going in, so that was the only approval we needed. But it's interesting to note that it is taking us that long to get a project off the ground. So I wanted to go back to for a second, talk about the importance of data in moving this project forward. So we can't, as economic development and planning professionals, we can talk all day long about what we think is out there, but without data to quantify it, the words don't have the meaning that they need to move projects along. So having this study that we participated in for the Verde Valley was critical for us. It quantified, we knew we had an issue, but it put it out there in black and white. We have nearly 50% of our households that are cost burdened. And that was shocking to everyone, myself included. We didn't expect that at all. The other issue that I wanted to talk about is the community buy-in. The fact that this study for us, again, quantified who those people are. If you've ever been to a public hearing for this, for multiple family housing or high density housing projects or workforce housing projects, all you hear about are those people. We don't want those people in our neighborhood. So to be able to say, we're not, those people that you were talking about are nurses, they are police officers, they're firefighters, they're essential workers, and we can't not have them in our community. So that was hugely helpful to us to be able to move this project along, because now we can counter that, those people, whatever mystery group that is, and put a name and a profession to them. Can we go to the next slide, Mary? So, like other speakers have said, we need to think about workforce housing and affordability across the spectrum, rather than as a single silo issue. This is a planning issue. We have to deal with this at the planning commission level, at the zoning level, to be able to accelerate how we approve these. One of the first things I did when I came to Clarkdale, I just saw this note pop up. So one of the first things I did when I came to Clarkdale was to realign the approval of site plans. Previously, it went to design review board. And you can imagine having people who are not engineers trying to interpret engineering reports at public hearings and argue whether or not the detention basins or drainage facilities should be moved from one side to the other, because that would make better access. So we took that out because that was really adding literally months to sort through those issues. That is now at the staff level. It's an economic development issue. It doesn't do us any good to try to attract employers if we don't have workers for them, if they bring workers with them and they can't afford to live here. So it's something that we really need to address on a broad issue. For us, it's an education issue. Teachers can't afford to buy homes in Clarkdale. They can't afford to rent homes in Clarkdale. So that really affects our ability to hire and retain highly qualified teachers and provide a good education for our children. And finally, it's a health safety issue. Like I mentioned, we have issues with police officers and firefighters not being able to find homes that they can afford in town. We lose cops frequently to other jurisdictions, especially down in the valley, where they can't afford to. They can get a pay that is enough to be able to afford a home. We don't have that here. We have our average housing price has gone up exponentially over the last 12 months. In this study, when this study was done, it was about 300. I don't think you could touch a house in Clarkdale now for under 4. It's just gotten that bad. So we took a step back and said, all right, we can't just piecemeal this repair. So we're looking at doing a couple of things to help solve it on a Clarkdale level. One of the first things we're going to look at is that we're considering is a home buyer assistance program. One of the funding sources that we're considering actually is the construction sales tax, because that tends to ratchet up with the increase in housing costs and the increased demand. It would also ratchet down as the housing costs, should the housing costs and demand ever ratchet down. So it kind of parallels the amount of income that we would receive from that fund, kind of parallels the rise and the fall of housing valuation. We're all looking seriously at a housing and rental, housing rehab and a rental rehab program. We do have some what we used to call pockets of poverty, where those programs would provide a great deal of benefit for the existing homeowners and get some of these less than ideal rental units up to code. And those we would obviously, especially the rental rehab, pin a affordability factor to those projects. The town owns quite a bit of land in some pretty nice locations, and we will be looking seriously at partnering with the developer to get those up and running. We also have a land in town that is already owned by other entities. Enchantment in Sedona owns a number of multifamily units, small ones, in Clarkdale that they house their employees in. Because again, obviously, as we've heard, Sedona has a serious issue with this as well. So looking to partner with employers, looking to partner with a private developer to get some of this town-owned land functioning and producing some housing. Also looking at some specific amendments to our zoning code and general plan that will help us incentivize some set-asides of workforce housing. We don't really have anything in there right now that points to this, and getting this language developed is going to be critical. Like I said, we have land that we own. We have developers that are coming to us from both the development world and from the employer world saying, we need housing. We own this land. How can we develop it to benefit our employees? How can we benefit to develop the demand that's out in the marketplace? So working on those amendments to the zoning code to allow for higher densities is something that we're looking at. We've already amended it to deal with the tiny homes, and those are permitted by right in every single zoning district in Clarkdale where we allow residential uses. Like I mentioned earlier, we did finally approve the plateau last Wednesday. We're very pleased. Like I said, it's been a long time coming, and this is a good joint project. This developer is looking at for additional land in Clarkdale to work with us on some other projects. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to bring some things forward here in the not too distant future. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ruth. And our last presenter is Jennifer Perry, who is the Regional Director of the Arizona Community Foundation of Sedona. Jennifer.
All of you, thanks so much for having me. This is a really fabulous session and case study. And as we all recognize, this is a very complex issue. And it's very exciting to see our communities and our local municipalities collaborating together, pulling together our resources to address this community issue. So we might ask, well, how does philanthropy fit into this role at the table? And the Arizona Community Foundation, over the last few years, we have been leading the way nationally in mobilizing philanthropy to address housing issues. And tomorrow you'll be hearing from Kim Covington, our Senior Vice President of Community Initiatives, to talk to you a little bit more in depth about what some of those things are and how we're leading the way. But here locally in the Verde Valley, we established our own housing committee about a year and a half ago to really try to stay on top of what each organization is doing in the area to address these housing issues and where those gaps are and where philanthropy can be a critical piece in helping to mobilize some changes here in our area. Philanthropy here locally will not solve our housing crisis alone. We all recognize we need to work together. But when we utilize it effectively and strategically, we can help mobilize, enhance, and oftentimes finalize housing projects. So here it is, across the state, we studied our Arizona Housing Fund. There is the ACF Affordable Housing Fund. And then just north to us, the Flagstaff affiliate of ACF established the Northern Arizona Housing Fund. And after long discussions with many of our donors and community leaders, we recognize that we need a housing fund here specifically for the Sedona and the Verde Valley. And in September, we opened a Roof for All housing fund. And this fund will grow in perpetuity to support housing issues in our area for years to come. So with that in mind, we left the scope and purpose of this fund broad. We left it under the auspice of housing because 25, 50 years from now, we may not be talking about affordable housing. We may be talking about senior housing or transitional housing or shelter services. So this fund is going to be able to adapt and adjust over time. So how does this type of fund work for our community? Our board of advisors will advise nonprofits and municipalities of the availability of grant funding, and then they will apply for grants, and then we will distribute them for projects that meet approval and from our community review panel. We're currently in the fund development process, so we are haven't raised enough capital yet to issue the grants, but we've seen tremendous progress over a very short period of time. So we're really excited about the future of that. So how do people contribute to this fund? In other funds across the state, we actually work in partnership with the realtors and with the title agencies. And when real estate transactions take place, the buyer, the seller, the realtor, and the title company have the opportunity to make a tax-deductible contribution to their regional housing fund. And we are in the process of going down that area. During this first development phase of the fund, we are soliciting donations from private individuals. And we currently have a $50,000 dollar for dollar match challenge, which will end on March 31st. And we're pretty close. But our goal is to get millions of dollars, obviously, into this fund. So a few examples of how this fund is being used across the state is Habitat for Humanity and Red Feather Development have received grants from these funds to provide home repair and efficiency enhancements to keep individuals in their homes and avoid homelessness. We have funded multiple down payment closing cost assistance programs. So as we hear about Camp Verde and Clarkdale and other communities developing these funds, be aware that you'll be able to apply for these grant funds to supplement your existing fund as well. Other projects include converting rundown hotels or motels that may no longer be in current use into high density housing. So the possibilities are really infinite. It's going to take the creativity of our community, but we are very proud to be able to provide this philanthropic tool where we can pool our community resources into one fund to support a critical issue in the community.
Thank you, Jennifer. So just some final, I want to say, regional comments. There are some things that we're doing regionally. We are going to continue to convene the regional constituents for education and development of regional next steps, which I think in the short term or near term will possibly form into some kind of regional housing entity. As I mentioned earlier, I am already working with the Yavapai College Regional Economic Development Center to sort of draft in the next 3 or 4 months an update to the entire report, because so many things have changed in the last 2 years within the housing environment of the Verde Valley. The other thing that's really exciting, I just saw 2 developer reports over the last week, and developers that are coming into the Verde Valley, and I've seen this sort of across the board, in their case for support, if you will, they are directly quoting the housing studies that we've provided and speaking to the real needs that we of a region have identified and how they can address those needs in the process. So with that, Tim, I will turn it back to you, and thank you for the opportunity to share the Verde Valley programs with you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you to all our speakers, from city managers to community development directors to regional leaders that are sharing their challenges as well as their solutions. So I want to give the pitch out. Don't want to speak on behalf of Mary, but don't hesitate to reach out to her on behalf of this group regarding collaboration or mentorship moving forward. All right, welcome back, everybody. I would like to give a very, very warm welcome to our closing speaker for today, Dr. Allison Cook Davis, who is the Associate Director of Research for the Morrison Institute for Public Policy, who will be providing insight on the research and policy perspective as it relates to housing, economic development, and ultimately everything beyond. So without further ado, our closing speaker, Dr. Allison Cook Davis.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. And I'll see what I can do in 10 minutes of covering all those topics. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Allison Cook Davis, the Associate Director for Research here at Morrison Institute for Public Policy. Morrison is a research institute that is part of the Watts College for Public Service and Community Solutions here at ASU. And our mission as an institute is to be a leading resource for relevant research and informed policy choices of public value with rigorous adherence to facts and data. And so what I've heard a lot so far is just how important data is for being able to sort of make progress in a lot of these areas and issues and defining it for different communities. So today I'm going to talk briefly about some of the state level legal barriers to affordable housing policies in Arizona. This work is part of a larger 2-year study looking at affordable housing and housing insecurity in Arizona, and it's funded by the Arizona Community Foundation. So just a quick, my 10-minute agenda. I'm going to quickly go through these topics, but I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of the housing landscape at a state level and impacts of affordable housing. Promising practices to increase affordable housing, some state level legal barriers, and some potential solutions. So before I jump into affordable housing, I just want to take stock of some housing trends in Arizona right now. It won't surprise anyone, and I know it's already been talked about for all these sort of different communities, that housing prices and rental prices have risen dramatically, to say the least, in the past year. Arizona has experienced one of the largest housing price surges at 29.5% increase from August 2020 to August 2021. And so even those numbers are old, right? So we can't even keep up with the numbers. They're increasing and changing all the time. There are a lot of reasons for this, but one of the big ones is just a combination of more people and not enough housing. The 2008 subprime mortgage crisis slowed the number of housing units being built for several years, and we're still scrambling to catch up. Meanwhile, about 260 people moved to Arizona every day in 2021. So you may be familiar with a lot of these numbers and statistics, but from like statewide perspective, these trends are leading to an increased number of households becoming what is called cost burdened. And so we talk about cost burden in terms of spending more than 30% of one's household income on housing. So cost burdens have a cascading effect for households. So the greater share of income that's going toward housing means less money for education, healthcare, nutritious food, and other quality of life necessities. And in Arizona, almost half of the renters and just over a quarter of homeowners are cost burdened. One way to sort of decrease cost burdens and improve residents' quality of life is to have housing that's available that matches in household incomes. So affordable housing is housing that costs less than 30% or less of a household income. And currently, Arizona, needless to say, has a large affordable housing shortage. The numbers also keep kind of shifting, but we need an additional 270,000 affordable housing units just to meet this need. Housing impacts everything in a household or family, and it has large economic impacts on the health of an area as well. So building affordable housing is a complex process that involves many state and local policies, and Morrison Institute set up to investigate some state level policy barriers that provide challenges and opportunities to increasing affordable housing. We started with looking at kind of policy tools that are being used in other municipalities and states that support the development of affordable housing. And then we looked at kind of how these policies fit into the existing landscape of Arizona housing policy. Some policies like inclusionary zoning, linkage fees, and rent stabilization are commonly used to increase affordable housing in other states and municipalities. And these strategies rely either on sort of directly or indirectly funding new affordable housing during the course of new development, or preventing displacement of existing residents by rising rental prices. So these are three tools. In addition, other policies include regulation of short-term rentals to increase the number of units available for long-term tenancy, setting aside tax funds for certain areas to finance redevelopment in a specific area, and also using industrial development authorities as a way of potentially funding affordable housing projects that would be otherwise maybe difficult to fund. While these strategies are common in other states, Arizona has a unique sort of policy landscape which places significant barriers to using some of these tools to increase affordable housing. Two of the largest barriers in sort of state policy are the Private Property Protection Act and the gift clause in the state constitution. So the Private Property Protection Act prevents state and local governments from enacting land use law that reduces the fair market value of private property without just compensation. So what this means is that even the potential for land values to decrease could lead governments to shy away from making changes in land use policy for fear of financial liability. In addition, it's always a consideration is the gift clause that places strict rules on expenditures by governments, meaning that any money expended for affordable housing must meet stringent criteria for demonstrating public purpose. And city redevelopment projects have been challenged under the gift clause as recently as 2021, and even unsuccessful legal action represents significant time and expense to these projects. Other state preemptions on affordable housing policy include policies that explicitly prohibit mandatory inclusionary zoning, rent control, and control of short-term rentals, in addition to limiting financing of single-family housing by industrial development authorities, and that's limited to a county or municipality with greater than 7% of the state population. There are some creative solutions to the problem of state preemption, and they include things like voluntary inclusionary zoning, which offers developers more relaxed zoning and permitting requirements in return for affordable units, rental relief like direct payments and support to renters instead of rent stabilization, and greater utilization of industrial development authorities. Ultimately, however, to meet the needs of Arizona residents, the landscape of Arizona policy might be worth revisiting. While individual counties and municipalities are often best suited for to solve the housing problems unique to their area. State level preemptions sometimes prevent this from happening. So returning these state level policies and reconsidering them in light of the period of sort of striking growth that we're seeing, both in population and in housing costs, it's critical for enabling the kinds of actions that keep Arizonans safe, housed, and happy to live here. So thank you so much for listening to me today. I encourage you to see to read kind of the full report that's available on the Morrison Institute website here. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I also want to plug the fact that Morrison Institute is actually in the middle of conducting a study on housing security in Arizona. It includes 6 counties, including Yavapai, Coconino, Maricopa, Pima, Cochise, and Yuma. And so if you're interested in discussing housing with the Morrison team, please contact us and we'd love to learn more about you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Dr. Allison Cook Davis here, Associate Director of Research for the Morrison Institute for Public Policy. Everybody, thank you so much for joining Arizona's Association for Economic Development's first day of the Rural Housing Symposium, with a special thank you to the Morrison Institute being our partner and event sponsor as today's session closes. Please take 5 minutes on the Whova platform and answer or add to some of the prompts posted in the community section of the platform. For example, there's a thread right now that talks about what challenges you as a community in particular are facing. This is your chance to put a think tank of the state's housing leaders behind helping you address your particular challenges. Please take advantage of this. We will be returning tomorrow at 9 a.m. with case studies, workforce housing, funding solutions, and much, much, much more. You will have access to tomorrow's sessions through the Zoom link provided in Whova. Please note that this is different than today's Zoom link. Again, thank you so very, very much to our speakers, our partners, and our sponsor, the Morrison Institute for Public Policy. Without all of you, this symposium would not be possible. I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow and seeing you in the Whova chat today. So thank you and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Well, hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Arizona Rural Housing Symposium. Again, my name is Carrie Kelly. I'm Executive Director of the Arizona Association for Economic Development, or AAED. As I mentioned yesterday, the symposium would not have been possible without the support of the ASU Morrison Institute for Public Policy and our Rural AAD Committee and our Board of Directors, in addition to our many, many partner organizations. As economic developers, we work with quality of life issues, and collaboration is so important to what we do. At AAD, we have over 17 committees and a place for everyone, including a government affairs committee, workforce development committee, a rural committee, a northern committee, a southern committee. We've got you covered across the state. Our members range from economic developers, community leaders, employees from the private and public sector, and elected officials at all levels. So I want to encourage you to get involved with AAD and join us. We're a good group and we'd love to have you. I put in the chat a little more information about our membership. But now I'm going to turn it back over to Tim Swan. Tim is the Deputy Town Manager and Economic Development Director with the Town of Wickenburg, and he is our symposium chair. So Tim, why don't you take it away?
Hello, good morning, and welcome back, everybody. To jump straight in, if you didn't have your vitamin C coffee here, we have a wonderful speaker that will be starting our day off. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to our State Director of Housing, Mr. Tom Simplett.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Tim, and thank you, Carrie, for inviting me to be here this morning. Tim, thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate everything that AAED does, and the fact that you are actually hosting a rural housing symposium. It means everything, because we can't have economic development without housing. Every time I read an article, I'm so excited the new warehouse distribution facilities or the new manufacturing plant or the new whatever it may be, Kmart, Walmart, whatever it may be. But what I rarely or ever see in any of those articles, as our town and local elected and regional leaders are celebrating the new economic development effort, I never or rarely ever see a mention of where those new employees are going to live. And that's why the conversations we're having yesterday and today are so important. For 3 decades, we have instituted mechanisms throughout state and local laws to slow growth here in Arizona. We have. And I know because 3 decades ago, I worked for the Home Builders Association of Central Arizona, and we were a part of that communication process to try to find, to try to strike a balance between the need for new housing and the understanding of the concern about the rapid pace of growth. However, what have we learned over the past 3 to 4 decades? The more you try to slow down the development or the construction of new housing, it doesn't slow down the growth. It simply increases the prices of housing that we do have available. Here in Arizona, we have a supply and demand issue. We have, by our estimates at the Department of Housing, a shortage of 150,000 units in Maricopa County alone, a shortage of another 100,000 units in rural Arizona. 100,000 units short in rural Arizona. I'm not telling you anything though, anything new. You know this is a fact, whether it is Flagstaff or Kingman or Wickenburg or Sedona or Yuma, Bisbee. I've spoken to almost all of those mayors, and every single one of those mayors tells me they have a housing crisis. And in the next breath, they also talk a little bit about the homeless situation. Some more extreme in some cities than others, but it's happening because people are losing their homes. Why are they losing their homes? Because there isn't enough supply out there and prices are going up. The most vulnerable population to be hit in this housing crisis are our seniors who live on very limited incomes. And suddenly they're finding themselves out on the streets. And that's not just in Phoenix or Tucson. That's in our rural communities as well. You may see them on the corners. You may see them camping, or you may see them down at your local church, trying to find a warm place to sleep until they can find more permanent housing. At the Department of Housing, we are the conduit for resources for the entire spectrum of housing. So whether that is permanent supportive housing or bridge housing, whether that's a conduit of resources for homeless shelters, whether it is workforce housing, which we so desperately need. We need all of this, all along the spectrum. Quite frankly, we also need market rate housing. But we're not going to build our way out of this housing crisis with single family homes. We've got to have density. We have to anticipate and prepare for higher density housing. And some folks think that's just simply an issue for Tucson, Phoenix, Mesa, but it's not. Every one of our communities needs to look at the need in their community and how higher density housing may address that need. Over the past several months, we've started working on a state strategic plan for homelessness, except instead of calling it a state strategic plan, we have changed that to a state strategic plan for homelessness to housing. Again, looking at that entire spectrum. When I first started last May, we knew we had 3 priorities. Number 1, triage. You see it on your screen. We needed to assess what was going on in our local communities throughout the state. We needed to know what we were dealing with. Thank goodness you at the local level were focused on that way before the Department of Housing was. And so 12 to 18 months before I came on board, thank goodness our communities, working through partners like Vitalist or MEG or other local organizations, were busy assessing the needs and compiling the data to create local and regional strategic plans. So triage, first and foremost, we needed to assess and listen. We actively listened. We held hundreds of Zoom meetings, just like this one, listening to you, the experts on the ground, about what issues you're facing, the challenges and the opportunities that the Department of Housing and our sister agencies could actually help resolve. So we work very closely with Access and DES and DHS and Department of Corrections and others, Veterans Affairs, because it takes all of the agencies looking at their resources and working smarter and leveraging what we have on the ground, local private dollars, and now the influx of federal money that is coming down from Washington, D.C. So that's why triage and assessing the situation was so imperative. I mentioned our sister agencies, collaboration. We're not just collaborating with our sister agencies, though. Since May, we've been collaborating with our healthcare providers. So again, as we look at the spectrum of housing needs across Arizona, we know there is a desperate need for, again, permanent supportive housing, for bridge housing, for just simply wraparound services for those who desperately need a permanent roof over their head and the services that go along with that. So from the very beginning, we have had at the table on a weekly basis our Medicaid providers throughout Arizona talking about the gaps that we've discovered in services and financing. So many services at our supportive housing communities, so many services are billable to Medicaid and to the Medicaid providers and through Access. However, we know, just like in the general population, there are simply going to be some who will not feel comfortable enrolling in Medicaid or, for example, getting a vaccine. So we have a sizable homeless population throughout the entire state, urban and rural, who will not only not get a vaccine, but who also will not enroll in Medicaid. What's the result? They live crisis by crisis, increasing the costs, increasing the cost not only for them and for society and for our local jurisdictions, but for the housing provider, him or herself. So collaborating from the very beginning was essential. And what we discovered in this process is that the healthcare community, as you probably can imagine, the healthcare community and the housing community, they speak very different languages. And can you imagine 15 years ago, the housing community and the healthcare community, they really didn't talk much. But now we know housing and healthcare go hand in hand. You can't talk about healthcare without housing, and we cannot talk about housing, especially for supportive housing, without talking about the need for healthcare. These are some of the issues that we are focused on resolving as we move forward, which leads me to the very last bullet point on your screen, and that is housing, or as I like to call the traditional role of the Arizona Department of Housing. As I mentioned earlier, ADOH is the conduit for the resources, primarily from the federal government. Something that we should all keep in mind, our state legislature doesn't appropriate any money for the Department of Housing. We are self-sustaining. So those federal dollars that flow through Arizona from HUD or through the Treasury Department, we actually, much like local jurisdictions, we're able to take some administrative fees to cover our cost to actually administer those programs. But that's not the only thing. Many of you on the screen know, if not all of you, I hope all of you do, that we also administer the federal low-income housing tax credit program here in Arizona. Some of you on the screen, because you participated in many of our Zoom calls, you also know that Arizona left low-income housing tax credit allocation funds on the table the past couple of years. They weren't even allocated. We wanted to change that right at the very beginning. So this past summer, we held numerous Zoom meetings with numerous stakeholders, well over 100 stakeholders, to talk about how our QAP needed to be reformed. What's a QAP? Qualified Allocation Plan. That is what every state has to create every year, and it dictates how that state's allocation of federal low-income housing tax credits, how that will be administered. We took a QAP application process that was almost 300 pages, and we reduced it to less than 50 pages. And we did it with input from stakeholders, private developers, nonprofit developers, cities, counties, towns, other federal agencies, investment firms from around the country. Arizona used to be considered one of the worst states in the country for accessing low-income housing tax credits. Now we're one of the best. Instead of flying over Arizona to fund projects, multifamily projects in Texas or New Mexico or Nevada, now the investors and the developers are flocking to Arizona to build here. We also have one other tool that's new this year, and that's a state low-income housing tax credit. And just this past summer, as we were updating our QAP for the federal low-income housing tax credit, we also created a process for our state tax credits. And so if you want more information on that, because I know several developers are on the screen, if you want more information, please go to our website. Some other traditional roles of the Department of Housing. Earlier this year, we of course all are aware that we had rental assistance monies that went out the door. Unfortunately, the Department of Housing wasn't quite ready to be able to capture that. So the Department of Economic Security here in Arizona handles the rental assistance or ERAP funds that went out to renters who were so desperate to stay in their homes. Because we know, everybody on the screen knows, the cheapest way to provide housing is to keep people in their homes. And that's what the rental assistance program did. DES handled the balance of state, but our larger cities and counties had their own programs. A little bit confusing, but Arizona was very successful in getting that money out the door. More than $150 million, far exceeding $150 million went out the door, keeping thousands upon thousands of families in their apartments. That's really important. We also know, by the way, latest statistics around the state, the rate of evictions are still not at the level they were back in 2019. So we have a lot of work to do, and I'm going to leave you with this. The most recent program administered by the Department of Housing is the Homeowner Assistance Fund, also a federal program. This is, again, meant to keep people in their homes. So please go to our website to learn more about it. The difference between this program and the rental assistance program, the Department of Housing covers the entire state. So if you or someone in your community are at risk of losing their home because of failing to pay mortgage payments or HOA payments or insurance payments or internet or property taxes, they're eligible. If they are falling behind in any of those payments, they are eligible to access this fund. So please tell folks in your community, we need desperately to keep people in their homes because we're not building enough to accommodate everybody in Arizona. So thank you so much for letting me be here today. I appreciate everything you all do. And I'll leave you with one last thought, and it's where I opened up. Economic development has to include housing. Please, if we don't talk about it, nobody will. When your local elected folks or management folks or your regional folks are talking about economic development and taking great pride, as they should, into bringing more industries and business to Arizona, it's up to us to ask the next question. Where are they going to live? And what are we doing to ensure we have the zoning processes in place to build the housing needed to house those new workers? So thank you all so much. Congratulations again on having this incredibly important conference and talking about these vital issues that are just high on everybody's list right now. So thank you. I wish there was time for questions. There's not, but I'll also leave you with this. Please feel free to send me an email. I will respond, and I'm happy to talk through any of these things. If you have a local group, organization, whatever it may be, I'll go to the opening of an envelope. Please let me know what's important to you. So thank you, everybody.
Tom, thank you so very much for being here. For those who didn't have coffee, there's your coffee right there. I think we're very much motivated. We wouldn't be here if we weren't, and we appreciate all the synergy and the collaboration coming from not just you, Tom, but everybody else in and throughout the state of Arizona. We'll be heading directly into our first session, as well as the rest of the symposium. For the leaders that are across the strait, now's the time to get out your pen and paper to jot down a couple of notes, if you may have them, on specific resources, strategies, and or tools that you'd want to implement, explore, or follow up with. So Thomas Ryan, Executive Director with Housing America Corp, will be kicking off our session, Implementing Solutions Case Studies. Thomas.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today. My name is Thomas Ryan. I'm the Executive Director of Housing America. We're located in Somerton, Arizona, right between San Luis and Yuma. We have been here for many, many years. The agency was started in 1976 with the primary purpose to serve the housing needs of low-income people in the most rural areas. We are a USDA self-help grantee. We are just finishing up a subdivision in Somerton with 169 homes, all USDA homes throughout the 40-something years that we've been here working with low-income people. We have built a little over 2,000 USDA homes, primarily in Yuma County and Mojave County. We are a housing counseling agency, and we're also a USDA 502 certified loan packager. And as I was listening to Tom Simplot this morning, I have to agree with him that housing is an everyday issue. And somebody posted that that comment just on the chat. And I believe it because I hear it every day and I see it every day. You have no idea what pride I feel when I go to our job develop, to our construction sites, and I see a lot of single mothers or a lot of young couples, some elderly folks working to build their home. It's just an incredible sector to be in, and I'm very proud to be part of it, part of the solution. And that's one of the things that I wanted to introduce to you today, because you may be interested in knowing how we were able to address housing needs in some of the most remote areas. We know that housing is an issue in the Colonia areas in Yuma County. With the assistance of the town of Welton, USDA, our partner for decades and decades, the Arizona Department of Housing, and our staff here at Housing America, we put this program together that is really proving to be very innovative. I'm getting calls from all over the state wanting to know how we can help them duplicate it. But let me tell you how we were able to address some housing needs in the historic district of Welton, which is a designated colonia. The town of Welton, with the assistance of the Department of Housing, decided to use a regional community development block grant to buy 10 properties, 10 vacant lots that have been sitting there for decades and decades and decades. The fund, the grant, bought the properties, put in all the new improvements, including septics, water meters. They even paid for half of the building permits. So what we were trying to do is to make sure that these homes were going to be extremely affordable for the low-income families, and also give them an incentive, because the lower the loan from USDA, the lower their payment. So affordability is a big factor. Once the town finished the improvement on all 10 lots, we got our certification from the Department of Housing as a community-based development organization. What that allows the town of Welton is to donate those 10 lots to us so that we can start working with 10 applicants to help them get into these homes. The loans are USDA loans. They're all 502 loans. And yeah, it proved to be a little bit of challenging, because you now have 2 federal agencies with 2 income requirements. So we had to qualify the families both under the HUD income guidelines and also the USDA income guidelines. They also both have different ratios. USDA have its own set of front end and back end ratios, and HUD does too. So we interviewed a lot of folks. We're still interviewing folks, because right now we have built 4 of the 10 homes, and we're starting 2 more next month. But here is how this works. So the families are not buying the lot. I can't sell the lots because they were donated. So what we do is we put a lien on the lot for 5 years. And as long as the family is in the home for 5 years, uses as a principal residence, does not refinance, does not sell, that lien is forgiven in 5 years. If they happen to refinance or sell the home, then the cost of the lot and the improvement goes back to the beneficiary, which is the town of Welton. So this is something very innovative that we had many, many discussions on how it was going to work. It's been very successful. It's also been very challenging. But when we interview a family that qualifies under both income guidelines, it's something that really hasn't been done before in our county. And so we're very proud of this project, and we hope to duplicate it in other areas of Arizona. Right now, we are talking to the city of Wilcox because they have identified some land that they are willing to develop and made affordable to their residents. Here's one issue though, because I've talked to several smaller towns in Arizona. Here's the issue that they are finding. And I'm glad that they're calling me and asking me if we're willing to do this. So even though I cannot travel 5-6 hours to build a home, there's no reason why I can help the applicants with their 502 applications, because we can do the interview through Zoom, or we can do a workshop on a Saturday. But it's really hard for some of the rural areas to find certified loan packagers for USDA loans because they're not within the proximity. So that's one of the issues that we're trying to resolve. And then the program really has to provide the incentive for the applicants. If you tell an applicant, if you stay in your home for 5 years, you won't have to buy the lot. That's an incentive for somebody to apply. That's an incentive to apply for that loan that's going to be $30,000, $40,000 less than any other loan because you're not buying the lot. It's an ongoing project. We hope to duplicate it around the state. This year, we officially are launching our statewide 502 application initiative. We were concentrating in Yuma County until all of our staff got certified by USDA, and we are there now. And so we're ready to do this and help towns, municipalities that don't have access to loan packagers if they're willing to work with the USDA loan, because it's one of the loans that I feel really assists people in building assets by building equity, and you do that with home ownership. The rate continues to be low. USDA is very busy. It's one of the loans that's used most here in Yuma County, and I suspect it's also used heavily in other counties in the most rural areas. But access to the loan packagers has been a challenge because USDA is still not working in the offices right now because of COVID. So this is when loan packagers really have to step up and help those areas, because a consumer cannot walk into a USDA office right now and put in the application. You have to go through the state office. It's easier if you go through a loan packager and have us work on the loan. So on the screen, you see some really good information that I've been passing out and giving to whoever asked me for it. But there is a very simple fact sheet on how a 502 loan works and what the requirements for qualification are. For many people, I will tell you this, I've been working with USDA for many, 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 many years. And I see that we have State Director Charlene Fernandez online. So thank you, Charlene, for the entire hard work of your team. You have no idea how hard they work. And I mean, there's a lot of agencies just in Yuma County that depend on you exclusively. So thank you to you and the entire staff. USDA, and I'll conclude by saying this. For many folks that I get to meet on a daily basis, that my staff and I get to interview for a mortgage loan, somebody that doesn't think that home ownership could be a reality. If it's going to be reality, it's going to be with a USDA loan here, because for most of the folks that we help, the chances of them walking in and getting a conventional loan from a bank are very, very slim, but USDA has really, really framed this loan where if the candidate is not eligible right away, we as a housing counseling agency set up an action plan for the family, and we tell them exactly what they need to do and by what date. When that action plan is completed, we put the application together and we send it off. Now, not everybody follows that action plan, but we could usually tell who's really going to follow it because they want to set up something for their families for the future. Let me just tell you something that that I find very, very interesting. The average loan right now for a self-help home, I'm not talking about 502 direct. The average loan in Yuma County for a self-help loan right now, it's about $185,000 because they have to contribute 65% of the labor. So their loan is going to be smaller. But that appraisal right now is coming almost at $280,000. So on day one, when the family moves into the home, they've got all this equity already built up. That is how much their 1 year of hard work, Saturdays and Sundays, is paying up. So if a program was created to build equity, I would say that this program offered by USDA, both the self-help and the 502 direct, is a big, big success. So we had to find a way to incorporate the USDA product with the CDBG for rural areas, and it's working. So if you want to know a little bit more about it, my contact information is provided here. So please reach out to me and I'll be happy to talk you through it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and introduce Sarah Dar, the housing manager with the City of Flagstaff. Housing director, excuse me.
Good morning, my name is Sarah Dar and I have the pleasure of being the housing director for the City of Flagstaff. And I've been working for the city in the field of housing for a little over 21 years, although it's hard to think about it being quite that long at this point in time. I'm here this morning to talk about our incentive policy for affordable housing. When asked to speak, which is such a great honor, thank you for having me, I wanted to talk about something that was translatable to a community of any size. I quite often talk about Flagstaff being a tween, where we're considered rural via the state definitions, but we're considered metropolitan via the federal definitions. And so we don't fit in any specific cubbyhole all the way across the board. So what I want to share with you this morning is about our incentive policy. So our incentive policy has been in place for over 10 years. And there we go. We call it the IPA, the Incentive Policy for Affordable Housing. And as you know, state statute prohibits us from requiring anyone to include affordable housing, but we can incentivize. So we put together the incentive policy. It was adopted in 2009, right as the housing market crashed. And so its success was slow, but we have managed the creation of over 480 units over the past 10 years, the bulk of those 431 being rental units in multifamily. And what the incentive policy does is it provides both regulatory and financial incentives depending on what the developer needs. It's not a perfect document, and we're actually in the process of rewriting it, going through developer interviews, and this will shock no one, but what they, thank you, Melissa. What they are most interested in is financial incentives, things that they can use to offset the cost of what they're contributing towards affordable housing. So that's our feedback from the development community. It's not shocking to anybody. However, we do have regulatory incentives in there as well. It's set up as a menu system so that if you provide a minimum of 10% affordable housing and you're targeting an income level the higher your percentage and the lower AMI that you serve, the more items you get to choose off the menu. And we wanted to do that because not everybody needs slope or resource protection. They may need landscaping or parking allowances. And so we wanted to make it adjustable to the different sites within our community. And we have not, let's see, adopted in 2009. We had a community process to get there. Thus, we're having a community process to rewrite it. We built it into our zoning code and paid some special attention to things, making sure our regional plan supported it as well. We anticipated bringing forward the rewritten policy this summer. However, our zoning code manager just departed, which is going to lead to a delay there. It is available on our website that is referenced at the bottom of this slide if you would like to look at the code itself or the process that is going into rewriting it. We also have some other resources on our website that may be applicable, not only with the incentive policy, but we're almost to the finishing touch of putting together our 10-year plan for affordable housing. And again, we're on that verge of rural versus metro. And so if we want to go to the next slide, there's my contact information. Please feel free to reach out. I'm not always in the office, but leave a voicemail and we will, there we go. There's my contact information. So I'm happy to answer questions if we have time to do so. And I'm stopping here to work to keep us on schedule. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So Sarah is one of those committed individuals. Her and I have talked offline many a late time. So if you want to give Sarah a call to learn more at 3 o'clock on the 3 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday.
No.
You know, we all live, breathe, and eat housing here. Without further ado, I want to introduce you to Jason Heisey. Jason is the principal and founder of the Heisey Group. Jason.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. Thanks for having me. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Our company is primarily a consulting firm. We work with very large nonprofit entities such as La Frontera, Arizona, to help develop affordable housing across the spectrum. We have done projects from Kingman all the way to Sierra Vista, and pretty much everywhere in between. Over the last decade, we've put together over 800 units, primarily low-income housing tax credit units, but we have done some smaller satellite deals also. We're primarily a light tech developer, and the project that I have here is a layered project that we did, but we did it in Tucson. But the reason that I have it is because in working in the rural areas, and we've helped develop properties in the rural areas, specifically Sierra Vista. We did a redevelopment of a subdivision there 5 or 6 years ago. It was a similar deal to what we heard earlier. I can appreciate how complicated it is to qualify home buyers. Some of those USDA loans and HUD qualifying and other sources. We had a project in Sierra Vista that was called Crossing Point, and it was struggling as a first-time homebuyer project. And we repositioned it as a light tech project in 2013, and basically built the same product, the exact same product. Tenants were paying less rent than the owners would have paid on notes, and it was better housing. It was a higher quality product. So you know what we do is primarily light tech, and we've done first time home buyer projects in Tucson, and again, as mentioned earlier, the box to qualify an owner occupant in an affordable product is so narrow. They have to qualify enough to make enough money to make the payment, but not enough money to be outside the AMI levels, and it just gets very, very complicated. We've pretty much gone away from any first-time home buyer product and solely relied upon rental units in all of our projects moving forward. And like I said, in our Crossing Point project, we actually provided a better product at a smaller monthly payment than we were trying to doing the first-time home buyer stuff. I can take you through this project here. This is a project that we did in Tucson. If you want to go to the next page. This was an old hotel. I know that the ADOH has a lot of has funds available for hotel modifications. I would just warn you right now, if you're going to do a hotel mod, there are a couple big red flags you need to be aware of. Number one is life safety. You need to make sure that that building was built 30, 40, or 50 years ago, and it's probably not built to the current code. So you're going to have to make sure that whatever costs you've allocated to bring it up to your life safety requirements and the current code, you might want to double it or even triple it. The other issues is a lot of these buildings have a lot of mold or other type of hazardous materials that have accumulated over time, whether it be lead-based paint or asbestos. But the one thing that really is tough to find, unless you actually destroy walls, is water damage and mold. So if you're going to do one of these hotel mods or one of these hotel renovations, we've been down this road. If you want to give me a call, I'd be more than happy to tell you all of the obstacles that we face for about a month or two from finishing this. But if you go to the next slide, this and one more, sorry. One more, we'll get to the sources. I think what's most important, people say, hey, how did you make it happen? Well, this is a 4% tax credit deal. And you can look at the layers that we had to put on this thing to make it happen. Our developer held this property for almost 2 years. They put almost $1 million of their own money in it to actually make this happen. We had 4% bonds from Boston Capital, now Boston Financial. We had bonds from the Pima County IDA. BMO Harris did our construction loan. ADOH put gap money in. Pima County put gap money in. Arizona SMI, Housing Trust Funds. We had the Federal Home Loan Bank. We had an award from Chicago, which was out of district. We had Home Matters put some money in, plus a maxed out developer fee. And we have 80 project-based Section 8 units. That took about 2 years to accumulate all those sources. So if you're in it for the long haul and you want to make a project happen and you have the support of your community, it can be done, but you need to have, number one, you need to have the resources. You need to have the ability. You need to have the people in place and the infrastructure to make it happen. But if the project is sound enough and big enough, especially with the current leadership at ADOH, they are extremely supportive of viable, feasible deals. This was a very complicated project. La Frontera was committed to it, and that's pretty much the only reason that it got done or will get done. But that's just a sample of our layering. My time is short, so I'm just gonna wrap it up. If you're doing a project somewhere, whether it be from Kingman, we've done projects in Mojave County all the way down to Sierra Vista, and we're even into Bisbee and through Phoenix and Tucson, and you're looking at opportunities, or you need to layer up a project, or just need to put together a deal. We're always out to help the affordable housing industry. So thanks.
Thank you so much, panelists. This was a lot of information. We appreciate everything here. We will now we're going to be jumping right into our workforce and missing middle housing solution session. This session is one of the most action-packed sessions out of the entire symposium, so be prepared to take some notes on some of the golden nuggets that you can take home with you. We are very, very fortunate to have Sheila Harris with Harris Consulting back with us. Sheila is a leader in our state of Arizona and happens to be the founding state housing director. She'll be moderating. Without further ado, Sheila, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you everyone for coming back today. This is great to have such great continued attendance at this really wonderful development and symposium that we're on today. I'm fortunate to know most of the folks that we're going to be chatting with today. And the first speaker is Devonna McLaughlin. And Devonna is with Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. And Devonna and I go back a few days, probably a couple decades. And Devonna, you've done great work in Northern Arizona for many years. And I look forward to hearing some of the great updates that you have about workforce and the missing middle housing solutions that you're working on. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Awesome.
Welcome, Devonna.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you all today. Good morning, everybody. As Sheila said, my name is Devonna McLaughlin. I work for Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. If you want to go on to the next slide, I've got just a quick blip about who the heck we are. Housing Solutions was formed in 1990 as the Affordable Housing Coalition. We changed our name to Both Hands along the way, and with one H, one word, very confusing for folks. So about 8 or 9 years ago, we changed it to Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. So still us, if you've heard about us in any other iteration, we're still around. Founded in 1990. We are a HUD-approved housing counseling agency and an Arizona nonprofit. We serve Coconino, Yavapai, and Mojave counties, and we offer housing counseling. So that's pre-purchase housing counseling, foreclosure mitigation housing counseling, financial literacy counseling. We work with several partners to administer down payment and closing cost assistance programs, which I'll talk about in more detail here shortly. We own and operate Sharon Manor, which is transitional housing for victims of domestic violence who are experiencing homelessness. That property is located here in Flagstaff, and we recently expanded with some financial help from the city of Flagstaff. Thank you so much for CDBG funds. So we now have 29 units at Sharon Manor. All but one are full, and we're interviewing just because of turnover. We always have turnover in transitional housing. It's kind of the goal, but we're typically full with a waiting list. In addition to Sharon Manor, we own and operate 25 permanent affordable rental housing units. Looking at expanding that number. We are a CHODO, so a community housing development organization. So we build, develop, and construct affordable housing units. And then we also engage in advocacy, outreach, support to try and increase resources for affordable housing. If any of you know me, that's my soapbox. So don't be surprised on that one. In talking to y'all, community leaders, economic development experts, rural Arizona folks, it really, to me, comes down to two things. If you want affordable housing, workforce housing, attainable housing, I don't care what you call it or how you define it, you have to pay for it. And so it's a value judgment because we usually have to pay for the things we value. Affordable housing doesn't work unless there's money or land. Period. There's no magic wand that you as a community can wave to try and get affordable housing. You may be able to leverage or layer or bring in outside community resources, but if there's not local support for either land or zoning or money, then it's an upward climb. And so that's the soapbox message, is that this is hard work, takes a lot of focus, energy, and partnership. And we can't do it without the local community supporting it. So that's the soapbox. I've been asked to talk a little bit about some of the programs we've done. We've, of course, focused in Flagstaff. Some of our programs reach throughout Coconino and Yavapai counties. The first program is down payment and closing cost assistance. We've been working with partners since 1999 to help first-time low and moderate income home buyers open the door to home ownership. We've helped 427 families, households open the door to homeownership in that time. So we've assisted with $7.8 million, leveraging $62 million in mortgages and $2.6 million in homebuyer contributions. Pretty exciting impact. I will tell you, in Flagstaff, it's not 6 degrees of separation. It's like 2, maybe 3. We know folks that are colleagues and neighbors and friends, kids of friends, neighbors. Somebody's used our program over the last 20 years to open the door to homeownership. Super exciting that that's a reality for folks. We did a presentation to the city of Flagstaff a year ago, looking at the families that we've helped with down payment assistance. At that time, 130 buyers had bought and then sold their homes in the time that they'd worked with us. The average length of ownership was 5.95 years. Average appreciation was $52,000. And the data on the 145 buyers that still own their homes based on Zillow appreciation, I recognize that's not accurate, was about $86,000 in appreciation. So it really is a wealth generator for first-time home buyers and lower income families. We've helped about 39% of our households are female-headed households who've been able to open a door to home ownership. We did some surveys and to collect data from past clients. And we asked them, you know, without this down payment assistance, what would have happened to you? All of them said that they would not have been able to buy a house. They would have likely left our community. They would still be renting, you know, all those kind of negative things. So this is life-changing for these families. If you're interested in down payment assistance programs, you know, certainly we're happy to chat with you about them. The nice thing is they can be flexible. They can be designed as loans or grants. We've gotten funding from the City of Flagstaff General Fund that's enabled us to serve families up to 125% of the area median income. So we're not limited to HUD's definition of low income, which is tremendous. We've helped families in your essential jobs. So fire department, police department, nurses at the local hospital, teachers, folks in service industry. Over that time, it's just a tremendous impact. And it's been really kind of exciting to see that how folks have changed their lives through down payment and closing cost assistance. And we're now working with the cities of Cottonwood and Sedona to expand and offer additional resources in those communities. So we're excited to launch that here this month. And then we'll go on to the next slide. So down payment assistance works on the demand side. Looking at the supply side, one strategy is a community land trust. It tries to create units that are affordable to the first home buyer and then affordable to home buyers in the future to create a permanent inventory of affordable housing. It limits the appreciation that the current homeowner can get when they sell their home to make the home affordable to the next buyer. You know, there's some challenges and benefits to this model. It certainly works to capture that initial investment and make sure it's a long-term investment and not a windfall to the first buyer, which is kind of nice. The challenge is trying to get viable strategies to get homes into that inventory because it's expensive to build and it's expensive to subsidize down low enough that people are interested in shared appreciation in the future. If your CLT homes are being sold for $10,000 below market rate, that's not a good enough subsidy. So City of Flagstaff runs our CLT. We work in partnership with them to determine eligibility for their homes. Happy to chat with anyone who's interested in kind of the pros and cons, the learned lessons and the benefits of CLTs in the future. This is a new one for us. I know your last speaker was just talking about hotels and hotel conversions. Right now there's money for it. And so we're running down that road. We are we have purchased a 44 unit motel here in Flagstaff. He's right, it is older. Of course, you're not getting your brand new spanking hotels for sale. You know, looking really hard at the condition of the building up front, any additional health and safety additions that we have to add. For example, we have to add a sprinkler system to the building, so that's in our rehab budget. The nice thing about this is that we really are using existing resources in the community that are often already used for de facto housing. We've heard of local hotels that are charging $500 a week for a motel room. Do the math on that. You're spending $2,000 a month to rent a hotel room and you're not protected under landlord tenant because it's a sales transaction. So if we can get some of these units to be affordable, to be decent, and to provide transitional or long-term housing, that's kind of our goal. We There's short-term funding available. I think it's going to be spent and gone. So how do we do this in the future? That's a good question. I don't know, but looking at how we can adaptively reuse hotels or other vacant commercial or retail space, I think is a resource that's underutilized, at least in the communities that I'm aware of. We do see challenges with zoning. So in Flagstaff, at least, transitional housing is allowed by right in the commercial zoning district. In some other communities, it's not, and we need to get a conditional use permit. So now we're talking a public process and extending the timeline that it takes to get your development through approval. And then ongoing operating costs are always a pickle. If your rents are low enough because you're serving households experiencing homelessness, or you're stuck at a certain rental rate, how do you cover not just your operating costs, but now any case management costs if it's transitional housing? And if it's emergency shelter, then you don't have any income. So you really do need to kind of put your thinking cap on before wandering down this road, but it is a great resource for additional affordable housing units, in my opinion. And then next, other things you can do, I would encourage local governments to try and identify ongoing funding sources for affordable housing investment. Here in Flagstaff, I know our Housing Commission is looking at trying to support a housing bond to try and get some many years of investment. If there's any fee income potential, general fund allocations, if you don't invest in it, you don't get it. I think it's critical for local municipalities and counties to identify land for affordable housing and to work to get that land developed. And then I would encourage you guys to work on advocacy and outreach, whether that's a housing plan, a housing commission. It can't just be something that comes up in economic development circles when you're looking to attract an employer. You need someone kind of focused on housing as a strategy for future political support. So when there's a rezoning or there's a development coming to council, there's folks who say yes. And we've seen too often the NIMBYs come out and enforce, and then things don't happen. So if you can get the plan that supports affordable housing development that you can refer back to, or the Housing Commission or advocacy folks to come out and say we need to do this, then that really helps your electeds have some cover in making those hard choices. And I think that's it. Certainly people can call me, email me. It's probably better than calls, but I'm happy to answer questions. So thanks for the opportunity. I know I talked fast, but I'm hoping that was okay.
Thank you, Devonna. Yes, you did talk fast, but you had a lot to cover and you're doing really great work. And with regards to the YIMBY group in Flagstaff, it's Flagstaff for Affordable Housing. They're available on Facebook. So those of you that are looking for their advocacy options, you might want to check that out. We're going to turn over now to Brian Swanton with Gorman Companies. And Brian, I know you've developed both in urban and rural Arizona, so take it away, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Sheila. Good to see you again, too. And thank you so much, Devonna, for setting the stage on the missing middle issue that we're challenged with. You were told that this is going to be an action-packed session. I'm not going to talk quite as fast as Devonna, although I can talk pretty fast sometimes. However, I'm going to take you on the western slopes of Colorado. We're going to go skiing for a few minutes here. And because Colorado is where we've developed at Gorman and Company a workforce housing model that's producing almost 700 units of new high quality deed restricted workforce housing. So I want to share a couple of case studies of the work we're doing in the western slopes with you today. And just so you know, the western slopes of Colorado represents about 33% of the entire state geography, but only has about 10% of the state's residents. But it's an area of the state, obviously, where there are a high number of people in the workforce that can't afford the excruciatingly high cost of housing. Not too dissimilar from Flagstaff, actually, so that's kind of a good entree. In terms of the dynamic you're seeing in places like Flagstaff, you see a lot of those same dynamics in the ski resort communities of the western slopes of Colorado. So I wanted to share a couple of those examples. I guess I would start by saying that the cornerstone of workforce housing, there's kind of three cornerstones, I guess, that I would share. One is quality. In every community that asks for workforce housing, they also demand quality. Which is great. We love to build and design high quality projects, but quality costs money and adds significantly to our hard costs. So that's something you have to consider, what level of quality are you trying to achieve and what is it truly going to cost to build to that level of quality? And I'll show you a few examples of that in a minute. Number two is proximity. We're in workforce housing, very similar to affordable housing. We're trying to find housing that's close to jobs, shopping, services, entertainment, transportation. Those social determinants of health don't just apply to low-income people. It also applies to the missing middle and people of high means as well. So, but with proximity also comes higher land costs. And that's something we have to balance out as well. The better the location, generally the higher the land cost is going to be. So we have to find creative solutions to deal with the land cost. And then three is affordability. And we'll talk in a minute about defining what workforce housing means. If I asked 100 people on this call what you define workforce housing to mean, I might get 100 different answers. And that's okay, but I think similar to affordable housing, we have to really define what we mean when we're talking about workforce housing. So I'll do that in just a minute. Next slide, please. A lot of you know myself and Gorman & Company. For those of you who don't, just a mini commercial. Gorman & Company, this slide is actually a little outdated. We've been around for 38 years as of this year now, and we've developed about 12,000 units of housing in 10 different states across the country. One of the top 15 affordable housing developers in the country. Obviously, we do some market rate and workforce housing and commercial development as well. We also have 3 hotels, which are all historically significant assets, but we're a fully integrated company. So we're development, we have in-house licensed architecture, construction, as well as property management. And what's unique about that is that we bring our full team to the table in the early stages, the concept stages of all of our projects. So that property management, the folks that have to manage that asset at the end of the day are at the table as we're conceptualizing what it's going to be designed to look like. And our purpose is really revitalizing communities. And so, yes, we do a lot of affordable housing, but we also do a lot of other types of economic development. We've used EB-5 financing and other creative mechanisms. We really go into a community trying to understand what are your top priorities, what are your needs, and then let's sit down and figure out a capital stack and a financing structure to accomplish those needs. Next slide. So going back to how we define workforce housing, this is really important. Because you can define it any way you want. But when I talk about workforce housing, I just want to explain what I'm talking about. We generally define low income, let's start there, low income housing, especially in the rental housing realm, as housing for households earning up to 60% of the area's median income, because that's generally the threshold for tax credit financed housing. The tax credit program finances about 95% of all new affordable housing in this country. So when we talk about affordable housing in the rental sphere, we're really generally talking about 60%. There are some areas, and Dominion might hit on this, with income averaging and other tools, where we might be able to push that up to 80%, and some of this new stimulus money allows that as well. But generally speaking, we're talking about below 60% AMI for income restricted, low income or affordable housing. At the very top of the chart, we've got market rate housing, and that's basically what you're seeing a lot of in the major cities, including Phoenix and Tucson right now, and Flagstaff. A lot of the new housing, people are very sort of disappointed in that there's thousands of new units coming online, but it seems like no one can afford them. The rents are $1,600 to $2,000 a month just for one bedroom in some of these markets. Which is just truly astonishing. I have no idea who these people are that can afford these rents. Most mortgages are in that range, but that's what's being built. And there's a reason for that that I'll hit on in a second. But in the middle is that missing middle. So these are folks earning generally between 60 to 140% of median income who get trapped in this missing middle because they don't qualify for income restricted housing that have all these tax incentives around them with the tax credit program. And they certainly cannot afford to live in the luxury market rate housing that's being produced in most major cities today. So, solving that problem is difficult because we're trying to push rents down, which is pushing down your returns, building at a cost. It costs the same to build market rate, tax credit, and workforce housing, essentially, especially when you're trying to achieve a certain level of quality. And you don't have any tax incentives to do it. So this is really the most difficult sort of segment of the market, but it's a significant segment of the market. So next slide. Let's see. let me just, I have my own kind of notes here on my own slide deck, but so what can a local government do? Devonna hit on several of these things. We did not share notes, by the way, but we're thinking along the same lines. Entitlement, I don't know that I would put that at the top of my list, even though it's on the top of my slide, but an expedited entitlement process is really important. If this is a priority for your community, you need to show that it's a priority because time is money. And affordable and workforce housing projects really should have some level of streamlined processing. I know that's very difficult in today's environment. You're all short-staffed at the local level and having a hard time keeping up, and the volume of activity is sort of an unprecedented level as well. But we're waiting in line behind all of these luxury market rate projects, and that's preventing a lot of affordable and workforce housing projects from getting done. So we really encourage in your housing plans to look at expedited entitlement processes with rebates and other things. We're working right now in Glendale on a large scale affordable project, and they have actually tax and impact fee rebates, permitting fee rebates of $50,000 that, it's a small amount, but it's something, and it helps sort of peel the onion in terms of your feasibility. Land, Devonna mentioned this, I would absolutely put this at the top of the list. Because it's generally one of the most expensive aspects of the project, one of the most difficult to afford to pay for, and needs to be solved somehow. And I have 4 case studies that I'll share very quickly. 3 of those 4 have 0 land costs, just to give you a sense for what it takes to get these projects done. We need local governments, county governments, state governments helping us participate in finding a way to underwrite the land costs. And we've done that in many cases in these case studies. I mentioned waiver of building and impact fees or refunding impact fees, because a lot of impact fees can't be waived by state law, but you can find other ways to pay for them. Property tax exemption, that's not something that we have a tool for here in Arizona, unfortunately. Well, we do, we have a GIPLET program, so that kind of helps. But in states like Colorado and California, where you're partnering with a local housing authority, you're eligible for an automatic property tax exemption. So in most of our projects, we enter in a local housing authority as a special member. They have a 0.01% ownership interest in the asset, and we get a permanent tax exemption. That is a massive impact, positive impact on the feasibility of our projects. And then local cash subsidies. There's money flowing through the system right now. I know that's not a long-term thing, but allocating as much of that money to affordable and workforce projects is really, really important. Next slide. So, balancing sources and uses is really the most important and challenging thing we do. I think what people have to understand, we often think of housing as sort of a supply and demand and a need issue, and it is. But financing housing of any kind it's a real estate transaction. It's an investment vehicle, no matter how you slice and dice it. And when you're talking about affordable housing with tax credits, and our next speaker will hit on that more, the economic return to an investor still has to be realized, even though you're targeting a very low income population. Well, the way we sort of manufacture an investor return with the tax credit, because the investors in low income housing tax credit projects, they're not investing in the real estate per se. They're really investing in that tax credit. And that's the sort of the return to the investor. When you're dealing with the missing middle, you don't have a tax credit. So you're not selling a low-income housing tax credit to an investor. So you have to find a way to generate a market return to an investor to raise the private equity in order to finance your project. And if you're trying to suppress your rents in any way below sort of these luxury market rate levels, that reduces your market rate return. So you have to find some tools, and usually a variety of tools, to raise your equity return to get back to a market rate return, or you'll never place that equity with a private investor. So that's really the challenge that I think you have to think about when you're talking about workforce housing. If you want it in your community, Devonna's right, it's going to cost money because the only way to get that market equity return back to an investor to put millions of dollars of equity into your workforce project is to subsidize the project in some way, shape, or form, and sometimes multiple ways. Next slide. And if anyone wants to talk more about financing, I'm happy to set up Zoom calls and chat with you offline. I won't get into the technical side today due to time. I'm going to run 4 quick case studies. You'll see similar sort of patterns. all of them in the western range of the mountain ranges of Colorado. Our first one was in 2014, a project in Vail, Colorado called Lions Ridge. Next slide. And obviously the ski resort communities have, ski lift operators, restaurant workers, hotel workers that are very seasonal oftentimes in nature, but don't make very much money, and they have a very difficult time affording housing. So on this project, it was a $27 million project, 114 units. We put together, you'll notice on this one, no land cost. The town of Vail owned that site. We actually demolished the substandard housing development that this town owned, and the town leased the land back to us at no cost. So that was sort of one of the primary vehicles on this particular project that got this one done, but a much lower per unit development cost.
Brian, this is Sheila. I hate to interrupt you, but you've got about 2 more minutes.
Okay, I'll just share one more case study and wrap it up there.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And the last one I'll share it if anyone wants to hear more about the other two, and Breckenridge and Steamboat, happy to share those. But this project is called the Village at Wintergreen. And this is a very interesting project in that the land is owned by Vail Resorts, a local employer, the largest employer in town. Next slide. And we worked with Vail Resorts on doing a long-term philanthropic ground lease. And they brought us in as the architect, contractor, and developer owner to develop 196 units. And this was built in sort of 3 different phases, where we have a tax credit phase of 40 low-income units. We've got a seasonal workforce phase. And then we have with 36 units that are master leased back to Vail Resorts. And then the balance of the units are year-round workforce housing units. I'll close on the next slide. This is just a picture of the finished product. We just finished last year. We're now leasing up. We're actually 100% occupied. Next slide. I'll kind of close out. Again, you'll see the no land cost. We have a tax exemption built in here. And we have, the developer in every case is putting in at least $1 million in equity. But the local government, Summit County, is financing this project. The state is putting home funds in to the affordable piece. And then the state finance agency has a private equity component, almost $3 million of private equity to sort of help supplement that investor return. So this sort of gives you sort of an overview of the challenging maze. Just like low-income housing that was shared before, it takes a lot of different sources to put these deals together, but it is possible. And so if you'd like to learn more, on my very last slide, if you skip to the end, has my contact information, and I can post it in the chat as well. So I'll turn it over from there, Sheila.
Thank you, Brian. We really appreciate your creativity and your constant work in this endeavor, because I know you and I go back to when I was director and you were at the department, I think, prior to that. So
that's right. That's right.
Brian has a long-term developer, both from a state and a private perspective. We're going to now also hear from another private developer. Mark Lambing is here from Dominium. And so Mark, we're going to turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Mark Lambing. I'm with Dominium. We're a national multifamily affordable housing developer. We focus exclusively on the 4% program. And so I'm going to you've heard people talk about it on various projects previously. I'm just wanted to dig in a little bit more on some of the more nuanced things of it. High level, it's a federal program. It's targeting developing housing for individuals making 60% of the area median income. So it's usually individuals in the service sector. If you think bank tellers, grocery store employees, or also individuals that are just starting their career. So first year firefighters, teachers. One of the interesting things is that it is administered at the state level, even though it's a federal program. So you have 50 different versions of this program, or even more, because states are allowed to add on additional requirements to the program that fit what their objectives and goals are for what they think will best serve their states. And all of that is found in what's called the QAP, or the Qualified Allocation Plan, which is basically produced every year, every other year by each state. And it's basically a rule book of how you calculate things and what you are allowed to do and not allowed to do. Another great thing about the 4% program is that it's a non-competitive resource. So the credit itself is unlimited, but it is limited by tax exempt bonds, because one of the requirements is that you finance your project with at least 50% tax exempt bonds. And that also, states are allowed, they get an allocation from the federal government. They're allowed to use it on various activities. Multifamily housing is one of them, but also single family mortgages, student loans, and other things. So it is really up to the state to kind of prioritize. So you have Colorado where the bonds are oversubscribed. So there's a limit to the amount of LIHTC 4% projects that can go through. Arizona's on the cusp of being oversubscribed, is my understanding, but we're not quite at that level. Moving on to filling the gap, as you've heard before, you know, it's a math problem. So at the end of the day, if you're reducing your rents, you are in essence reducing the amount of debt that you can get together to support the project. And so you're pretty much creating a gap. So you got to find a way to fill that. In a best case scenario, the 4% credit alone generates enough equity that fills the entire gap, and then you're off to the races. But usually there is additional gaps, so that's where you have to start trying to figure out how to kind of make the math work. Some of the, you know, easy things that a developer can try to do on their own is, the biggest one's construction pricing. So you obviously want to have a quality product at the end of the day, but you know, maybe if you were thinking hard surface countertops in the kitchens, maybe you go to PLAM. Maybe you don't have balconies, things that, you know, are nice to have, but you can still have safe, affordable housing without. You can also think about reducing unit sizes. So our standard is all 2 bedrooms will have 2 bathrooms. So maybe you say, okay, well, you know, people can get by having 1 bathroom. So things of that nature. The other big thing is land prices. So maybe the piece of land you're looking at, you're paying, you know, $3 million in your model and the math doesn't work. Well, maybe you can find another site down the road that's $1.5 million, and all of a sudden the numbers do work. So there's things you can do, but you know, there are limits to that. In terms of barriers for developments, a lot of times it does just come down to the numbers. Again, you want quality, safe, affordable housing. So there's a limit at which, if the numbers just don't work, using, you know, the 4% credit alone, you can maybe start looking at soft funds. But obviously that's a scarce resource. So ideally you're not using those. The other huge barrier that is not numbers related, well, it kind of is, but is finding zoned land. So we as affordable housing developers cannot afford to pay what a market rate developer can for a piece of land. And so whenever there's entitled land, it's most likely going to go to a market rate developer. So that kind of puts us into the situation where we need to find cheaper land, which is usually, maybe it's light industrial that's right next to a neighborhood, maybe it's underutilized commercial or something, and then we have to go and try and get it rezoned. So there's a value add there to make the numbers work. The issue is that opens the door for a bunch of NIMBYism. So you get the, you know, increased traffic arguments, the density arguments, you know, and frankly, a lot of times that's, you know, disguised for, you know, we also, and sometimes people blatantly say this, which is, you know, unbelievable to sit there and meetings and hear people say, oh, we just don't want those people in our neighborhood. And so that's the tricky thing, because we usually always find ourselves in that situation. In terms of making developments more achievable, I was, you know, kind of tasked with coming up with solid takeaways that, you know, you can actually go out and try and start to make a difference. A big piece of advice would be, don't recreate the wheel. As you've seen samples of projects that people have done, there is a path forward, and most likely somebody has already taken that path. So it's a matter of, I would say, just reaching out to people that have the experience. Developers take pride in, you know, what they've developed, and if you were to call them up, and ask them to talk about their project, I'm sure most people would be more than happy to explain to you how they structured it and, you know, probably tell you more than you want to know about their project. If you're working closely with the city or you are a city, I would just say take stock of how much zone multifamily land is available. Again, it goes back to the more land available to develop, the more likely we as affordable housing developers have a shot at actually finding some land that makes the numbers work that we can actually develop on. This was also another thing that was previously mentioned was incentives for affordable housing. So density bonuses go a really long way. You're now spreading the cost per unit of land over maybe 15 units per acre instead of what it's currently zoned at 12 or whatever the numbers are. So that's something that is not directly, you know, dollars that the city has to come up with, but it does help kind of offset costs for affordable housing developments. Impact fee waivers were also mentioned. That's another thing. And the streamlined review timelines, those help. But again, if the numbers don't work, it's kind of, you know, a moot point at that. And then the last thing that I'll kind of leave off with is, and this is more on a personal level for everybody on this call, is I would urge you to attend local hearings to support affordable housing developments that you have nothing to do with. I can count the number of times on one hand that I have been in city zoning meetings and somebody's walked up and said, I support this affordable housing development, and I did not know them beforehand, because usually what happens is you have a bunch of angry people because they're the people literally next door that don't want the density. They don't want those people living next to them. And so you have 30 of those people, and then you're the only guy there for it because, and you're also the guy making money. So it's just a bad optic. And the people that, most people are for affordable housing. It's just, they don't have a conviction enough to take time off and go to these city meetings to support it, or they're just, you know, not informed that there is a meeting. And the people that could stand to benefit the most from this housing are, you know, a lot of them don't work the typical 9 to 5, and most of these meetings are held at night. So now you have, you know, the people that stand to gain the most, maybe they're working a 3 to 11, so they can't take a day off work to come say, yeah, this would benefit me. So I would just kind of urge people to keep their eyes out for rezoning hearings that are for affordable housing. And, you know, every person that shows up for it, it really does go a long way to give the elected council members, you know, that other end of that token. And I guess on the next slide, I just have my contact information. I'm more than happy to be a resource, as I'm sure most people here are, just bounce ideas off of, or, you know, give you a developer's perspective on why something would work or maybe not. And then I just included some resources. So the first one is a map to QCTs and DDAs. I didn't touch on those. This is a rabbit hole, but basically there's a bonus for developing in certain areas, whether there's more poverty in that area, or if the AMIs are the incomes are high enough that it's harder to develop there. So you basically get 30% more tax credits to develop in those areas. So if you have those in your community, those are going to be targets for affordable housing developers. I included the max rent calculator from Novogradac. It's a good tool to just see what the max rents would be in your community, and then understanding that you also have to reduce it by the utility allowances, but that again is another rabbit hole. The recent LIHTC projects, so you can go on that website and find projects that maybe are in a community similar to your size, and then you can reach out to those developers or people that were involved with that and use them as a resource if, you know, that's something you want in your community. And then I also just included the QAP. That's the rule book for what you have to do if you want to do a 4% project. It's, you know, it's pretty long. It's better than other states, but if you want to just kind of, you know, have some reading material, it's a good resource to see the base foundation of this project program. And yeah, I guess I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Mark. We really appreciate everything you've done, getting some clapping here for your presentation. And I want to thank Devana for sharing with us the perspective of the nonprofit sector as we look at development, whereas you and Brian are in the for-profit side. And I think that helps everybody understand that there are different avenues to use the same tools. And, you know, we have challenges using them. There are the NIMBYs out there. And that's why I keep going back to this remarkable group in Flagstaff, because part of their goal is to show up at every public meeting where housing is discussed, to be that voice of why we need it in our community. So it does take an entire village to make it all happen. And now we're going to kind of broaden out and go to a planning perspective. And we're lucky to have Jerry Stabley with us from the Arizona Planning Association. Jerry, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sheila. And also thanks to Tim and Melissa for setting up this excellent program. And, you know, I'm listening to what everybody's been saying so far. I'm kind of pulling together almost everything that people have been talking about here in my little presentation. So could I have the next slide, please? U.S. housing prices since 1965, and that's for people keeping track, that was the Johnson administration. The average home values have increased dramatically, 118% increase, whereas the median household income has only increased 15%, and that's in inflation adjusted dollars. And going from 2019 to 2021, which is just recent history here, the average house price to income ratio has gone from 4.7 to 5.4. And that means that the homes cost 5.4 times what the average person owns in a year, and which is more than double the recommended ratio of 2.6. Next, please. And Phoenix housing pricing in particular, and I don't have a lot of data on rural Arizona, so I did go with Phoenix, but kind of as a bellwether or canary in a coal mine, perhaps. The average housing price now in Phoenix is over $360,000, whereas the average income is only $79,000. And so we are now at 4.6 in that ratio. And again, remember, we're looking for 2.6. Now Phoenix is the 15th least affordable housing market in the United States, and which is very dramatic, because in the past we were always one of our calling cards was that we had affordable housing. If you didn't need to live in Paradise Valley or Scottsdale, there was a great deal of housing that was affordable to folks in Phoenix, and unfortunately that's not the case anymore. Next slide, please. So with these housing prices rising, that makes housing often hard to afford for young people. And we always have to keep in mind that young people includes our children and our grandchildren. It's not just somebody else out there. These are our children and our grandchildren. Also public service employees, teachers, firefighters, police officers often have a hard time. They're providing public service, but the pay is not fantastic for these folks. And so they're having a hard time finding housing. Now, this problem can often be made worse with vacation rentals. Tim and I both spent time working for the city of Page, and we understand how vacation rentals can skew a marketplace and make it very, very difficult. While I was there, the city manager had a very difficult time finding housing, finding anything that was available for him to purchase, which was truly amazing. Next slide, please. So single-family zoning is one of the culprits here. It started in Berkeley, California in 1916, so it's not all that old. And today, 70% of all American United States residential zoning is single-family, and that is typically higher in the West, especially in rural areas. When you go into rural areas, much more of the land is zoned for single-family or for mobile homes, and it's used everywhere across the United States because it leads to very predictable development. As you can see here, a picture of Levittown, quiet neighborhoods. And these places are often the places where the best services and schools locate because there's more wealth in these areas. Also, single family zoning protects property values. And so a lot of times people, if they're in the NIMBY mode, what they're really concerned about is the property value of their investment. And that's why they're down at city council meetings. Next, please, Melissa. So some challenges with single family zoning. Prevents people from who cannot afford a larger mortgage and the other expenses related to single family home ownership from living there. They're also mostly dependent on automobiles, considering their low density, which is another added expense. So somebody not only now has to pay for a mortgage, has to pay for upkeep, maintenance, but they also have to have an automobile to be able to get around. So, and that's a challenge for people who cannot or choose not to drive. Young people obviously don't have driver's license. Older people often should not drive. And millennials, what I'm seeing with millennials, my son is one of them, they choose not to drive. And so transportation can be a challenge for them as well. Now, we see a lot of smaller lots being approved in places, even here in Casa Grande, where I live. Smaller lots do help affordability, no doubt about it. But I think, as Tom was saying, they don't really solve the problem, that we really need to get to more density. So next slide, please. Multifamily housing. I'm just to simplify the discussion today, I'm going to define multifamily housing as more than one dwelling unit per parcel or attached units. So it's composed of accessory dwelling units, which I'll talk more about later on. The missing middle, and unfortunately we're using one term and with two different definitions today. For my presentation, the missing middle will refer to housing that is 1 or 2 stories in height, such as duplexes, triplexes, and all the way up to 8plexes. Those are dwelling units that can typically fit into a neighborhood and stay within kind of the height parameters and bulk parameters of the neighborhood. And then we have, to round it out, we have multi-story apartments and of course condo buildings. Next slide, please. So accessory dwelling units, they're basically part of a single family home. They can be attached to the home or detached from the home. They're known as granny flats, mother-in-law units, carriage house, if it's above a garage. And you can't see the Fonz here, but the picture shows Fonz explaining to Richie what happened to his motorcycle. And so that's the classic situation of somebody living in a carriage house, separate from the house, above a garage, provides a level of independence that you wouldn't have if somebody was living in the same home. And so again, you have an outside entrance with an accessory dwelling unit. Even if it's attached to the home, it will typically have a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom. Next slide, please. So ADUs provide, the advantages of the ADU provide a level of independence, both for young and old people, allow them to remain in a neighborhood. They don't have to leave the neighborhood to be able to find housing. Obviously much more affordable for a renter to come in than other types of housing, and can be a decent source of income for the homeowner. Now, disadvantages is that the homeowner must finance. The homeowner has to find money to be able to build this unit above their garage, behind their house. There are also more cars to park, which ends up clogging the streets. You only have to go to neighborhoods in Los Angeles to see places where ADUs are allowed and to see the number of cars that are parked in the street. And that often is a concern for the people who live in the area. Another concern is neighborhood quiet, and once again, getting back to property values. If my neighbor builds an ADU, how is it going to impact my property value? So because of all these factors, most zoning codes do not allow for accessory dwelling units. It's rare in my experience to find one that does allow them to occur. Next slide, please. So the missing middle, again, 1 or 2 stories, duplexes, triplexes, up to 8plexes. They're sized in between the single family home and the large apartment complex, often somewhat the same scale. Again, the building mass is often similar to existing homes. Now, these were very common back in the 1920s neighborhood. Before we really embraced single family zoning, we had neighborhoods that had a combination of the missing middle housing and single family housing. You can see two images here. The one on the left is Berkeley. So we're back to Berkeley, and that's the kind of housing they were building right next to a single family home. That's an 8plex. The one on the right is in the other coast. It's in Pennsylvania, and that is a duplex that is in a neighborhood with single family homes combined. And actually, that picture, the left side, is where my grandparents lived. So it's a low-cost alternative to single-family homes and can fit in low-rise neighborhoods. You have two-story homes, you have large homes, and really the house that you see there on the right-hand side could fit the footprint of a large single-family home. Next slide, please. So again, the advantages of missing middle, and you can see two other examples there. Smaller investment than multi-story buildings, of course. Lower cost alternative to single-family homes, allows people again to remain in the neighborhood as they age. And as I mentioned, building mass is often similar. Disadvantages, again, you'll have the concern about neighborhood quiet, and most importantly, their property values. They're concerned that if you allow this kind of unit next to me, it's going to impact my property value. So most zoning codes do not allow in single family zoning. Now we're going to talk about exceptions to that coming up. So next, please. Multi-story apartments and condos. This is what's really familiar to us as far as multifamily housing. The image on the left is the typical apartment development we see all throughout metropolitan Phoenix, low-rise apartment type developments. And the image on the right is executive towers. You can't see it, but it's a skyscraper. It was the tallest building in Phoenix when it was built in 1963 and was designed to house Greyhound Corporation executives moving from Chicago to Phoenix at that point in time. We're seeing a lot of larger multifamily projects, infill projects in Phoenix and Tempe and other locations as well. Next slide, please. So some advantages of apartments and condominiums, lower cost alternative, of course, to single family homes. Larger properties can offer amenities. When you have a large project, you can offer amenities to your residents that you can't find in other places. From a planning point of view, multi-story apartments, having more people living in an area and especially in proximity to a transit stop makes transit work better. And I know the city of Phoenix is very focused on trying to bring more density into the proximity to their transit stops, and that's something that's occurring across the nation. Disadvantages to these large projects are it's a large investment. We've heard a number of people talk about the amount of money it takes to build these kind of projects. People usually can't remain in the neighborhood. Usually these projects are not in a neighborhood setting. And also, as was mentioned by a number of other of our speakers, concerns about the quietness of the neighborhood and the property values, and I'm glad somebody else brought it up, not having those people live in proximity. So these projects usually require rezoning. And since we're focused on rural communities, most rural communities have very little zoning that can accommodate these larger projects, largely because they're rural communities. They're really focused on the small town lifestyle and really never saw themselves as a city exactly. They kind of see themselves still as a small town, and that's one of the reasons why you don't see much multifamily zoning. Next slide, please. So then you need to go through a rezoning process, either for a use permit or for a rezoning for multifamily. And the process almost always adds time, cost, and uncertainty to the project. And as we heard from our speakers, time is money, and that uncertainty costs money for their project. And we also heard that neighbors often, or maybe usually, oppose these kinds of projects, especially if they know that it's going to be lower income. And of course, elected officials are very sensitive to the concerns of their neighbors, especially in the rural setting where they often know the people who are standing in front of them. And so it's very difficult for them to tell these people, no, we're not going to listen to you. We're going to approve this. So that's very, very difficult. Next slide, please. So I'm being bold here and suggesting a solution to help Arizona in particular, because we have zoned and built more commercial space than most areas, especially and focused primarily on the Metro Phoenix. And that's a lot of my background is Metro Phoenix, but I think probably in the rural communities as well, is that we were able to sustain a lot more commercial square footage than most places could. But that has changed, of course, with the advent of people shopping online. We don't have the need for as much brick and mortar commercial buildings as we did in the past. So now we have significant amounts of vacant land and space, both for commercial development, and we see it here in Casa Grande. It's not just a metro thing. We have it here in Casa Grande. And multifamily is often not allowed in commercial zoning. And the reason for that was very logical, was that we as planners were protecting our revenue source. We knew that we needed to have brick and mortar commercial in order to generate revenue to be able to allow the city to thrive into the future. And so because of that, we were saying, no, you can't do multifamily by right. We're protecting this land for commercial development. So one of the things we can do now with the changing economic situation is to change our general plans and our zoning to allow for multifamily to occur by right on commercially zoned land. So that means that somebody can come in. By right means somebody can come in and they can decide, they buy the land, they can decide to build on it. They don't have to get a use permit. They don't have to get a rezoning. They can go ahead and build on it. You know, the land that's zoned for commercial typically has access to major streets. And there was a time where where land that was zoned for commercial, people held on to it and would not accept any other land use except commercial. Now I understand. I've got a friend and a neighbor from Phoenix who now tells me, who's a broker, has been a broker for 30 years, worked on development projects, that at this point in time, at least in Metro Phoenix, multifamily land is now worth more than land that's zoned for commercial. And if that's the case, and he knows what he's talking about, that really changes the dynamic of things and will hopefully then prompt people who are holding land that's zoned commercial to allow for multifamily uses. Next slide, please.
Jerry, we have about 2 more minutes.
I should be able to wrap it up here. I'm going to talk a little bit about other cities. This is a graphic that you all can look at later on about the things that Portland is doing. Next slide, please. So Seattle is allowing accessory dwelling units in all single family zoning, no parking requirements, and small lot zoning allows for all unit types. Next slide, please. Just an example of places that are changing their zoning. Minneapolis allows duplexes and triplexes in single family zoning. And this actually came from a groundswell of support from people living in Minneapolis after they'd been through a process that they wanted to go ahead and do this. Berkeley has voted to allow duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes. And other cities, these are all in California, are looking at this as well. Next slide, please. Federal government is also looking at programs to help municipalities change their zoning, both their zoning and their general plans to allow for more housing. This is, of course, is locked up in Congress right now as part of the Build Back Better Act. We'll see how it fares through the process. Next slide, please. So what can communities do? First of all, review your general or your comprehensive plan if you're in the county. Create policies, create land use categories that allow for more diverse housing types. Remember that your zoning must be in conformance with your general plan. Zoning code amendments, again, allow multifamily in commercial zones and allow accessory dwelling units and the middle housing in single family zoning. And this can often be done with built-in setbacks and buffering and height limitations that will help it fit better into those single family neighborhoods. But anytime you work with any of these, especially with your zoning code, you need to have extensive public outreach to the people to get them bought into to your citizens, to get them bought into the program, and emphasize the fact that young and old residents really need these kinds of facilities, these kind of dwelling units. Next slide, please. Thank you. And next slide, please. We'll show that was the summary. Next one, please. There we go. Contact information. That's me. Please contact me. And again, I am the president of the Arizona chapter of APA. And so I look forward to working with communities and helping bring our expertise to bear on your planning issues. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. We've had a really, really good panel. They've given us a lot of different perspectives. And in the chat, those of you who may have been looking at it, but not, Tim has posted the link to the Missing Middle Pattern Book, which is what we talked about yesterday with regards to gentle zoning. increases where you might add an ADU, as Jerry talked about, with some of the pros and cons of that approach, as well as perhaps a single family home that could either be converted or torn down, and a duplex or triplex added to the community without adding a lot of hopefully undue burdens to the community, and yet increase the density available. Tim, I don't know if we want to have a little time for questions, or do we want to go to break? I'll leave that up to you.
I think we can push a little time for questions. There's definitely a lot of action-packed information there. I think our pens and pencils are on fire at this point. A lot of opportunities, but Sheila, I'll pass it back off to you if you want to entertain any type of questions or further dialogue, and we can close in a minute or two.
Sure. Questions then to the broader audience for any of our panelists. You've got sort of a fire hose delivery of information. A lot of water came out from our presenters today in a very good way, very much action-packed, very much on target for what we're trying to talk about. So are there any questions from the group before we go to break? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. I know I feel like that New Yorker commercial where the student raises their hand to the professor and say, "May I be excused? My brain is full." But Rena, you have your hands up, both for a question and applause. So Rena, take it away.
Yes, I wasn't sure which hand was which, and I was trying to click on it really fast before you left. So my question, I think mostly is directed to Jerry, because there have been, a few requests for proposals that have been done by the municipalities in Pinal County to get people to come in and do workforce housing for us. And they've either gone without response or have been, have received projects that weren't really meeting the criteria. So is there any recommendations on how a municipality can better attract the types of developers that want to do this kind of work in the rural areas?
Well, and I'll kick it off, but a lot of other people on this call are working in the development community and would probably even be better than I again, the friend I mentioned, he is looking to develop a project, and I can certainly get the two of you together. But I'll throw it out to everybody else here. What's how do we get people to respond to these RFPs?
Well, this is Brian Swanton. We've done some work in Yuma as an example, and we're working on some additional projects there. And it's very difficult because if you're talking about non-subsidized housing, the average income levels in counties like that are so dramatically low compared to the metro areas that the financial realities of those projects don't seem to pencil out as well. And oftentimes in the rural areas too, there's limited resources. I mean, you as the local governments don't have as much money to contribute or might not have access to land and all those sorts of things. So it's a very difficult dynamic in the rural areas. But to get our Yuma project launched that we built about 3 years ago, we literally got in a city van one day and they toured us around, and we had the maps, and we're doing an affordable housing project, and got the QAP out and sort of got the rankings system out. And we started looking at sites live against competitive scoring criteria to identify sites that would make the most sense. We ended up finding a site that the city owned that they had purchased to extend Arizona Avenue, and that extension never happened. So it was excess land, and they put the land into the deal at no cost. And it takes everyone contributing, putting our heads together and being hands-on and sort of working on identifying what the problem is and working together on figuring out how you put the capital stack together. It's really a hands-on exercise, in my opinion.
Thank you, everyone. I see we also have a question from someone from the city of Kingman.
Yeah, this is Bradley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This question kind of goes out to everyone. In regards to, the fact, like in Kingman, we don't even really have any projects being built right now. We've got some in the plans, but we're probably over 98 to 99% occupied of our existing apartments. If any projects get built, say a 100-unit complex, I would imagine that would free up, that would start moving things around. So whether it's a low income or market driven project, are you guys seeing that, the less desirable, the older properties that these people might move out to move into a better product would decrease the price of those units?
Seeing that in Flagstaff. So demand, construction's not keeping up with external demand, and we are just doing our rental survey right now, but we know that vacancy rates continue to stay low. And that development answer of we could just build our way out of it, I've heard from, the private sector development community for years. And they said it would happen with student housing developments. We have student housing developments. It hasn't worked. So to me, if you want lower prices, sometimes you just got to pay for it. It's not automatically going to be solved by the market. That's my 2 cents. I don't know if the rest of the panel has different opinions.
I know also too, there have been design standards that have been put in place in some communities, and that makes it more difficult to develop. And also now we have supply chain issues, not only on materials, but professions. I spend some of my time up in Flagstaff and in a new development, and they can't get electricians to save their soul. And the one they finally do get is from Cottonwood. And, when you add the commuting time from Cottonwood to Flagstaff every day to a work day, it greatly reduces the amount of time you have available to actually build in those communities. So we have construction shortages as far as materials as well as personnel too, that kind of complicates the situation. Anyone else? Any more questions? I want to thank our panelists. Great job. Thank you very much. A lot of good information, a lot of good perspectives. So Tim, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Thank you so much, panelists. There are a lot of amazing is probably an understatement in terms of information and knowledge and expertise here. In terms of sort of what we've heard throughout the symposium, we've heard direction on, Bennett's question, do we just increase our housing stock in general? That's definitely a strategy. Or to Devana's point, do we have to focus on those that are hard or areas that are hard to make and come to fruition? And again, there's no silver bullet answer or no one size fits all situation. I think we have to be very mindful with the communities that we are with and trying to put a solution together for. So that's something. The beauty of this symposium here is, as you can tell, we are throwing all the options and opportunities, including the kitchen sink at this. And it is up to you, community leaders, to figure out, what is worth pursuing at the time. What is the best fit? What is the best practice here? And we keep moving forward. I think what also we're getting out of this is that there is a substantial amount of opportunities for collaboration, and we'll be concluding the session with advocacy. I know legislation have popped up here. This is definitely a cover-all situation. We'll be now looking at resources, funding and programs with the Arizona Department of Housing, USDA Rural Development, Catholic Charities, and the Arizona Community Foundation. We will be having the session moderated by Ruby Dillon Williams with the Arizona Department of Housing. So without further ado, Ruby, go ahead and take us away.
Tim, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today, especially with my colleagues, Jeff Hayes, Sandy Flores, and Kim Covington. I appreciate the opportunity to moderate this session and to kick us off. So I'll be spending a little bit of time talking about the Department of Housing's programs, resources, and opportunities that we have for rural communities. But I also want to spend a little bit of time talking about the department's overall goals, which Director Simplot touched on this morning. So first and foremost, I want you to leave today with 3 key takeaways, and that is resources, rescue plan, and rural. And that's what I'll be driving those takeaways home on each of the talking points that I share with you today. So first, just to kind of kick us off, I want to talk about some of the things that Director Simplot touched on this morning. If you didn't have an opportunity to hear him, we have been working since May 2021 with our executive team, and we have been holding housing stakeholder meetings from around the state, convening on an ongoing weekly basis. We've brought together hundreds of individuals to listen to their ideas, challenges, and recommendations, and really focused on having an appreciation for the differences between the urban communities and the rural communities. The meetings were used to inform leadership on where to best invest the resources that we have. The HUD, traditional programmatic funding that we receive on the annual basis, but the unprecedented American Rescue Plan dollars, state fiscal recovery funds, all of the additional resources we've seen flow through the Department of Housing as a conduit. We've been working very diligently that before we even touch the programming side, that we have listening sessions, we have stakeholder engagement, and we really know how to program the resource in the community. So that's what we've spent time on doing. And one thing that the director also spoke on about this morning was our qualified allocation plan. That is the rule book for the low income housing tax credit program. And I want to take a moment to really talk about that because we highly incentivize not only urban development, but rural development. And I want to talk about how we did that. But first, just overarching comments are that we took a 300-page document and reduced it to less than 50 pages. We appreciate that our stakeholders and partners need to navigate the rule book in a successful way. And so we wanted to make the ease of that navigation and scoring criteria and utilization of a very new tool, the state low-income housing tax credit, a process that was, a framework that was easy to follow. So with all of that in mind, some key elements for our rural communities is that we have a scoring section specifically set aside for points. So stakeholders know to go after those points for rural communities that have not received a low-income housing tax credit deal in the last 10 years. So we identified zip codes through our database of identifying which projects have been funded, and it is a scoring category. So we hope in this next round, which is April 1st, 2021, that we will see a significant increase in low-income housing tax credit communities in our rural areas of the state. In addition to that, we also have a rural set-aside. So not only are we driving the scoring criteria to develop in rural markets, we also have a set aside that will ensure that at least 3 projects out of the competitive round, 9% low income housing tax credits, will be funded with in this 2022 round. Sorry, we're already in 2022. I have to keep reminding myself. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit, about our qualified allocation plan. So next, what I want to go into is our state housing trust fund. When I talked about resources, one of the 3 R's of the key takeaways, resources, is our state housing trust fund. And we have state housing trust fund and federal housing trust fund. So I want to talk about a little bit based on those listening sessions that I mentioned at the top of my speaking opportunity about how we program those funds after the listening sessions. So what we did was we set aside $1.8 million annually for our continuum of cares in the balance of state. So for those of you that don't know, the Arizona Department of Housing is the continuum of care for the 13 balance of state communities. So 1.8 million annually is set aside. We also have 1.1 million for homeless employment and housing, 2.2 million for re-entry housing. Those are for inmates coming out of incarceration to get them into housing. 30 million for gap financing for new construction, ongoing rapid rehousing in Pima County, and ongoing COVID mitigation for the balance of the state. In addition to the State Housing Trust Fund and National Housing Trust Funds that the state has available, through the American Rescue Plan, which is our second R, Rescue Plan, we have the Home Ownership Assistance Fund, which also Director Simplot mentioned this morning. He talked about our Home Ownership Assistance Fund that is run through the Department of Housing. We have launched the platform and portal for applicants to apply for not only mortgage assistance, but utility assistance, internet, any kind of things that are in arrears for homeowners. They can navigate on this platform that is now live on ADOH's website. There is a link on our homepage. And when we get to the end of my presentation, I'll have some other links for you. But wanted to mention that program. It is a great opportunity for our homeowners, in addition to the rental assistance program run through DES, to get additional resources out to our communities. And then I mentioned our state fiscal recovery fund. That is a rescue plan opportunity, but administered by the Department of Treasury. Right now, the Department of Housing has a $40 million NOFA, Notice of Funds Availability, out for the conversion of hotels to housing. We have already received a tremendous amount of outreach for this non-competitive opportunity. And why I really drove the words non-competitive slowly when I spoke there is to let you know that technical assistance is available. You have an opportunity in your communities, if sites such as hotels are identified, to engage with the department to talk through the notice of funding availability and see if this resource, $40 million, as a grant can be available for an opportunity for this conversion. And we really hope this will be a targeted, concerted effort to eradicate homelessness at a critical time when the pandemic is still raging, and help those that are on the streets into transitional housing. So please reach out if there is an opportunity that you are looking at in your communities for us to assist you in that endeavor. Next, I want to talk about the Home Investment Partnership Program. That is a resource that we receive from HUD. Through HUD, the department received a special allocation of Home American Rescue Plan dollars in the amount of $22 million. And right now we are working on listening sessions and planning our programming of those funds. And on January 26th at 11 a.m., the Department of Housing will be holding a listening session for engagement to hear what our communities need and where we can best program those dollars. It does require an amendment to the state's consolidated plan, which is managed through the Department of Housing. So we're working on that. And we anticipate that we will release a notice of funds availability in February after the approval from HUD. So that's what we're working on with respect to home. And lastly, I want to touch on the recovery housing program. This is a pilot program that was issued by HUD, giving the state of Arizona $1.6 million from HUD to provide stable housing for persons in recovery from a substance use disorder. We had a NOFA published on October 25th, 2021 for this resource. And what I wanted to share with the audience today was that we have not received any outreach for these funds, and we are collaborating with Access for Supportive Services for this particular NOFA. So I encourage you, if this is something that you would like to look into, this is also funds that will support the development of transitional housing. And the funding covers a period of not more than 2 years or until the individual secures permanent housing, whichever is earlier. If you're interested in the recovery housing program, again, $1.6 million in funds, we'd be happy to have discussions with any interested parties to discuss that. And as I close and move on to my next colleague, Jeff Hayes, I wanted to share with you a little bit about my background. I have not only been in public service, but I have also been in the private sector in my career in affordable housing specifically. And so I want you to know that I share that perspective as I manage the programs and the funding opportunities that are available at the state. I know what it is to be working on the for-profit developer side, on the nonprofit developer side. And formerly at the Department of Housing, I was the administrator of the low-income housing tax credit program before assuming this responsibility as assistant deputy director. So I want you to know that the department is not looking at this as a bureaucratic process. We really want to engage with you all as partners and really see what resources best serve your communities. So with that, I want to tell you that we are here, we are your partner, and we are committed to collaboration. And remember those 3 R's that the Department of Housing is here for: resources, rescue plan opportunities, and also rural communities are our focus. We support the balance of the state, and we hope that in these next talks that you'll have from my colleagues, you'll understand the importance of housing and economic development in those communities. So next up, Jeff Hayes with USDA RD. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Ruby. Appreciate that. I was trying to take a snapshot of your website too. It was just before you were so I could forward that on to a few people we know here. So welcome everybody. My name is Jeff Hayes. I'm the Community Programs Director for USDA Rural Development, which really focuses most on facilities and our utility programs. But I've had a long extensive background in affordable housing as well. And like Ruby, I've worked for the agency. Then I did 14 years of doing affordable housing and community development, Southern California, and then came back to the agency here in Arizona. So I'll speak to some of my things from bringing experience from both sides of programs here. But what I want to first do is just kind of introduce three main state programs that we have. Two are pretty familiar with folks, but the third one is something that I've been pushing quite a while here throughout the state. The first program we have, of course, rural development is focused on rural, but that definition varies. So each community or each program does have a different population level. But with the focus of housing, predominantly we're looking at communities, unincorporated communities, or any community under 35,000 population that would still be deemed rural. So even can be some adjacent communities to urban areas, as long as the area is still considered rural in nature. The primary program we have is the single family housing loan program. And we have two models. One is either a direct loan from the government, and those are geared towards people who are at the 80% MHI or less. And then the other one is our guaranteed, very much like the FHA program. It goes up to folks that are 120% of the median household income. So that is a guaranteed loan that's handled conventionally through brokers. But what I want to promote really more so is the down payment program. And I'm going to kind of highlight each program, but then I'm going to come on with the next slide is going to actually talk about some basic steps to work through to kind of bring these programs to fruition. But the highlight of our main program with the direct housing is our no down payment. It's 100% financing, but it can be mixed and blended with down payment assistance, specifically if you're in a high cost area that we're running into where the homes are higher, they've reached their limit. As far as affordability through our program, we can use and match with the down payment assistance programs to fill that void in the price of the home. It can include closing costs and repairs. We can, I think, go up to 103% over the cost to cover those. There's also no prepayment penalties. But a key thing about this program, and I stress this over and over again with communities we work on, is that it has so many safety nets to keep people in the homes. I mean, our goal is that, to keep these homes sustainable and for the community, but also for the families, and in such that if there's somebody in the household falls on hard times, either with work, disability, some kind of injuries or elements there's a variety of different safety nets to keep those people in their home so that they don't lose it. And then once that turnover is changed, they can recalibrate the loan, refinance it, restructure it, and then allow them to stay in the house. Included in with this also is a interest credit subsidy, which will guarantee to keep the house at a 30% of the affordable housing of their income and keep it affordable. So again, that's one of the safety nets that allows us to ebb and flow with their payments to keep in line with their income. Key element about this is generally and historically, this has been realtor or developer driven, depending on the area and their familiarity. What we do find is that historically we've gone through cycles because we do have for federally funded, our sweet spots for money usually are from November through like August. There are some downtimes there between the budget when your budget closes and then when it starts. And often that doesn't always fit well with the realtors who are pushing projects through, trying to get things closed. So we do see cycles of people using it and not using it. And then of course, a lot of institutional history with the group organizations go away, and then all of a sudden we're having to reinvent ourselves in the community. So what we are looking is that we can finance new construction. So whether this is infill development or subdivisions, we can go out there and actually pre-finance the home, and so that the contractor knows that he's got to take out financing. This helps him go forward with his lender. We also work with a lot of community service groups. I've done quite a bit of work myself here in the state with some of the habitat groups, as well as other small nonprofits to start infill housing programs to get them going. And then of course we do a lot of self-help housing, predominantly out of Yuma and Santa Cruz counties, supporting those programs. All of these fall within our direct housing program. They're just modeled under different housing opportunities. And I'll touch a little bit more on that as we go into the next slide. But the next one we have is our single family home repair program. Again, this is really geared for those rural residents whose income is below 50% of the county MHI. We look at the basic credit worthiness of the program, looking at there's some reliable income source if they're needed to do repayment. But if they are over the household, at least one of the household members is over 62, then we can potentially qualify for a grant, and that would be up to about $7,500. So it's a combination of a 1% loan up to 20 years. So we're looking at most of these things, their payments would be $50 to $100 a month. It'd be hopefully very affordable, but if needed and more work to be done, it could be, the grant could go in as well to bring the project into completion. This also can be matched with home funds as other resources within the counties to maybe have a bigger impact. But it really, it's a lot of what we see is really for access for people with disabilities, fixing the home, bringing it up to current standards, roofs, windows, wells, septic tanks. Those are all common things we run into. And of course, varies by community. I'm not sure if you can see all of this here, but we also talk about energy saving upgrades, insulation, other items like that. So this program is a direct grant from us to the individuals, or loans and grants. That becomes probably our weak link in this sense, that there's a lot of paperwork, and families in this status of income typically to shy away from paperwork. So we do actively work to try to get nonprofits or local organizations to help package for that. And if the group's adamant about it, we can actually include their packaging fee in the loan component of it to help make this project happen. So we do partner a lot of groups to do this. We've done an extensive amount of work there in the Copper Corridor, the communities of Superior, Miami Globe, and that whole region, trying to promote this program. So, but that being said, we also have, and I'm not sure if you can see it on there, but I just touched on it, we do have what we call a housing preservation grant program. And the premise of that is the same program. The people are basically meeting the same qualifications, but what we're doing is we're providing a grant with the required match from the community, a grant to that organization, whether it's a city or nonprofit, and they are administrating these grants to the home buyers or home ownership. So this is just another method. We don't get a lot of funding on that, but we typically do have about 3 organizations year round operating these home preservation grants. So it's accessible. They tend to have a little more paperwork on their own, but they have a huge impact in the community. And so if there's organizations willing to step forward, or a city is willing to provide some staff time, that usually helps us, because they can gather a lot of the paperwork and submit a more complete package, which then allows us to make a decision faster and improve the quality of the product as we go along. Then the third program I want to talk about is something that a lot of groups really don't understand and aren't familiar with, but what we call it is, I call it the Essential Worker Supportive Group Housing Program. And this really falls under my purview, which is actually the community facility side. And what it does is allows what we're seeing, and Tim's seen this in his community back when he was in Page, and I'm seeing it across the state actually. And we've worked with Devana in a few of these programs, and as well as Regional Center for Border Health. But it's geared for groups that are, when we're finding that there's no housing for the essential workers. And when we say essential workforce, we're talking about teachers, public workers, city staff, healthcare, public safety, all groups that you're trying to bring into your community, but then there's no housing market for them. So the idea is that essentially a nonprofit or public entity would essentially own a small, could be scattered site, it could be a small rental project, can be existing conversion or new development. And the idea is that we will provide fixed rate financing, which is right now running around 2.25% and up to 35 years. And they basically will, it's not subsidized, it's designed to fit around their income levels, but it's providing essentially a transitional housing model that allows people to come into community, get their tenure, decide they're going to stay, and then they can work their way into the open housing market. But it gives them that time to settle, get familiar with the community, and go forward. The same application applies to any type of special group needs, like developmentally disabled, recovery programs. We've done with Devana, which was a recidivism program outside in Williams. So it can fit many needs and is very flexible. The idea of it is providing just some stable housing element, but it's not geared to compete with the conventional market rate housing or tax credit programs. We look at that transitional being like a 1 to 3 year period. It could be done for homeless housing, but usually those aren't sustainable with any kind of debt service. But the model can work, can be done. It's really just finding the partners and the drive and the need to make that happen.
Jeff, I just wanted to jump in here real quick because we had a great question from Mayor Craig McFarland.
Sure.
His question was the issue with 35,000 or lower population access to these dollars is that we in the middle get missed. We have a population of 60,000, but very little access to programs as we don't have the resources to go after them like the larger communities. And if you don't mind, Jeff, I just want to say one thing to Mayor McFarland. We at the Department of Housing really paid attention to this issue. And in some of our NOFAs, and the one that is coming out for home dollars, is we set aside a bucket of that funding for capacity building, not only for nonprofits who have this similar issue, but for local communities so they could tap into these resources. And what we're also saying, and Jeff, you just mentioned this, is a collaboration with other partners to kind of help to see if that may help get to these resources if your own community or entity can't take it on by yourself. I think Devana, if she's still on the line, did a great job in just a recent hotel conversion where they partnered with Catholic Charities. They partnered with the Arizona Community Foundation. It was just an excellent collaboration, and with the Department of Housing. But Jeff, anything to add there for these smaller communities? And by smaller, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean challenged with resources. By smaller is what I mean.
Well, and great to put that, because we recognize, and this is what have been my mantras for the last years working with our past two administrations, is that capacity is the biggest link between delivering successful programs in the communities is capacity of the organizations in the communities. And we, as an agency, I've extended myself personally over the edge many times, the limit of what we're really supposed to be doing protocols, but trying to help develop that capacity in different organizations. And the point is, we can't fill out the applications for them. Things like that have to happen at the local level, but we recognize that, and we've been trying to provide a lot of technical assistance as much as we can to that point. But we recognize that in that vein, the Arizona Community Foundation, we've established a partnership on another level, working with some of our community projects to provide bridge financing. But we're also recognizing that there's a niche there where we may be able to come up with, we have a product that we can help fund, but we got to get it through the pre-development stages, and then they have those resources that they're able to provide as well. So can be a team effort. It's really just sort of rallying the partners around that element and starting those conversations. And our best successful products start with a single phone call, right? It's opening up the doors and then finding the partners, and we try to bring these people together. If I can get somebody to move to the next slide, I'll kind of bring these programs. So what I'm looking at, and I'm putting both hats on here, my past nonprofit experience as well as the community programs, is we recognize, especially working with really smaller communities, that this part of this is that capacity we bring it up too, is that how do you get this first program off the ground, right? We've done this in Bisbee. We worked with them, sold them actually a REO property we had, and they flipped this into rehabbed it through a local nonprofit, and they're turning this into the second home they've actually done for their plan for workforce housing. But we really have to run two paths, and what we see is both are equally critical. One is first developing qualified borrowers or buyers, right? You've got to work out in a community. If they've not had access to this, then you've got to work with those communities to bring people up to speed, to get their credit done, get them qualified, because it takes about 10 people to get 2 qualified. And it's probably maybe more so now because of the high income levels, but it's getting them into that system. And then if they do have needs for credit resolve, keep working with them on that. And so that's where we're really working with community organizations like Devana's, Hack out of Yuma or Somerton, Tom and his group, getting those people into the system, giving them a carrot to look at and pursue so they can start working through that process. So we really encourage partnering with nonprofit packagers, both Housing Solutions as well as Housing America Corporation. Both are packagers. There's other groups in the state as well that are qualified. We've worked with some of even the smaller groups, Verde Valley Housing, Habitat, et cetera. But so getting them in place, getting them qualified, then secure contracts. And basically, once we get this, they're eligible, we're giving them a notice to say, go out and you're eligible up to X amount of dollars. Now go find a purchase contract or a development contract and move forward. And clearly number 4, I never finished my thoughts when I was working at, but working with the community to try to facilitate that through to get to organizations bring that together. On the other side, you also got to find contractors, right? Whether you're doing infill or tract development, bringing people in willing to either target those smaller projects to get things moving, especially in the small communities. So we recognize that we're doing this actually in Wilcox. I partnered the city up with Thomas from Hack to look at using infill homes at the townhomes, right? And then they're bringing in the qualified applicants that we can commit the funding for, and then they're going to build these homes basically at no risk because you've already lined up the property and the financing. All they got to do is bring it up to get a certificate of completion. So but my nonprofit, when I was working in Southern California, we packaged a significant amount of people, bulk of all of our housing, which we did finance through this 502 housing program for USDA, actually was for developers. We brought people to them, and they figured it was cheaper to pay us as a nonprofit to do it than it would cost that they spent on marketing materials. And so by working with the nonprofit packagers, they were actually bringing in, and they would bring in people more into the entry-level housing that they'd established, so the community was more blended. So also think through, and I think you guys have talked about this, is the development incentives, whether it's Yavapai County has now come up with a set of pre-approved plans. So if you use those plans, you get a waiver on a lot of fees, speeds up processing times, it saves a lot of costs to the contractors. So that was a unique idea to do that. Development fees, and of course your down payment programs. We do build and finance on a new basis manufactured housing as well. We see that's becoming a new research niche in northern Arizona specifically because of the cost of housing in rural areas have gone up exponentially. And Lisa's trying to take care of the housing. Okay, so is that my cue to move on?
Yeah,
Okay,
just a couple minutes so we can get,
right.
but
Yeah.
this is such great info. That's why I didn't want to jump in. So I'm hoping that your slides will be shared, Jeff, as well. And I think Carrie mentioned and Melissa mentioned that they will be, but if you just want to give us some closing remarks.
Sure, no problem. I always babble on her. So same thing with the housing, the rehabs is basically getting those nonprofit partners to the table. But on essential community housing, really that starts with the phone call, but each community is going to have to do a quick assessment of their needs. So it's just not a random thing. It's same principle. It's just a smaller version of a market study. But again, if there's an interest, there's a need there, please reach out to contact us. I'm sure you guys will be providing our information. I will still take the lead on a lot of these things, but a lot of our housing programs will be transferred over as our housing state director program, and our state director will be more actively involved in this. But with that, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Jeff, thank you. I wanted to share with you that I recently, we are accepting clarifications right now to the low-income housing tax credit application process. And just yesterday received outreach from rural communities that are putting a scattered site rural development project together to compete in 9%. And I'd love to share your contact information. And for those of you on the call, if you are looking at LIHTC development in your communities and it's a scattered site project, it can work, and we can help you navigate that process. And as Jeff just walked through all the resources that they have available, not only for LIHTC, but outside of that, I'm sure he would be happy to collaborate with us as well to get you to that finish line and get housing in your community. So thank you so much, Jeff.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Up next is my colleague, Sandy Flores with Catholic Charities Community Services. Sandy, you're based up in the northern part of the state, and I'm just going to kick it off to you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Ruby. I'll be quick because I want to make sure Kim has plenty of time too. We're actually on the flip side. We're actually a recipient of funds, and we partner with everybody actually on this panel right here. Jeff mentioned several projects with Devana, and we come in as the service partner for a lot of those projects, including that Williams reentry one we were just talking about. I really can just reiterate what everybody has said. Partners. You need them. You can't do it alone. And sometimes this gets overwhelming. You look at some of the slides, you listen to what Ruby said, you listen to what Jeff said. There's so much out there and they sound really daunting, and it looks like a lot of numbers and a lot of things. And really, I've never found any of these folks not to be able to just sit down, have a phone call. Gosh, we're thinking of this. What do you guys think? And they'll help you match up, and they'll help you think outside, think where you can bring in some additional partners, some additional pieces of funding.
because it's not just one, it takes multiple, and it takes multiple agencies. And if you're on the government side, please think about the nonprofit partners. If you're on the nonprofit side, please think about your government partners. And don't ever forget your business partners, because your business partners oftentimes are not someone you think of traditionally, but they are affected by the challenges in your community. When you're talking about housing for persons experiencing homelessness, a lot of business owners want to contribute to that. They just didn't know they could or didn't know how. So, and then look for your leverage partners, which is like the Arizona Community Foundation. Some areas it's United Way, it's some smaller CDBG dollars, but look at ways to package all of those pieces together, and don't let it be so daunting. Reach out to folks like, my information is going to come up on the next slide. And if you are interested, we've done several projects in really small areas. Matter of fact, just last year, we opened a 57-bed emergency shelter in Bullhead City that really just came out from a phone call with the city manager at Bullhead City, who said, we have a real problem here with homelessness and we don't have a shelter. What do you guys think? And we put together some partners. We did a lot of talking. We have a lot of different support. We have, local, state, federal dollars. So it can be done. It can be done in those really small areas. We're looking to do some stuff in Page right now. So it can be done. Just look for your partners. And then, while it sounds, again, daunting, think about starting small. Some of our best projects started with one house and 6 people in that house. It gave us data. It gave us some success. It gave us some notoriety for, oh gosh, you guys are doing really well at that. And it started with identifying a community need. For example, in Flagstaff, we have a community need for folks who are high utilizers of public services. I don't really like that term, but that's it. It's folks who are man down calls and frequently hitting your jail and your ER and your police and fire. And so we started out with 6. Well, we now have a second house, and we're looking at potentially a smaller motel to expand that. So while it's great to think about a great big huge apartment complex, sometimes it might need to start with a small house, and then think outside the box. Bring in partners that you didn't think were partners. That's kind of back to that business folks. And I'm going to give you my contact information. I don't want to take up too much more time, but really, if you are interested or you need some more information, please reach out. We would be happy to share anything we've done, any forms, any partners, all of that stuff. We're happy to share that and see if there's a way we can help you move along as well. We serve all of Northern Arizona as well as Maricopa County. So, but we know some folks in the Southern region too. So give me a call.
Sandy, thank you so much. And what I have always appreciated with my time out, even outside of the agency, was the willingness of Catholic Charities to collaborate and provide support, even if they're not involved in the transaction. So thank you so much for the work that you do. You have been a tremendous resource to the Department of Housing. And not only Catholic Charities, but I find this with all of our nonprofit partners, they're always willing to help. Similarly, if you have questions about collaboration, as Sandy mentioned, definitely take her up on this opportunity to just chat and see about the work that can be done in your communities, because we at the Department of Housing lean on them just as much as you folks do. So thank you, Sandy. I appreciate you sharing your resources with us. And lastly, and not least, my colleague Kim Covington with Arizona Community Foundation is going to bring us home here with her session.
Well, good afternoon or good morning. We're still in the morning. Wow, you just heard several solutions to the housing crisis. I'm just so proud to be on this panel, and I am learning too. There are a lot of resources out there, and yes, partner, partner, partner. And I love the 3 R's. I wrote those down. Lots of resources for our rural communities. The Arizona Community Foundation is so proud to partner with all of you guys and to improve this constellation of resources available that you just heard about, which boosts affordable housing across the state. ACF has not only been the state's largest grant maker and independent scholarship provider for 44 years, it also provides loans to nonprofit organizations, schools, and municipalities statewide. And as a statewide foundation, we are in great position to connect, collaborate, and serve, as many of you all just mentioned. So let's focus on just 3 ways we're responding to housing insecurity in the next slide. So ACF's Affordable Housing Pre-Development Loan Fund is an innovative way to spur affordable housing development. Unlike traditional charitable funds, this fund provides zero interest loans. You heard that right, zero interest to nonprofit housing developers for the pre-development phase of affordable housing projects, for which financing is not typically available. And we're talking about those obstacles that you hear about faced by nonprofit developers for upfront costs prior to permanent financing. And that's like land acquisition assistance, site planning, conceptual drawings, environmental and archaeological studies. That can cost a lot. Engineering, initial engineering evaluations, market studies. The first $1.5 million loaned has cycled through 3 times since 2007, when the fund was first established. And that has created almost $5 million in loans, leveraging $531 million in project costs in housing of more than 3,000 affordable housing units. So you can see that goes a long way. And that's a leverage ratio of 114:1. So this fund really jumpstarts development of affordable housing in Arizona because, we're running out of time. We got to get going here, and this helps speed up the process. Now, the loans are repaid to ACF 18 to 24 months later through construction financing. They're underwritten by our partner. We love our partner, List Phoenix. They review them. They're approved by the ACF Impact Investing Committee. A list monitors project progress, repayment to ACF, and provides technical assistance to recipients. They're there all along the way. Now, in addition to the now $1.9 million that we have in our existing pre-development loan fund, we recently received another $2 million grant from JP Morgan Chase to help support more affordable housing projects. So we're very excited about that. And here are just 3 of the projects our affordable housing pre-development loans have funded, as you'll see in this next slide. Foundation for Senior Living, West Cap, LISC, and Native American Connections. And you've probably visited or passed by or toured some of these properties. These are beautiful affordable housing properties. And if you haven't gotten a chance, please tour some of them. That Patina Mountain Reserve property at Native American Connections, absolutely gorgeous. And the residents are so proud of their homes too, you'll find that. And you see in the next slide, other component funds of ACF supporting affordable housing. That includes the Arizona Housing Fund, you see in the next slide, and the Northern Arizona Housing Fund, which are dedicated sustainable funding sources for nonprofit agencies that build and operate permanent, supportive, low-income, and working poor units. Now, the Arizona Housing Fund has a current balance of almost $1 million. Now, this is funded piece by piece from real estate transactions and individual donations. Homeowners have an option to add $25 to their escrow and closing costs to donate towards affordable housing. And as you can see, it's already up to $1 million from $25 per homeowner. So that's pretty impressive. Now, the Northern Arizona Housing Fund, you guessed it, creates affordable housing through a nonprofit for families in Northern Arizona or Coconino County. Now, home builders and realtors can even match the home buyer's $25 contribution. So that's an added bonus. There is a lot of room for growth for this fund. It has a balance of just $75,000, but In all, this is a great way private industry can tackle a huge social problem in our region. In fact, it really invites everyone to be a part of our state's public-private philanthropic solution to support and expand affordable housing and reduce homelessness. Seeking stable, affordable housing is how we will foster a thriving region of shared prosperity and belonging in Arizona, where all families can call our region home, living and working for generations to come. We are all in this together, and we must know where all the resources are so that we can connect and get this work done. So in the next slide, you'll see our contact information. Feel free to connect with me or Lisa Urias if you have any questions about our loan programs at the Arizona Community Foundation. Thank you so much.
Kim, thank you. Thank you very much. And your organization has been such an incredible partner to a lot of our developers that participate in the low-income housing tax credit program, especially our nonprofit partners within the local communities and the balance of state. Getting that work done just to get to the application phase is sometimes so challenging that takes them out of the running to compete against for-profits that have had the opportunity to find sites and have resources internally to do that. So thank you so much. I've been to several groundbreakings and grand openings, and you are there side by side with the Department of Housing, and we appreciate that so much. And thank you to Lisa. I know she's not on this call, but we appreciate your partnership at the Department of Housing as well.
We're so proud to be a part of this work. We can do this. We can do this. Yes. We can all work together.
Thank you. And just wanted to close with a couple remarks and then see if there's any questions. But something that was said to me at one of the first groundbreakings I attended early in my career was that, that someone was giving a speech and they said, I never had to worry about where it was going to go after school. I knew I was going to go home to my family. And as Director Simplot said this morning, housing has become healthcare. It's so critical to our community and also to economic development. We've got to ask, where is the housing? It's so important. And I hope that your takeaway from today's session about all the resources that are available will inspire you to collaborate and to work with your partners, nonprofits, Arizona Community Foundation, USDA, to see what we can do. There's a lot of great work to be done, and we are here to support you. So with that, Tim, if there's any questions, we can take them. Otherwise, we can wrap up and stay right on schedule.
For any of those who have questions, you can hit the raise hand function in the reaction section at the bottom of your screen. With no further questions, I'd like to thank our panelists. Obviously, there's a lot of amazing chemistry, and you can tell that that's very apparent with the partnerships, not just in between themselves, but among the different communities and areas they've worked with. Each of these individuals on this panel and many of our other panels are nothing less than the foremost authorities or experts when it comes to housing in their field here. So we've seen the perspectives from nonprofits, from profits, for-profits, and everything in between. Speaker today is Joan Severs with the Arizona Housing Coalition. Without further ado, Joan.
Hi, good morning. We're still at the morning hour. So good morning, everybody. As Tim mentioned, my name is Joan Service, and I am the Executive Director of the Arizona Housing Coalition. Just briefly, a little bit about the Arizona Housing Coalition. We are a statewide professional association that collaboratively leads in the efforts to end homelessness and advocate for safe, affordable homes for all Arizonans. Like most professional associations, like the Arizona Association for Economic Development, our mission and activities are centered around educating, collaborating, and advocating for the affordable housing and ending homelessness professional field. We do our policies at 3 different levels, obviously the federal, state, and local level. So I'm going to break down this last little bit around the policy areas that we're focused in on at the Arizona Housing Coalition and how you can get involved. At the federal level, we are monitoring the federal agency budgeting process when there is a budgeting process with several federal agencies like the Housing and Urban Development, the SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, USDA, HHS. I think you all know those acronyms. So those federal agencies were monitoring their budgeting process, and most recently, we've been very focused on the Build Back Better plan that President Biden is undertaking and our congressional members are negotiating and discussing, as well as the fiscal year 22 appropriations. But before I get into that, I'll also share that we also focus in on both policy proposals and threats. We actually work alongside some of our national partners, like the National Low Income Housing Coalition or the National Alliance to End Homelessness, the National Community Reinvestment Coalition. We take a lot of their federal, their national directive, and we localize it at a state level, especially working with our elected officials. But I do want to talk a little bit about the Build Back Better plan. As a reminder, the Build Back Better plan is the third leg of President Biden's legislative agenda, the first two being the previously enacted, the American Rescue Plan, which is that COVID-19 relief, and then the Infrastructure Investment Act. But the remaining social spending plan, the Build Back Better plan, is really what is currently being discussed. And unfortunately, a lot of talks have stalled, but it creates, nonetheless, a once-in-a-generation funding opportunity around affordable housing. It includes $25 billion to expand rental assistance, to provide an additional 300,000 extremely low-income households with some rental assistance, including those who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. It includes $65 billion to make needed repairs in public housing, $15 billion for the National Housing Trust Fund. Ruby talked a little bit about that in the last presentation, the National Housing Trust Fund, which is frankly the only federal production program targeted to build homes for very extremely low-income households. The Build Back Better plan also bolsters the federal low-income housing tax credit program. We all know this as the nation's largest production tool of affordable housing. And as my good friend Brian Swanton has said, and I'm going to steal his words, vouchers alone can't address our state's housing stability. We need to build more units, and we need to bolster that federal low-income housing tax credit program. The plan also reverses the decline in affordability and availability of home ownership with funding for first-generation down payment assistance programs, as well as support for fair housing enforcement and for housing counselors. And while the Build Back Better plan talks have stalled with just one vote shy of the needed 50 votes to pass the plan, the fiscal year 22 budget negotiations are heating up, and that activity serves as another entree to restart the conversations around the Build Back Better plan. So at the same time, the Housing Coalition, we're advocating for the highest possible funding for affordable housing and ending homelessness through the federal agencies, like I mentioned before, but we must also urge our congressional leaders to ensure that the economic recovery package that is being discussed and included in the Build Back Better plan prioritizes housing investments targeted to serve Arizona's lowest income and most marginalized households who face the greatest and clearest need. I'm going to drop into the chat a link for you all to send a message to your congressional senators to let them know your opinion on and your desire to have them pass that Build Back Better plan and prioritize affordable housing investments. At the state level, we're advocating for an increased investment in affordable housing and ending homelessness programs and strategies. Our long-standing policy priority is to secure an annual appropriation to the State Housing Trust Fund, a fund that both Tom and Ruby talked about earlier. It was a fund that was depleted during the last economic downturn, yet it's an important and flexible fund to meet the housing challenges our state faces. It's again administered by the Arizona Department of Housing. We're seeking an ongoing appropriation to the Housing Trust Fund that's commensurate with our state's housing challenges at a minimum of $100 million in fiscal year 2022 and 2023, especially recognizing that we're facing a funding cliff with federal COVID-19 relief dollars. As Tom mentioned earlier, we finally get to that satisfying feeling of checking a to-do list item off. We got to check off our to-do list of enacting a state low-income housing tax credit, which mirrors the federal low-income housing tax program, serving as an additional layer of support to make affordable housing development work. This $4 million 10-year credit, although it's less than we proposed, it still represents the single largest state affordable housing investment to date. And our friends at ADOH quickly stood up this program, and many developers on this call are utilizing this layer of additional funding to make deals work so that we can demonstrate its success and go back to the legislature in a few years to advocate and show its efficacy. There's a couple more proposals we're looking to lead on this legislative session with our members, like expanding housing opportunities for teaching staff and ensuring older mobile homes receive the renovations needed to make them safe and habitable. Ultimately, as more bills are introduced this session, and so far, last I checked this morning, there were 503 bills introduced. So we're quickly analyzing and responding to them with the lens of how do they impact access to healthcare, a livable wage, and affordable housing. The last policy area that we work on is at the local level. The Arizona Housing Coalition seeks to expand the capacity of local housing and homelessness advocates and policymakers through education, engagement, and sharing of best practices and toolkits. The majority of this work is done by my colleague, Joanna Carr, who is also on this call, and is the author of the best practice toolkit for municipalities for increasing the affordable housing supply in Arizona. If you give me a quick minute, I'll drop a link to that toolkit in the chat as well. Many of you may be familiar with Joanna's work, not only through this toolkit, but her guidance and advocacy in how local municipalities can best use their COVID-19 dollars to support housing challenges their residents face. She's been tracking the over $9 billion that our state has received from the various federal COVID-19 bills to support housing insecurity, and has a great database of those dollars. But again, I'm going to drop that into the chat as well, proving that I can talk and chew gum at the same time. So if you don't mind going to the next slide, please. All right, this next slide is what the kids, okay, my teenagers today would say is a little bit of a flex. But it illustrates that if I can meet with elected officials and talk about the need for funding and support for affordable housing and ending homelessness, so can you. I will note that I don't have any pictures of the coalition team with mayors or council members, which again is because Joanna is doing a lot of that work. But I will lift up to our locally elected officials on the call to encourage them to consider joining HUD's House America campaign, which provides technical assistance and a cohort model to utilize the historic investments through the American Rescue Plan to address the crisis of homelessness. Anyway, again, this is all to say you too can do advocacy, even if you work for government. You can do so as a private citizen. Advocacy is all about relationship building. Our elected officials are just like us, and they want to know what affects their citizenry. And as a community and economic and housing developers, you have the unique expertise and knowledge that they're looking for. So use it to tell the story. It's important to have the data, but don't let that stop you. Powerful personal stories about the housing challenges your locality faces is important to share, and you can suggest policy solutions to them, many that have been discussed over the past couple of days. It's very important to tell the story of housing insecurity our neighbors and our neighbors without a safe roof over their head may face, to combat NIMBYism. I've been on a kick lately to kind of craft a message about how our daily conveniences, which have now turned to inconveniences, can be based on housing challenges. How one can no longer get that mocha frappuccino at their local coffee shop because they no longer because there's no workers that can afford the pay that they're making and housing. How one can't get an appointment with their hairstylist because they cut their schedule because their rent rose. Or how a working parent can't drop off their child at daycare because the center doesn't have enough staff, and how it can be correlated to housing unaffordability. How housing shouldn't be considered a luxury, but a necessity. Speaking of messaging narratives, I will hint at the fact that many groups like Home Matters for Arizona and House Arizona will be launching messaging efforts to aid all of us as advocates. Finally, I'd encourage attendees of this conference to engage in advocacy and work through professional associations like the Arizona Housing Coalition. I'm obviously biased, but join a professional association like the Arizona Association of Economic Development, the host of this Rural Housing Symposium. These groups stay abreast of the issues our industry faces and proposes policy solutions and networking opportunities to share best practices, resources, and skill development. COVID-19 has exacerbated our affordable housing challenges, and it will take the proverbial community to overcome these challenges. We must do it together. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions and turn it back over to you, Tim.
All right, everybody. Thank you very, very, very much here. Joan, that was very insightful. And I think that definitely wraps up our symposium, putting everything into perspective in every way, shape, or form. Again, thank you so much for joining the Arizona Association for Economic Development at the Rural Housing Symposium. Thank you again to our symposium sponsor, the ASU Morrison Institute for Public Policy. We will be sending a follow-up email with recordings, handouts, and additional resources. We'll also be keeping HUVA open so you can continue to connect with our attendees as well as the speakers as well. So to conclude, I'm Tim Swan with the town of Wickenburg, as well as the Arizona Association for Economic Development. And on behalf of everybody here, let's go ahead and move that needle on rural housing in Arizona forward.